Hey everyone. Welcome back for the fifth part of What If Naruto Was SS Rank and Leader of Dark Country. As always, huge thanks to all of my Patreons. Making these videos would be impossible without you guys' support, especially with all the restrictions YouTube places on my type of content. As always, the full story is already out over there for you guys along with about 30 other different stories you can enjoy. Also feel free to send me any messages over there if you have any questions or even if you just want to chat. Link to all of that will be in the description. Anyways, everyone, enjoy the video. Chapter 21. There were two of them now. Naruto lowered his stance, grasping the head cleaver with trembling hands. Blood profusely poured out from his left brow, from the blow to his temple his best friend had given him. The black-haired boy panted, reaching and dragging for every morsel of air to enter his lungs. He was spent. "What have you done to Granny?" he bellowed to the twin monsters hovering high in the air. The black and white scaled dragons rumbled with laughter. The black one looked to the white and tittered in a hauntingly deep voice. He wants to know. She sold us the amulet and left. Naruto stammered, wavering to and from doubt and disbelief. She would never. He stopped as the hulking black dragon placed a clawed hand to his chest and the amulet seeped out of from his scaly chest. The Eye of Yami. The head cleaver fell from Naruto's hands and he collapsed onto his knees. "Granny, why?" The white dragon, a fractured, more serious copy of the black, tutted. "Humans will do anything for money, so it seems. Naruto now felt like his battle with the black dragon had been all for naught. Granny had encouraged him to fight for the sake of the world, for he was the only one that can seal away the dark evil his father had accidentally unleashed, but now she stole the amulet. From him. "I told you, boy," Black Dragon said with a satisfied, raspy exhale, blowing out deadly heat from the corners of his mouth as he spoke. "Humanity is a doomed project. Mass extinction is their only salvation. I was wrong to create such filth. I shall now rectify my mistake, I shall. The two dragons, one a copy another a kami, watched, intrigued, as Naruto clasped his right hand around the handle of the legendary head cleaver, sliding it towards him as he stood up and perched the massive weapon onto his shoulder, having to bend his knees to accommodate the weight of the sharp slab of demon steel and his relatively short stature. Naruto's black hair covered his eyes and his coal black eyes swirled dangerously. He felt a sharp tug in the pit of his gut. Then a sharp yank. Fire welled up within him. "I will not let you, no matter how detestable humans can be, there is still hope." The white clone tutted. "Stubborn this one is, he is. The black kami shook his head and flapped his wings harder, forcing the red clouds in the sky to part to show the pale moon. "I have given you the chance to redeem yourself, to serve by my side and to aid me in forming new life for this wasteland of a universe. I now realize." The dragon's head lowered and his beady yellow eyes burned with disgust. "You are nothing but a waste of Sister Yami's hope. Give it to me," he ordered, gnashing his teeth powerfully and roaring. "Give it to me now." The young man, chosen to be the champion to the slumbering goddess of the underworld and the bearer of her hope for humanity, glared up at the dragon, fearless and vengeful. "Come and get it, you lizard." All of his trails flashed through his head and the heat in his belly turned into a smoldering furnace. Naruto leapt up as the black dragon's long neck curled back. The reptile's wings opened wide and the heavens moaned. A beam of light buzzed out of the moon, whizzing over the dragon's head and zipping towards the lad shooting up towards his scaly adversary. "Lord Naruto." Naruto frowned ever so slightly and grunted, looking up from his novel to the person that had called his name. Kisame Hoshigaki bowed and pointed a few dozen meters forward. "We're almost near the train station." "Ah," Naruto hummed, smoothing out his facial features into a brief smile. He earmarked his page and snapped the book close, stashing the small, thick-back story book into the large sleeves of his ceremonial cloak. "So it seems." Their group had been walking for some miles now, choosing to slow down their speed once they crossed hot water and into the shared territory of the hot water village country and snow country. The leader had been reading one of the few novels he had borrowed from the library. Tale of the Gutsy Shinobi. He patted down the place on his wrist he had pushed the book into, making sure that the seal had swallowed the book completely and didn't leave any lump. The black operatives that had been concealing their presences seemed to come into existence about 20 feet from Naruto on all sides, marching around their masked leader in a cross-cube formation, where Bat and the rest of the Black Ops bodyguards marched in an 8-pointed diamond formation. Kisame and Kushina were in the middle and Naruto was safely nestled in the middle. The only sounds that could be heard was the shuffle of feet on the tarmac road. Snow fell down from the sky, blanketing the surroundings in thin snow but not enough to prevent them from seeing the path ahead. Naruto tilted his head to the side and peered over his shoulder, breaking the silence. "Hey, Kushina, wanna make a bet?" The girl trooping close behind him furrowed her eyebrows at the sudden question, then shrugged. "Sure." Naruto faced front again and spoke to the blue-skinned ninja close in front of him. "What about you, Kisame? You seem like a betting man. Wanna join in?" The shark man scratched his jilled neck and he did a quick mental conversation with his sentient sword on whether or not he should make a bet with the fastest man on the planet. Kisame then answered, reluctant. "Depends. What are we betting on?" Kushina chimed in again. "How many times we're going to be attacked while we're in snow country?" Naruto chuckled at the invisible way the shoulders of his black operatives tensed and the way Commander Bat's ears twitched, turning her head fractionally and keeping an ear on what Naruto was saying to Kisame and Kushina. He was almost tempted to ask his wife, while she was on duty, whether she wanted to get in on the bet as well. Kushina flexed her fingers, anticipating on such attack to happen any second, and Kisame grit his teeth, not liking how terse the air suddenly became. The leader laughed and kept on walking in a leisurely stride, his hands to his sides and the long, wide sleeves hiding his hands to just his fingertips. "Just to make this journey more fun." Kushina cleared her throat. "Well, how many times do you think you'll be attacked?" "We?" Naruto corrected. "And I'll say, 2 times. What about you?" The cautious redhead tried to shed of her rising apprehension at the confidence her uncle had in them being attacked, Black Ops included, being attacked, mirroring the carefree about him. "I'll go for 3. Kisame?" "I'm going with Kushina, 3. "Let me be clear," Naruto said, smiling lightly. "Within snow country borders, while we are here for this mission, and during the duration of 1 week. Direct or indirect attacks?" his niece asked. Naruto waved his hands. "Oh, the other leaders might come at me with verbal attacks and indirect attacks, that one doesn't count. Indirect attacks themselves couldn't really be classified as attacks, just prodding at the patience of the victim. I mean direct attacks, including traps, suicide bombs, bandits, hired killers, bounty hunters, missing ninjas, the leaders and or their subordinates coming themselves, stuff like that. A country such as Snow, and for an event like the first conference of Wealth Nation daimyos, the Snow daimyo was meant to clear the path for the other Wealth Nation daimyos so as to prevent any such attacks that Naruto had spoken of. The meeting was meant to broach peace among the 4 wealthy nations, and as it was the first, then it was doubly important to not allow any little inconvenience reach the invited leaders. For this reason, Bat and her subordinates were bothered by the amount of detail in the bet. "What about poisoning our food?" "For that one, I or Bat will be the primary targets, and I doubt Bat is going to eat anything this country gives her." The commander looked back forward with a muted huff, knowing that what her husband was saying was true. She wasn't going to touch a morsel of food in snow country, but the same courtesy couldn't be extended to Naruto, for at some point he and the other leaders would have to dine together. "Don't worry about me, I'm immune to poisons." "How?" Kisame stammered, almost tripping on his own feet. "It might be because of how long I fought Hanzo way back when, or it could be for another reason." "Which is?" Kushina poked for more intel. Naruto smirked. "I'm wagering 5,000 ryu." This time Kisame did indeed stumble in his step. Kushina outright fell onto her face. 5,000? Naruto hummed, pleased with their reactions. "Shouldn't be too hard for you too, right?" Their shocked reactions were spot on. 5,000 of Dark Country's ryu was a lot of money. It could afford a full weekend stay in the famous Sunagakure Beach Resort and a whole new seasonal wardrobe. The exchange rate of Naruto's country's ryu was very high. It was higher than a great chunk of the continent's few currencies, and it was in such high demand that at some time in the past, Suna and Kiri had adopted the use of Dark Country's ryu in their own economies, which meant that they were now just called ryu among the 3 shinobi settlements. Uzushio was making headway in adopting the currency, and River was sending a delegation to Naruto and his national bank to start the process of introducing the Dark Country ryu to their country. It was similar to what Snow, Kumo and Iwa were doing, where the 3 shinobi settlements used only one currency, which had originally been Snow's. To put it into perspective, the Dark Country ryu was more valuable than Fire Country ryu, and the latter currency was the most common, most used on the continent. It was most likely that when a person in a market somewhere on the continent wanted to buy something and the trader gave the price without providing a specific kind of ryu, simply saying 100 ryu, then it was Fire Country's currency they were referring to. Within Naruto's first 5 years of leading, he had surpassed Suna's currency, Fire Country Ryu, and after another 5 years, Kiri followed suit. Presently they were just passing Uzushio, Fire Country Ryu, and nearing rivers, also Fire Country Ryu. It had taken Naruto and Raza several weeks to reach an agreement on Suna, primarily using Naruto's currency, while not making it look like Naruto's country was annexing Suna, and both leaders reached an agreement. For every exchange of money in the market within Suna, Dark Country had a 5% stake that would be wired to their bank in full at the end of each month, but if Suna was the one trading with darkness, then there was no such stake. In essence, there were millions of Ryu being funneled into the Dark Country National Bank every month from Suna. This wasn't a handicap for Suna, because now that they were using Dark Country Ryu instead of their own, buying and selling outside of their country became much easier and less expensive. The value of Suna's oil, gas and coal shot straight to the top, above swamp oil, above hot water village gas and above Kiri's coal. It was also because of their Ryu that Suna could cancel their loan being taken from darkness and were now in the process of paying back what they had already loaned and spent, which was 7.5 billion Ryu in total. Raza had never been so satisfied with his alliance with Naruto's country. He wore a smile for weeks, hidden under his turban, of course. Kiri took a leaf out of Suna's book and Naruto spent more weeks going back and forth with Kiri's Mizukage at that time, Gengetsu Hozuki. Their agreement was a copy of Suna's with darkness, and the benefits came rolling in soon after. More businesses sprang up in their country, people were building more houses and thus attracting tourists. It was through Dark Country's Ryu that they were gradually recognized as a wealthy nation. There was a constant, gradually increasing demand for their Ryu from non-allies to known dark traders. The buyers would use the currency they wanted and request for Dark Country Ryu as change, or outright ask the traders to change their Ryu to Darkness's own. Even though Fire Country's Ryu was still the most commonly used, Dark Ryu was a precious currency that was growing in popularity. Not many people knew what was going on inside of Naruto's country, but many people could feel the ripple effect of the currency of Naruto's country outside of darkness. Dark Ryu, as at the end of the war, was now the second most valued currency, right behind Snow's. One of the talking points in the meeting, proposed by the Chill leader, would be on how a shinobi like Naruto, who used to be seen as someone that only lived to fight, could take a country like Darkness, which was being torn apart by the Civil War and the Second War simultaneously, bring the country out of the gutter and dart all the way into the wealth nation listing after 22 years, all of which no one outside of their allies knew what was happening inside. It was unfathomable. The 5% coming in from the two great ninja villages every month, the Suna loan being paid back, Darkness's separate investments into Suna's natural resources and the Uzushio Gaku or Fuinjutsu research, the biannual returns from dark and dark-born traders outside of the country, the nice and tidy profit from missions Naruto's ninjas went and succeeded in still maintaining their 99% success rate, and also adding the small cut workers paid from their salary as country tax contributed to why living in Dark Country was so comfortable. There really wasn't any way for anyone to live in poverty in Dark Country. There wasn't much to be dissatisfied about. The people were loyal and obedient to the hierarchy, and even if there were who doubted the leader and his faithful counsel, some which there weren't, it was still hard to fault Naruto. The masked blonde pushed his glasses up his nose as he hid his smirk. Darkness was slowly dominating while maintaining its secrecy. Naruto's shimmering smile radiated as Kisame and Kushina's eyes steeled over. "You're on, Uncle Ruto." Naruto raised his hand for their procession to stop and he turned around, shaking his niece's hand firmly. He turned to Kisame and did the same. "May the best man win," Kisame said with a wide, toothy smirk, and Naruto, closing his eyes and releasing the other man's hand, said to both of them, "I'm feeling lucky." Naruto nodded for them to continue walking. After a few minutes of walking, they could spot the train station a short distance from them, and they also saw a radiant young woman standing in front with a large group of armor-wearing men and women. Koyuki Kazahana, 20 years old, stood at the front of the entrance to the train station. The woman had black hair with bangs swept to both sides of her face and violet blue eyes. She wore a lime green kimono with wispy white swirls of snowy wind designs blowing delicately on the back, white socks that reached her knees, and low-heeled sandals. Her eyes raptly watched the group of people approaching the country, keeping track of the ninjas she had been assigned by her uncle to escort into the country. She purposely overlooked the 8 animal mask-wearing shinobi on the outside of the formation, and honed in on the 3 individuals nestled in their middle. One was a large man with blue skin and unmoving gills on both sides of his neck. He was the one taking point in the middle. This man had black hair that spiked upwards, tied that way by his dark blue hitate. He was as muscular as he was tall. He had 3 sets of curved facial markings under his eyes and coal-black eyes with a white sclera. As he spoke, she could spot the man's shark-like teeth. He was wearing a dark sleeveless shirt and black ninja pants with white bandages winding down and wrapped around his black sandaled feet. This was standard gear for members of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist. In addition to all that, he was wearing a black and white dark country jounin vest. There was also the ominously lifeless bundle of bandages on his back. She didn't need to be a censor to feel the amount of bloodlust curling out from the tall shark man. Even as he suppressed it, she still felt a small chill on her spine. The person at the inside back of the formation was red-haired woman about her age. Her hair was straight, long and untangled, falling down her shoulders to her lower back but tied up as a ponytail, leaving just 2 fang-like bangs to fall down each side of her face to her chin. The redhead wore only dark purple lipstick that complemented her deep, enticing purple eyes and her pale skin. She wore a short-sleeved black shirt, black shorts that reached her knees and red ninja-grade tights with blue shinobi sandals. The kunoichi had lean, tight muscles, which could easily be mistaken for no muscles if she was to wear civilian garb. Koyuki wasn't deceived. She knew the lithe Uzumaki woman, though carrying herself with a bounce in her step and glittering eyes after the person she was directly behind, could crush heads with one hand. The red-haired tomboy had a single sword strapped to her back. Koyuki noticed the glow of adoration the 2 ninjas had for the man in their middle. The redhead's admiration was more pronounced and Kisame's was toned down to a perpetual bow if he so much as looked over his shoulder to the man walking behind him. Koyuki had read about both jounin dark ninjas. They had their own individual entries in a few bingo books, so they were fairly infamous. The Red Reaper, Kushina Uzumaki. The Sea Monster of Dark Country, Kisame Hoshigaki. The last person Koyuki's violet blue eyes looked at was one of the most feared, most respected and most dreaded person on the planet. The Ghost, Naruto. Also known as the leader of Dark Country, who walked right in the middle of his security detail. The man had a hair of wild blonde hair, tucked under his white and black wide-brimmed hat. There was a plain black half mask over his lower face and he wore a white ceremonial robe that had bubbling black mist designs at the bottom of his robes reaching his knees and on his sleeves reaching his elbows. If he turned around, she suspected that on his back would be the kanji for darkness, much like how the kanji was on the tip of the leader's hat perched on his head. Naruto had serene sky blue eyes and a calm, kind disposition about him. There was also a distinct warmth about him, one that eased her hidden nerves and soothed her festering rage against her murderous uncle. It reminded her of her father. Koyuki closed her eyes and centered herself once again as the procession reached her. The prototype chakra armor-wearing ninjas behind her, 20 in total, snapped into attention and saluted to the newly arrived leader. The black guards at the front parted slightly for Naruto to slide past Kisame and enter the front to stand directly in front of the black-haired woman specifically charged to welcome him into the country. Koyuki stood at the front of the rigid snow ninjas, before the dark leader, and bent forward, bowing deeply with her eyes respectfully lowered. Lord Naruto of Dark Country, my name is Koyuki Kazahana and I was sent here by Lord Doton to escort you into the country. The cold expression of her face seemed to irk Kushina and the Uzumaki silently narrowed her eyes. Koyuki straightened up and forced herself not to allow the serene gaze of the blue eyes leader to throw off her stoic expression. I had thought you would come in a carriage, Lord Naruto. I hope the journey was not too stressful for you. She bowed again after her polite inquiry, this time only slightly. Oh no, fresh air, cool breeze and good company is much better than being cramped in a carriage, don't you think? The leader answered. So you say, Lord Naruto, but the weather is not so favorable here. Naruto smirked. We're used to the cold. Of course, Lord Naruto. Now, she turned and motioned to the entrance of the purposefully vacant train station. If you'll follow me, I will take you to Lord Doton. Naruto gestured to her. If you don't mind. The snow soldiers pushed open the doors for Koyuki and Naruto to enter. Kushina, Kisame and the other guards flooded inside quickly. That particular train station was devoid of other life because the snow daimyo had ordered his people and any visitors to not go there, for the leader of darkness to not be stressed by their presence. The same could be said about the road Naruto and his guards used to travel on once they entered the shared territory between snow and hot water. Kazahana ha. Naruto wondered aloud, striding beside the woman towards the awaiting train. The steam locomotive was a masterpiece of gleaming silver and gold metal. The woman looked at him from the corner of her eyes. Her face was neutral. I've heard that name before. I'm an actress. Naruto snapped his fingers and pointed at her. Yes, you do theater plays, right? She nodded. I read about you in the newspaper some days ago. It said you started acting on television recently. Princess Gale, or something like that. That is, correct. She answered. A curiously raised eyebrow broke through her expressionless face. Have you not seen any of my movies? No, I prefer reading. He answered her honestly. I mostly watch movies with the missus from time to time. Koyuki coughed into her fist, affronted that he hadn't seen any of her relatively few movies and relieved that for a change she wasn't being fawned over for being a rising star actress. Scores of people were throwing themselves at her feet irrespective of their marital status. She even had a growing fan base in Fire Country. Her offense at not being easily recognized by a figure as influential as Naruto took over, and she asked, out of curiosity whilst maintaining a stony face. What kind of movies do you and the missus watch, Lord Naruto? The man easily ignored the shaded, unheard snarkiness in her tone. Horror, thriller, mystery, anything heart-pumping. Bat felt a smile inch up her masked face. Romance movies just aren't for us, Lady Koyuki. Koyuki sniffed, yet another thing the man beside her had wriggled up from her cold facade. I don't find that surprising. A man of your gruesome past might not know what romance is. The missus might not even have a say in what to like or dislike in your household. Naruto chuckled and lifted his hand, stilling Bat as the commander looked over her shoulder to Koyuki with a dark, soul-chilling glare. There was no physical change in the Black Ops, but Naruto could sense the rising heat bubbling inside them. Kisame grit his teeth and Kushina clenched her fists, cracking her knuckles as her lips twitched down. The actresses tipped her chin up at the sudden drop in the temperature. I was merely voicing an opinion, she said with a small stammer, clearing her throat and ensuring her steps didn't falter. Naruto's head snapped around and he narrowed his eyes at Kushina, making sure the red-haired woman didn't voice the insult burning on the tip of her tongue. Well, Lady Koyuki, that opinion was somewhat offensive. Naruto tutted and pushed his glasses up his nose, walking onto the train. I could have poked at how Princess Gale is a stereotypical damsel in distress, or how more than half of your appearances on the theater is to act as a princess of some sort marrying the most unlikely of peasants out of love despite your parents disagreeing and antagonizing the union. It all ends happily ever after, the end. I could have also made fun of how you insulting my household, me and my wife's preference in films, and saying that my gruesome past makes me a domineering person is a reflection of how your uncle murdered your father just so he can take the throne, thereby giving you a gruesome past and a pitiable present because you don't have a reasonable, effective say in anything. But I didn't say that, Naruto said with an uncaring shrug, turning around as they stopped before a private room in the train, looking to the silently glaring woman. Did I? Kushina snickered into her hand and Kisame screwed his lips to the side, stifling his laughter. Koyuki's coldly stared at the man. Her father's murder wasn't a close-kept secret. It was one of those things no one wanted to talk about, mainly because Doton was a powerful daimyo and Snow was the first, wealthiest nation on the continent. It wasn't exactly news to know that Doton was a cold, ruthless and calculating man who wore a mask of pleasant and genial warmth. The man could easily kill his brother by his own hands, as he would order his soldiers to assassinate a village in his country under the vague suspicion of them planning to overthrow him. Doton might have an ulterior motive for arranging the meeting. Naruto hummed with a smile as he suspected he had hit the nail on the head and effectively destabilized the actress. Koyuki degrading him, Sueki and his household was meant to incite him and affect his mood throughout until the meeting of the other wealth nation daimyos, where Naruto would take out his inability to answer to what Koyuki thought was the truth on his fellow country leaders. The meeting would erupt, no agreements would be reached and the continent would be severely stunted as the mutual neutrality the fourth wealthy nations enjoyed would tip towards open antagonism. Koyuki must have been told numerous times that her beauty and her words could make even the most boisterous man mute. The woman's first failure in thinking that her shaded words would get to Naruto. Her second failure was thinking Naruto wouldn't reply in kind. Her last failure was in thinking that Naruto gave a rat's ass of what she thought about him, his wife, his house or even his country. The actress could think all she wanted that her cold and stony facade and her subtle, stinging words would touch a nerve and make the meeting of the leaders fall in on itself, but that wasn't true. Naruto could read her like a book. Anyone else might have fallen prey to the obvious for him prod at their temper, but Naruto had spent years before returning to darkness reading situations and studying people. The reason then was to know the best way to kill them, frame them for a crime or to craft plans on the battlefield. Emotions on the field were something Naruto didn't feel. Now that Naruto was the leader of a whole country, He used those skills to read people so as to dissolve a situation or properly address it. The real question on Naruto's mind, as he maintained eye contact with the stoic actress, was her reason for wanting to extinguish the meeting that would aid in preserving long-term peace on the continent. Her uncle, the daimyo, certainly wasn't the one that sent her. Doton had lost too many ninjas in the war to want it to continue. Was it to spite her uncle for killing her father? To ruin the Snow Daimyo's search for peace on the continent by ruining the first conference of wealth nation daimyos set up by Doton himself? Destroy what her uncle had so painstakingly done in revenge for what he had taken from her? Then there would be continued collateral damage, right? Naruto cocked his head to the side and his eyes bored deep into Koyuki's soul, pushing aside the cold exterior and finding the whimpering child within her, the one that wanted to avenge her father but was too weak to do so by herself. He glanced down to her hands and saw the small calluses on her palms, meaning she had been working with a weapon recently, and he picked up there was a nick on her palm, an injury only an inexperienced weapon user could sustain. It looked new too. Her body type and the fact that there were less calluses on her left hand than her right told him that the weapon was a single dagger. The leader of darkness didn't need to have his assassination techniques to pick up those minute details. Naruto was just good at observing, keeping a cool head and acting decisively. He had to hand it to her, at the very least, out of the rest of the leaders she tried to manipulate it was him. Maybe she thought he was as bloodthirsty as most ghost stories portrayed him as, and so he wouldn't think twice to burn the meeting to hell, or maybe she assumed Naruto gave a damn. He didn't. For all of that, it took the masked blonde 5 short seconds to analyze, unknown to his security detail and the armor-wearing snow shinobi around. He asked, throwing Koyuki off even more than he already had. Does this room have a TV? No. Ah, too bad. He reached into his sleeve and pulled out the novel he had been reading before, The Tale of the Gutsy Shinobi. This'll have to do for now. The woman sniffed petulantly and pointed at the door behind Naruto. This would be your private room until we reach Light City. 3 black ninjas from Team 12 rushed into the room and swept the place down for bugs and traps, finding none. We will be there in an hour, 30 minutes. Lunch will be here in 10 minutes. Please, make yourself comfortable. Naruto nodded to her in genuine appreciation. Thank you. Koyuki wordlessly swept around and went somewhere else on the train, probably her own private room to blow off some steam. Her soldiers followed her, casting baleful looks to the leader. The blonde watched them go, his fists on his hips and a slight smile on his masked face. Nice girl, that one. Kushina scoffed and entered the room, perching herself on a seat. She clearly wanted you to bow to her, uncle. Naruto entered the room as the Black Ops vanished from sight but not from detection, positioning themselves outside of the room in different places. Kisame, staying in visible sight, stood outside of the door and closed it as soon as Naruto sat down. The blonde leader chose not to comment on the thumb-up bat sent Kushina before the older Kunoichi went to her position. Kisame and I will take turns staying in her. I've got the first 45 minutes. The leader sat down neatly, making sure not to rumple or crinkle his ceremonial robe, flicked his right hand in front of him and craned his down slightly to read his novel. Kushina fidgeted in her seat, shakily unstrapping her sheathed katana from her back and placing it on the seat. The quiet redhead drummed her fingers on her knees, using her right pointer finger to scratch her cheek and humming, casually throwing her eyes about the private compartment. Naruto's blue eyes peered up from his book and he raised an eyebrow. What's up? The Uzumaki played with the ends of her black shorts, lowering her head and peeking up at her uncle through her bangs. I was wondering? Yes? Can I sit next to you? The blonde rolled his eyes and shrugged, dipping his eyes back to his book. Sure. Kushina leapt out of her place across from him and plopped down next to Naruto. The man didn't show any visible reaction and Kushina took this as a good thing, pursing her purple-painted lips and nonchalantly tucking a stray strand of her red hair over her ear. She shifted a little closer to Naruto and the man didn't seem to notice. Kushina fist mentally pumped herself at the small achievement, pushing all the explosive happiness deep down into the bottom of her gut, making sure her quivering smile wasn't too wide. Kushina scooted closer again and Naruto turned another page of his book. She shuffled closer, almost close enough for their thighs to touch, and Naruto briefly looked sideways, then went back to reading. She hopped to the side and placed her hands on her burning cheeks as their thighs rubbed together. Ah, Kushina? She shook off the haze floating about in her head and muttered. Yes? Naruto's neck turned to the darkly blushing redhead. Are you feeling all right? You're a little close. You don't like it? she asked hesitantly, and Naruto slowly earmarked his place in the novel and placed it down onto his knee. After he and Sueki had their first night together as a couple, Naruto became a little more perceptive of when a person was infatuated with him. Amara Chue Inku and Nanako Hogo first jumped out to him when he had spoken to them. He noticed the peculiar way they addressed him, their body language around him, and their sharp change in their manners once he entered the room. There wasn't utter lust or perverse desire swimming in their eyes or their actions, but real, sincere love. He wasn't sure why. Soon after realizing that a good chunk of his people like him that way, he took notice of Kushina's attitude. Her mother said that she was a whirlwind of red energy, a boyish girl, a loud mouth, and a glutton. Tamaki Uzumaki, Kushina's mother, also told Naruto that the very first day she had worn a fancy dress was when Naruto had first visited Uzoshio. Naruto chalked it up to a childish crush. He didn't want to call it hero worship because that sounded insulting. Most children around her age held that sort of crush for him. Naruto waved it off and told himself it would pass as she grew older. Kushina became more comfortable around her, bringing out her real character traits like being a loud-mouthed tomboy that loved food. Her infatuation stayed as she got older, and dare say she was more open with it. He would have to blind and deaf to not know. When she was 15 and came out as a lesbian, Naruto purposely chose to forget that Kushina ever had a crush on him and treat her as he always had treated her. She still crushed on him. Naruto resigned himself that since she bore those feelings since she had first heard his story, that liking Naruto as more than an uncle figure was something she couldn't so easily discard. It wasn't that Naruto didn't want to like Kushina that way, even if she referred to him as her uncle and she his niece for 15 years now. The blonde man wanted to respect Kushina's sexual preferences and not push himself on her. Kushina was a good girl. Putting her in a situation that was uncomfortable for her was something he wanted to avoid, but now that she was at the peak of her infatuation, he wanted her to speak her feelings. Put it all out there. After doing so, she would look into herself and see if she still wanted to go further. Naruto slipped his book into his sleeve and fully looked at her. Kushina. The woman jumped as she noticed he was giving her his whole attention. Uncle? What's wrong? Her lips wobbled in embarrassment and the blush spread over her nose increased, turning her whole face red. I don't know. She stopped as Naruto looked at her factedly, non-verbally telling her that there was definitely something she wanted to say. You. The man slowly smiled, a light, airy expression that eased the tension out of Kushina's pores, lowering her shoulders and forcing a frustrated exhale from her lips. Uncle, I. Her fist clenched the ends of her shorts and she bent her head forward, closing her eyes tightly and gritting her teeth, bracing herself for disappointment. Uncle, I love you. Naruto remained patiently silent, wanting her to get everything out of her system. The warmth ebbing from him eased more words from Kushina. I've always loved you, uncle, she continued, her head lowered in submission, fearing that if she looked up she would see the disapproval in her uncle's eyes. Ever since my mama first told me about you, and how amazing you were. Uncle, I liked you so much. At first, when I was a kid and mama told me ghost stories, I liked you as the ghost, Dada Bane, she laughed quietly, pitying the poor, desperate image she was portraying to her idol. Now and back then. But then I got to live with you, and with Auntie Sue, and you stopped being the ghost. You were just. She looked up at him for the shortest of moments, tears swimming in her purple orbs and her fingers painfully closed around the ends of her shorts. Her chest tightened as she saw the friendly smile being directed at her, bowing her head down again. You became my Uncle Rudo, Dada Bane. The blonde man still didn't speak. You became my super cool, super awesome, super supportive uncle, and I liked you even more. Her right hand gripped her chest and she felt a tear drop onto her knee. Then I started liking you even more. I started having all these complicated feelings. I like, but I still like you. I think I fell in love with you, completely, when you didn't judge me for. Naruto blinked and his smile became lopsided. Uncle, I can't get rid of these feelings. I've tried. I tried my hardest to stop loving you, that way, but, she looked up at him, the tears were now freely falling down her pale cheeks, her purple eyes quivering and searching his for even a sliver of disgust. It didn't work. Nothing's worked. I can't hold back these feelings for you anymore. I need to tell you how I feel, Dada Bane. She ducked back down and mumbled sadly, already regretting all the words she had just said. You must be disgusted of me, uncle. The man sighed with a quiet laugh and gently threw his left arm over her shoulder, bringing her in for a side hug. The shaking woman instinctively wrapped her arms around his midsection and pressed her face into his chest, having to fully slide onto his lap and sit sideways to do so. She closed her eyes and absorbed as much heat from her idol as possible, trying to control her breathing. The man chuckled at how much she looked like her younger self at that moment, when she had first started living with him and Sueki, insecure, unsure of each step she took and shy. Kushina too felt like a child, sitting on his lap and fighting for his warmth. "You kept all of this bottled up in you, Nana," Naruto said in a low voice. "Why didn't you tell me sooner?" The girl pouted and nestled her head under his chin. "You're married. You're happy and Annie is happy," she said in a subdued tone. "I didn't want to be a home wrecker." "What changed?" "Auntie Sue said," she said. Here Kushina blushed harder than she ever had in her life. Naruto felt sorry for his tomboyish niece. She said, it was okay and that I should shoot my shot. A larger-than-life, shaking smile slid up the flushed woman's face and her hands tightened around him as her uncle's head fell back into a rumbling laugh. Yes, that did sound like something his wife would say, he thought and wiped a stray tear from his right eye. She said we can, share you. A large sweat drop slid down the side of Naruto's face as he laughed. She said that, huh? MHMM. The feeling of being hated for bearing those feelings gradually left her, but the insecurity remained. If you don't mind, can we try and be AAA couple, just for this week, while we're in snow? She sat up and looked at him in his eyes. There was a slight red at the corners of her eyes from her previous crying. She hastily wiped her cheeks with the back of her hand and returned them around Naruto's midsection, fearing that any longer and he would lose him. If you don't like me that way after this week, then we can go back home to darkness and an and we can forget about this whole thing. Naruto placed a hand on Kushina's head and he slowly ran it through her hair, soothingly rubbing the back of her head and eliciting a satisfied purr from his niece. She cozied up close to him with a content smile, awaiting his answer. And an answer he provided. "All right, let's try it." A wave of joy rushed into Kushina and her body finally loosened for the wound-up tension, relaxing into her uncle's chest. Finally. She'd confessed and she wasn't shot down. She giggled, pleased. She swore to herself to put her whole heart and soul into that week with her long-time crush. If not, then she would at least still have her memories. Ooh. At that same time. The Ladies' Royal Garden. The Fire Daimyo's Palace. Fire Country Capital. Fire Country. Lady Wakono, Daimyo of Fire Country, lifted her cup of tea to her lips and sipped daintily, setting it back down onto the saucer. She in an intricately, delicately carved open-walled tea house, sitting on a seat instead of kneeling on a cushion and clothed in a casual red and white kimono, one that was free and unrestrictive though did not hide the amount of power she had in the country. Her two attendants stood outside of the tea house, and dozens of her guards, samurai and ninja alike, patrolled up and down the illustrious garden, where flowers and foliage of all kinds and colors bloomed in controlled coordination. Some gardeners were at work, sprinkling water onto the bushes and shearing off the excesses. Mornings like this were Wakano's precious time. She had the opportunity to sit in this sweetly smelling place, look out the symphony of color and enjoy a fresh cup of green tea and a few pieces of toast. The immaculately beautiful Fire Lady exhaled with a small smile. A maid rushed up the walkway and skidded onto her knees before her mistress. Wakono frowned and said, "What is it?" "My Lady Wakono, I am sorry to disturb you during this time," the maid began, and the daimyo waved off the apology, sipping her tea and motioning for the older woman to speak. "Master Minato is here. He seeks your audience." Wakono hummed as she dropped the cup back onto the small saucer, dabbing at her cheeks with an embroidered white handkerchief. "Send him in." The maid walked back with quick, clipped steps, and 2 minutes later, Minato was escorted into the garden and to the tea house by a different maid. This one looked younger than the one that had first come but bore familial resemblance to her. The blue-eyed man still had his jounin vest casually thrown open, intentionally looking disheveled. Wakono swept her eyes over the man's form, then she smirked and snapped her fingers. A chair was placed across from the tea table and the daimyo flicked her wrist to Minato. The shinobi sat down on the seat and silently looked at her. A deadly smirk cracked onto her tan face and her eyes darkened dangerously. "Is this really how you should present yourself before your daimyo, Namikaze?" "I'm not in the mood, Wakono," Minato said, looking down at his clothes. "I should have you executed for the causal way you are addressing me," she said frostily as she sipped her tea, pushing a cup of tea towards the blonde across from her. "But I'm a merciful mistress, I shall overlook your manners for today." She frowned when all she got was a subdued nod. "You're not your usual self today." My words would have gotten at least some sort of snarky response from you. Minato looked at his cup of green tea and he frowned at his reflection. "The truth, the real truth, I encountered it." "Oh?" "Wei Kono," Minato said and meshed his fingers together before him, saying in a serious voice. "I would like to see my collection." The woman paused mid-sip, peering at the man across from her. She slowly dropped her cup, her eyebrows furrowed as she saw nothing in his eyes, merely a soulless, empty, hollow gaze of a vacant corpse. Goosebumps rose up on her sleeved forearms and she frowned, saying in a less formal, more concerned voice. "This look in your eyes, what are you planning, Namikaze?" The Namikaze shook his head a little and looked outside of the garden, to the calming rose bushes, the tranquil tulips, and the clinically organized harmony of colors. "I'm not sure, yet." He looked at her and she was taken aback by the betrayal glazed over his normally jovial blue orbs. "But I'm going to do something crazy." Wei Kono coughed into her fist, hiding her discomfort at the drastic change in Minato's attitude, more so than the many times he frequented her palace when he was meant to be stationed and chill. She stood up and straightened the front of her casual kimono. "Come then, I shall show you to your collection myself." Minato's eyebrows furrowed lightly and he looked up. "Is that really okay? Are you done with breakfast?" "Oh, no need to worry, Namikaze, I too would like to see your vault." She moved around the table and extended a hand down to the sullen man, smiling haughtily. The man looked at the offered hand and reluctantly took it. Wei Kono yanked him out of his seat and they walked out of the tea house. "Going through your vault has been one of my favorite pastimes, Namikaze." Chapter 22. Lady Wakano's Underground Catacombs. Under the Fire Lord's Palace. Fire Capital. Usurping the last Fire Lord had not been an easy affair. The revolution of the people in the country was in full swing and the capital was destabilized by the number of people from all parts of the country, from all walks of life, trooping to the palace gates and roaring for a change in government. The loyalists to the Fire Lord as at that time were less in number but more specialized than those that wanted a change. The guards of the palace supported Wei Kono to ascend the throne, once they had tracked her down and implored her nanny to allow her to face her destiny, but there were a number of gangs that were profiting from the daimyo and his family, that would severely lose power if someone with a clean slate like Wei Kono came in to rule the country. The gangs, two in number, the Crystal Satchel and the Bonfire Yakuza, spared no expenses in ensuring the palace where the daimyo and his family stayed was not overrun by the citizens. It was a period in time that the Wall country was in turmoil. The youngest male born of the family, a peace-loving monk, had died whilst praying and the royal family were losing legitimacy at a staggering pace. The people recalled a last-born that had been smuggled out of the palace when she was at the age of 4, and was just about 12 or so when the revolution was at its peak. Wei Kono stepped up to the sound of her people calling, but the fact remained that even though she had more supporters at her side of the battle, the other side, the daimyos, had the backing of stronger fighters. So she went to Konoha to implore for their support. Wei Kono discovered that the Sandaime had little faith in her and that he was unwilling to spare any ninjas for the cause, not wanting to mention that he had history with the present daimyo. He phrased it this way: Konoha will remain neutral and will develop with any change in the situation. Bullshit, was Wakano's thoughts. He didn't want to take sides, and in case she was the one that ended up claiming the throne, then he would dutifully kiss up to her. As she stormed out of the office, she bumped into Jiraiya, who was well aware of the situation in the country but was more concerned with building his spy network. He and his student, Minato, were entering the Hokage's office to request for an A-rank mission. Minato noticed how distressed Wei Kono was, not recognizing her, and asked her how he could help. Wei Kono told Minato her search for help in the village to overthrow her corrupt family, out of earshot from the Hokage and Jiraiya, who had gone right on into the Hokage's office, thinking Minato was with him. Minato was a 15-year-old chunin and a full-time student of the Toad Sage at that time. The riots in the capital and around the country weren't quiet in any way, and Minato knew how corrupt the royal family was, so he secretly lent Wei Kono his support under the assurance that no one would ever find out of his input. He had even gone out of his way to wear a mask, different clothing, and use a different fighting style he was normally used to. Once Wei Kono ascended the throne successfully at the age of 12, in the privacy of her private chambers and in the presence of no one but the two of them, she bestowed 2 royal favors to the man she thought of as her brother-in-arms. Minato spent the first one. He requested to be in Wakano's confidence, that she confide in him in any problem. That favor could easily be done, for her first inclination was to trust the blue-eyed blonde teen that had helped usurp her family from the throne. Wei Kono could admit that she was a pompous, entitled girl, that her pride could fill the whole palace and that she dealt with matters mercilessly though justly, but Minato knew deep down that she meant well. Kono would never intentionally hurt her people if she could prevent it, and Minato was well aware of the truth that resided in her heart, even though they had only spent a few days together overthrowing the daimyo. So, she trusted him. For the next favor, Minato requested he hold on to that one until he needed it. Somewhere in the back of Wakano's mind, she was afraid that the royal favor would be perverse and involve the blonde doing illicit, immoral things to her, but when she remembered the sincerity Minato had displayed in those few days and that he had placed his career as a shinobi on the line just to help her, purposefully defying the Hokage without his knowledge, she suspected that her new friend would do no such thing. Maybe some time after they met, she had harbored feelings for the likable seal master, but she had been forced to discard them when she was confronted with many truths. Her father and her family had left the country in a state of disarray, the gangs were running wild, the council was as rotten as her family, and lastly, Minato clearly held feelings for another person. He might have tried to hide it, but Kono, as young as she was, knew. She agreed to hold on to the royal favor until he was ready to use it, no matter how long. No one knew of Minato's friendship with the young lady daimyo. Whilst she kept Minato in her confidence, the Sandaime Hokage urgently arrived in the capital to offer his and Konoha's services to her, predictably kissing her ass to atone for not aiding in the rebellion. The daimyo had retaliated in kind by having the funding going to the hidden village and increased the biannual tax on Konoha returning back to the Fire Country treasury. Kono didn't bother giving Hiruzen Sarutobi the same bullshit reason back to him, she just said it, "I don't like you and your presence annoys me. I'll be cutting your funding, don't come to the palace again unless you're invited." Her guards escorted the third out of the palace. He didn't look too pleased with that. The Third Great War was sparked when she was 14 and 5 years later she had heard from her sources in Konoha that Minato was being sent to the Konoha warfront in Chill. She had been only a day too late to send him a letter, wishing to see him before he left the village for his post, but the news had gotten to her a day too late. For the next few, Kono held unease in her heart at Minato's condition while on duty. She had been unable to send letters to Chill because the condition of the weather in the village, and the Sandaime had tactfully refused to give her a walkie-talkie that would directly link her to the advance guard in Chill, saying that he didn't have it. She knew very well he did. It was 3 months before she heard from Minato again, though it was him that came to her in person via Hirashin seal tag somewhere outside of Konoha. She didn't bother asking him to explain what that even meant, for seals and ninjutsu were subject that always confused her, she was just so happy to see that he was alive. Though, she expressed her delight in the one way she knew best, breaking her knuckles in his face with one good punch. Minato was dull-eyed and quiet, he had an empty gaze in his eyes and a tired limp in his step. He told he wanted to cash in his second royal favor, he wanted a secured, secret vault under her protection. It was a strange request, but who was she to question it? She had an underground network of tombs and vaults underneath the palace, of which a few were unoccupied. He stressed on the privacy and the security of the vault and that this single accomplished favor would stand until the end of time, meaning whether or not the interior of the vault was preserved, he wanted that safe area only allocated to him. Ever so gradually, about twice a week or so, Minato appeared in her personal chambers using a seal tag he had tattooed on the floor underneath her carpet she still didn't understand, and he would request she either place the item in the vault for him while he rushed back to Chill, or he would ask her to lead him to the vault for him to place those items inside himself. The former request for her to put the item in his safe room for him was for valuable gold coins, some stacks of ryu, precious and rare gems, expensive jewels, weapons, Ningen Tai Ken Funjutsu scrolls, articles of clothing, body armor and DNA samples. Cryptically enough, the soulless blonde man told her that in his search for the truth, he would encounter such treasures, and when they had become too much for him to carry in his seals, he came to her to ask if she could leave them in his vault. Kono was amazed. The vast and diverse number of those sort of items she asked her to keep for him, heaping them up in the middle of her room and bowing, disappearing once again when he was done, baffled her. This meant that Minato had traveled all over the continent in his search for the truth, encountering or stealing these marvelous items. Of course, Kono did not have the strength to lug all of those things back and forth to the underground vault, and she certainly didn't know how to seal them away to carry over there, so she set apart 5 soldiers whose primary function was to carry those items for her, sworn to secrecy, and would be executed on the spot if they were found to be stealing Minato's treasure. Luckily for them, they were wise enough not to push the lady daimyo. The latter kind of items he had in the vault, the one where he would ask her to take him to his vault, were handwritten letters, many diaries, many scrolls he had written himself, and many notepads. For those items, He begged her to not look into, as he stashed them away on tall, expensive-looking shelves or in ornate cabinets, both of which she purchased with Wakono money. As Minato's friend, she respected his privacy and kept away from that part of the vault. Wakono joyously dived through the rest of Minato's collection, taking time out from her day to survey around and organize his glimmering assortment of treasures, loot and bounties. Like she said before, one of her favorite pastimes was going through Minato's collection. Wakono had waved for her guards to not follow her and Minato into the catacombs, so the duo were traveling down winding stairs, past areas that branched out from the stairs to other sections of the meticulously designed network of underground rooms, until they got to the very bottom of the stairs and walked forward to the far end of the passageway to a normal-sized door made out of solid steel and gold trimmings on the edge. The door knob was a fat ruby, which Minato grasped. The seals he had drawn on the door and the knob glowed as they recognized his fingerprints, and a small circle opened on the door, about the same height as the tall blonde. Minato stood closer, his hand still on the red knob, and he closed his left eye, pushing his head forward a bit and waiting. A seal inside the eyehole projected a beam of clear white light, an untouchable manifestation of Minato's chakra, and confirmed that it was indeed the owner of the vault standing there. Wakono bit her bottom lip in anticipation. Minato turned the knob and pushed the door open. The room was big. The room inside was hewn out of solid rock and reinforced with steel beams, like every room, but unlike most rooms, this vault had a coating of light blue paint on the walls and navy blue tiles. Minato hummed, and Wakono, noticing the small glint of interest in the design, said with a deriding scoff, "I had some free time last week." The man exhaled and turned to her. "Thank you for doing this, Wakono." The teen closed her eyes and humphed. "It is what I owe you, is it not?" Minato did not reply, only looking back to his vast collection of items. Taking the result of 10 months of untiring search in. There were 2 black painted cabinets wedged in the right corner of the end of the room, filled to the brim with Minato's handwritten research and answered questions, his diaries, his letters to Mikado, loose sheets of paper from him and dozens of scribbled in notepads. There was a chest next to one of the cabinets, which was about half of Minato's height, that he suspected had all the jewelry arranged inside, and another chest next to that one that had precious gems, maxing out the storage capacity of each chest but still managed to be locked tightly. Another chest had Minato's gold coins. The Fire and Snow Country Ryu notes Minato had stolen from various places were wrapped in bundles of 100 Ryu notes and organized atop one of the cabinets housing his writings. He hadn't truly counted how much he had stolen, but Wakono leaned into him, having to stand on her toes a little, and whispered, 2 million Ryu and change. You would think that someone with that much money would at least feed himself. But Wakono had to forcefully stuff biscuits into Minato's mouth whenever he wanted to drop off a handwritten document. There were wardrobes of the fine clothes Minato had gotten, some shinobi wear and other civilian garb. Most could be sold for more than a few pieces of gold, not to talk of Ryu. There was an entire wall carved out of the vault at the far back that Wakono contained all of the books, scrolls and documents Minato had acquired over the months, the aforementioned jutsu scrolls, thick-back books and a vast assortment of documents that confirmed his doubts. Then his eyes went to the other treasures he had stumbled upon or stolen during his secret research trips around the continent. To one side, Mannequin proudly stood wearing a complete suit of crimson-red samurai armor, complete with a horned helmet, a sheathed katana that was thoroughly rusted due to being immersed in water for what he could guess were hundreds of years, and a wakizashi, the short-range, short-bladed backup weapon of a samurai, also sheathed on the same side as the katana and rusted through as well. The katana, short blade and the armor could be fully restored if given to the right weapon maker and at the right price. On the same side were the skulls of a few curious-looking animals, a tattered sackcloth rucksack that exuded black light in its immediate vicinity. There was a strange-looking dog collar, black collar and 3 silver metal chains coming out from the collar. Once lost weapons, from the same bow staff an unknown war general used thousands of years ago, to a long bow and arrow quiver that dated a handful of years ago, to even a set of 10 daggers that he recalled, from the person he had stolen it from, used to be owned by a 10-armed giant that had once terrorized hidden salt water. Not only were there weapons, but there were also scrolls and scrolls of stored chakra Minato had thought would be useful at some point in the future, like Tsunade Senju's chakra. Minato began his trek into his large collection. He ignored 2 summoning contracts, both seated on different marble pedestals. He ignored one ominously silent weapon that was in the grasp of a single, clean white, dismembered skeleton hand. He had gotten the weapon from the Valley of End, after following a gut feeling and swimming down to the bottom of the lake, dug through several inches of heavy sand and silt. It was the fabled weapon Madara Uchiha had used when he was alive, and used last before he died. Made from the metal of a fallen star and, supposedly, crafted by a wolf demon, Minato's eyes didn't once linger on Madara's infamous gunbai. The blue-eyed seal master ignored the Shadaime Mizukage's dull broadsword, not listening to the sentient creature as it mutely whimpered for him to return it to the place he had stolen it from. It had nearly cost him his life to acquire that last one from the cliffside cottage of the first Mizukage, which was a popularly visited monument in the village. He ignored all of this and walked up to the wall on the left side of the vault and looked up at the sheathed sword hanging there, among the handful of others. This one wasn't the most attention-grabbing of the ones hanging on the wall, with a simple black sheath and a plain white handle with one lightning strike curling down from the end to the circular guard of the katana. Minato raised his hands and pulled off the Nidaime Hokage's lost katana. Raijin no Ken, Sword of the Thunder God. He held the sheath with his left hand and grabbed onto the handle with his right, his knuckles whitening as he did so. A surge of electrical energy flooded his system, but he suppressed it, shoving the lightning affinity chakra back into the sword. Minato pulled the sword out slightly with a heart-shuddering shing. His blue eyes reflected off the gleaming blade, then the silver steel sparked and turned yellow, humming with bright yellow electric energy as it sensed that the person holding it possessed potent chakra. He stared at the half-unsheathed, fully activated blade for half a minute, his lips turned down in a frown and his blue eyes spinning ever so slowly, the yellow lightning coating the blade. Minato's and the chakra locked inside the sword receded back into the handle and back into Minato's hand, before he summarily sheathed it with a satisfied click. The humming sound died and the room was delved into a solemn silence. "I'll be taking this," he said to the young lady that had doggedly followed behind him. He faced her and said, "For now." Wakano's lips were in a straight line and she nodded tersely, holding the hollow gaze of the man before her. This whole vault would later on be considered to be the most expensive collection of history, knowledge and human culture, and the documentation of the author's gradual decline into the realm of hushed insanity. Many years into the future, Minato's vault, as it would be called once the place was uncovered, would come in the possession of a man from Hot Springs Village, though the acquisition would be sold a week later by the man's son when his father killed his wife and their last-born child, claiming to be under the possession of an evil entity that had come from the underground library in his ownership. The man's son would say that the vault was being haunted by a demonic, vengeful, malevolent thing. Minato's vault would pass from one owner to the other, the former owner either dying a tragic, horrible death or murdering his family in cold blood, until it finally ended up in the hands of Sayako Suzumabachi and Hayato Kuma, direct descendant of Ginkgo Suzumabachi and Black Operative Panda respectively, who would carve out Minato's vault from the present place it was and relocate it to Mito's grassland in Dark Country. It would remain there in Dark Country. Minato's vault was considered the most haunted place on the planet. It would be a popular tourist attraction, where visitors were strictly forbidden from touching anything. For that moment, the only knew of the existence of Minato's vault was the Lady Daimyo and Minato himself. The blonde seal master moved past his friend, Tobirama's sword clenched in his left hand, and walked with clipped steps to the door. Wakono hastily followed, blindly closing the door after her and saying as she reached Minato, "Whatever you plan to do with that," she eyed the sword even she would hesitate before picking up, a panic in her eyes. "Promise me you won't get hurt." She ran in front of him and grabbed him by his uncaringly unzipped flak jacket, glaring up at him and masking her worry with an expression of aristocratic disdain. Speaking like a master, forcing the words she wanted to hear from a servant. "Promise me, Namikaze." The man looked down at her wordlessly, with the same vacant gaze as when he first arrived that morning. "Namikaze," she said through grit teeth, trying her best to keep up her entitled facade around her only true friend in the world of flatterers and backstabbers they lived in. She closed her eyes as her proud face fell and tears welled up in her eyes. Minato, please, just promise me you'll be okay." The Konoha ninja soundlessly placed a hand on her shoulder and a small, tired smile lifted up on his face. Wakono opened her eyes and looked up, dark brown meeting cool blue. Minato's hand came up to her face and he slowly wiped the tears coming from her eyes, his eyes dimming ever so gradually that he was the one making her cry. Her hands trembled on his vest as he cleaned her tears he could and her body shook with trepidation. Minato, the one that she knew and the one she loved being friends with, felt guilt for making Wakono mar her beautiful face with those tears. He told her what she wanted to hear. "I promise, I'll be okay." A shuddering sigh escaped the 19-year-old girl's lips at the vow that her close friend had given her his assurance of his return. Somewhere in her heart she doubted his words, but even if it was for now she wanted to know that whatever Minato was going to do, it wouldn't get him killed. The Fire Lord sniffed rudely and flicked his hand off her face, saying as she averted her face from him, so he couldn't see her wipe her tears. Well? What are you waiting for? Minato smirked fractionally and he disappeared in a yellow flash. Ooh. 1 hour later. Light City. Snow Country. Light City was the commonly called the city that knew no rest. It epicenter of Snow Country's economy, and the city was also where the largest market on the continent was based in. The Light City was named so because ever since the general area took off as a popular place to trade goods and services irrespective of country or village affiliation, the lights of the city could be seen as far as the Snow Country capital. If you were looking for something that couldn't be found anywhere else, there was an 80% chance you will get it in the Light City market. Naruto's eyes shone with interest as he exited the train station. The buildings were made out of metal and glass, towering high into the sky. The road was tarred black and demarcated with yellow and white lines so carriages and steam engines could amble down unhindered. Men and women dressed either in formal kimonos or sharp black suits walked up and down the pavements, trooping into banks or into their shops. Parents walked holding the hands of children, who skipped without a care in the world, to wherever they were going for that day. Despite all of this, there was still a thin sheet of snow blanketing the whole area. The snow would have been heavier and more torrential if it was winter, but seeing as it was summer, it was lighter and more bearable. The Dark Leader could guess that if he ventured out at night, he would find skimpily dressed women hanging out by the road and advertising their services to whoever passed by. Dark Country had an equivalent to Light City, called Ghost Town, in the southwestern region. Daikiharu Pansa Senshi, the head of the clan that populated most of the western and southern regions of darkness, had named the town himself, and the people accepted this name despite Naruto's feeble protests. Ghost Town wasn't too close to the western border, but it was close enough in the southwestern area for Sunagakur, River Country and Uzushiogakure to easily access the area. Kiri would have to take a boat from their village and circumvent the continent to Dark Country, but it was well worth the 2-day journey. It could be because the town was named after their infamous and precious leader, or it could be because of the strategic positioning of the town so that it could be found and accessed by Dark Country's 4 allies. It could be both. The point was, business in the town exploded. So much so, Naruto had unofficially dubbed Ghost Town as a trade town and convinced the River Daimyo to not move the Merchants Guild from out of River Country. Traders and merchants from the 4 allied nations and Dark Country flocked to the town named after Naruto's notoriety, and set up shops and businesses, displaying their goods and services. There was always something going on in the Ghost Town market. The lights of the contradictorily named town never went off, the markets were constantly open and the streets were populated with people who went about one job or the other. The place was arguably a center of Dark Country's economy, rivaling the Dark Capital, seeing as the capital was where Naruto lived and was also the heart of administration for the country. The Leader's Tower, the Shinobi and Civilian divisions, the Defense Corps headquarters and the police headquarters, so people from his country and from allied settlements frequently rented or bought houses there constantly so as to also live near Naruto. Combining the Dark Country capital market and the Ghost Town market, the chances of finding an unlikely, rare or impossible to acquire material was raised to 91%. And if by chance they didn't have what a buyer wanted, then ninjas could be dispatched from the capital to retrieve that item, at a marginally higher cost. Naruto's country had 2 places that would have what anyone wanted and had the shinobi strength to find and attain what was not available. The bespectacled leader smiled mysteriously and walked with Koyuki into the lively city. It made him feel pleased with the stage his country had reached, that it took only 5 nations, Suna, River, Uzushio, Kiri and Darkness, to make Ghost Town and the Dark Capital into the vibrant marketplaces they were now 20 or so years after the Civil War, while it took the whole continent about 100 years of swarming to Light City to make it the center of Snow's economy. It just meant that Dark Country was ever developing. And no one, outside of allies, even had a clue. Light City was noticeably different though when it came to the amount of pollution pouring out of it. Ghost Town and the capital were making headway in using solar energy, and presently the generator for the country and the backup generators for the 4 regions were being powered by a hydroelectric dam in the southern region. The Dark Leader commended Light City officials for making littering a serious crime and also for making indiscriminate waste disposal a serious offense, punishable by a year in prison, but it still couldn't compare to Ghost Town or the Dark Capital. The actress eyed the tall man and said, keeping a straight face, and said, brining Naruto out of his thoughts, "You are the last daimyo to arrive, Lord Naruto. I hope I didn't keep them waiting." "No, Lord Naruto, they only came here a few hours ago. The meeting will hold tomorrow. Lord Doton is hosting a dinner this night in his mansion in the city for the 4 leaders. The chakra armor-wearing snow shinobi and Naruto's black guards maintained a wide berth for the Naruto and Koyuki to walk, keeping the throngs of Koyuki's adoring fans back. Naruto spotted some dark-born civilians and some allied civilians among the crowd, and he smiled at them, his eyes closed and curved upwards as they screamed for his attention. "I'm taking you to Lord Doton's mansion now." Naruto nodded and waved to those that had come to see him in. Koyuki sniffed lightly as she finally noticed that not everyone in the crowd was there to see her. "I was not aware you had any people in snow. Did you not forbid your traders from trading with us?" "From directly trading with you," Naruto aptly corrected, as this courtesy did not extend to his allies, for the merchants of his allies could cooperate with his merchants and work as middlemen to snow by taking dark goods into the blacklisted country. "And I recently allowed it." "Why did you change your mind?" 27 years of dark country blacklisting snow, Kumo, and Iwa, even as the Lightning Village were famously neutral with darkness and held no grudge once they found about the latter country's blacklisting. The actress was just finding out that there were now dark traders in Snow Country and Kumo, as Iwa was still forbidden from entry by Naruto's order. Their identities were still largely hidden and the merchants didn't stand out, but they were there. The proof was crowing for Naruto's attention. "Because of the meeting?" "Partly." "Partly?" "They're scouting out your markets." They would report back to Naruto if getting involved in Snow's and Kumo's markets would add any sort of advantage compared to when all three nations were blacklisted. The smirk broke out on the black-haired woman's face. "You're just realizing your mistake?" "More like, I want to give my merchants more variety." Naruto was content with the gradual, easy pace of development surging through darkness. They stopped before a carriage and Naruto patiently waited as Kisame stepped inside, inspecting every nook and cranny for traps or dangerous items, pushing his hands down on every part of the chair and walls of the carriage, searching for even an errant needle or a loose nail that could cause even mild discomfort for his master. He came out and nodded his head, stepping aside with a deep bow as Naruto marched inside. Koyuki followed inside, gently helped in by the leader of darkness. The man sat down heavily and leaned back in the cushion and flicked his wrist, bringing out his book as the door of the carriage closed. Kushina and Kisame marched outside, keeping a watchful eyes around as the snow and black ninjas cleared a path for the horse-drawn carriage. Koyuki glanced at the book the master of Dark Country was attentively reading. "I did not know you were so fond of Jiraiya as to read his books." She looked outside as Naruto briefly looked over the book at her. "From what I heard, you despised him when you were in Ame and you despise him still." "Oh, I don't like Jiraiya," Naruto admitted, then he smiled slightly. "But he's a pretty good writer." "Among your favorites?" "Let's not go that far," Naruto laughed. "Who is it then?" "Nanako Hogo." He answered straightforwardly. The clan head of mole summoners of his country might not have been able to understand the concept of jokes, innuendo or subtlety, but the woman was a stellar murder/mystery author. She was in the best position to write stories of that genre because of her post as the director of Southern Region's Defense Corp. Makoto Gato, her northern counterpart, did not have such a gift. The woman was now trying her hand at supernatural stories, though never venturing into the realms of fantasy. Nanako had previously been writing under the fake name Jin D. Kuritsu, or Jin the Orphan, for some of her other publications. When she found out that her leader was an avid reader of her books, she revealed her identity during a book signing. Naruto had attended being among the first 10 people, of the hundreds of people, to arrive at the venue and stand in line for her autograph. She had been encouraged to try her best when she heard Naruto express to her how much her books meant to him. Naruto whipped out one of her books and handed it to Koyuki. The title was Unseeing Eyes, and he planned to read it after he was done with Jiraiya's book. Koyuki sniffed pretentiously as she collected the book. The back and front was a blank, dull shade of brown, and she flipped open the book, flipping to the back to the author's page. A small picture of the young-looking clan head smiled beauteously at her. She skimmed over the summarized history of the writer and scoffed. "Figures you'd only like a writer from your country." The man smiled and replied. "You should read it." He went back to his own story. "Return it when you're done." The woman frowned and placed the book on her lap. Curiosity overtook her. "Thank you. I'll read it this night." "Don't forget to tell me what you think," Naruto murmured as he flipped to the next page of his novel. 10 minutes of silence and they finally arrived at the Snow Daimyo's mansion, famously called Crystal Citadel. The high walls were made out of thick, opaque white-blue blocks of what looked like solid ice. The gate was noticeably made out of a metal that had been frozen to its very core, therefore making it look light silver. The path the carriage was treading on was tarred black. The guards opened the gate for the carriage and the blond man set his book down to behold the palace of the Snow Daimyo. The mansion was massive, painted light blue and white to almost match the snow, but having 4 sentry towers situated on all 4 corners of the building made out of black blocks. The doors of the mansion were painted dark red. There wasn't much of a garden in front of the building, only identical, snow-covered trees arranged in strictly kept rows. Thick whiteness-covered bushes and shrubs. There was a water fountain a few feet from the entrance that served as a roundabout, which the carriage dutifully clopped around. A butler smoothly walked up to the carriage, 2 more butlers followed suit with climbing steps in their hands, which they dropped by the door of the carriage as the first servant slid the door open and bowed with his hand over his heart. There were a total of 10 or so uniform-wearing servants, butlers and maids, standing outside of the mansion, and 40 armored soldiers lining the sides of the walkway into the mansion. More than a few of them watched from the 2 sentry houses facing the entrance gate, and some lines the walls of the large house. Naruto tucked his book into his sleeve and got up. Kisame and Kushina hustled to the sides of the steps and went down on one knee as their leader took his time stepping off the carriage. The masked man observed the magnificent splendor and unity of the snow servants and shinobi, then he smirked as the first butler silently motioned to the door and proceeding to walk forward in unhurried steps. Naruto didn't follow, rather he turned around and held out his hand for Koyuki as she slowly came down the steps, careful to not trip on her kimono. The woman looked at the hand guiding her down, and then to the faintly smiling man helping her down. Koyuki unconsciously squeezed Naruto's hand a little bit tighter and frowned at how comfortable she was being with the same man that had insulted her not 2 hours ago. For someone of his history, his hands were surprisingly warm. "Thank you, Lord Naruto." The 2 butlers that had intended to help her off the carriage looked uneasy, but Koyuki waved for them to leave. Naruto released her hand without a word but a small nod to her appreciation, not noticing how the actress's frown deepened, and walked to the entrance, closely followed by his 2 appointed guards. Black Squad 11 did not need to be issued a command to zip to the sentry houses and gain entrance, ignoring the snow shinobi as they protested. Team 12 had gone back into town to speak with the dark merchants. 2 soldiers threw open the door and the butler that had been waiting for him bowed again, gesturing for the leader to enter the mansion. There were 2 passageways leading out and into the hall he had entered, and an indoor balcony a floor above the hall which Naruto's Black Ops patrolled with snow shinobi and a few of the leader's other appointed guards. Right now, they all stood ramrod, unmoving, roughly 16 in number. While at the edges of the hall far away from the people in the middle, the 2 appointed guards of each leader stood in the corners. Inside the giant, white marble floor hall were already 3 people. Naruto moved towards them, adding to their number. The 4 Wealth Nation daimyos. Darkness was the only minor nation that the leader could wear ceremonial robes and wide-brimmed hats, like major hidden villages in Uzushio. So Naruto was the only person in their midst that was dressed in a formal cloak and wide hat, the latter of which he took off his hat and held it laxly in his left hand. Naruto ran a hand through his shaggy yellow hair as he joined his counterparts, the corner of his eyes turned up apologetically. "I apologize for keeping you all waiting." Doton Kazahana laughed deeply and shook his head. "No need to apologize, they both just arrived anyway." A busty woman with dark blue hair and frosty blue eyes smirked darkly. To think the fastest man would be the last to arrive. Naruto shrugged with a tittering chuckle. He knew what the woman was implying, though he didn't fall for the bait. What's the point in rushing when you can take it easy? He turned to the only samurai among the 4 and a sweat drop slid down the side of his face at the murderous glare that returned to him. "I see you're well, Mifune." The hard-faced man frowned harder and his hands closed tightly around the handle of his wakizashi, strapped to his hip, and Naruto closed his eyes with a gaily hum. "You're still mad, I take it." Doton interrupted before Mifune could lose his cool. "Ah, I'm sure we all know each other, but for the sake of formality, let us introduce ourselves." The friendly man went first. "I am Doton Kazahana, daimyo of Snow Country. Pleasure to meet you all." The blue-haired woman and she went next. "I am Kamina Sutaku, god I'm Hyokage of the village hidden in the chill." She was as tall as her male counterparts and she had a stubborn chin, a seeming pattern for a leader of any kind. She was in a plain purple skirt that flowed down to her mid-calf and high-heeled black shoes with a white long-sleeved button-up shirt that was tucked into her long skirt, high-waist skirt. The high waist of the skirt stopped just under her large breasts, barely contained in her tight white shirt. She had on ninja-grade pantyhose that hugged her mostly unseen legs. One of the last accessories she had on were a black scarf around her neck, black gloves on her hands and an ice butterfly hair pin perched up on her hair. Kamina's blue hair was tied up in a tight bun on the back of her head. The cold woman wore cold makeup, frosty blue lipstick and dark, though modest eyeshadow. She was a famous scientist, dare say almost as infamous and sadistic as Orochimaru. The two that had already introduced themselves turned to the glaring samurai, who remained silent for a short 5 seconds before he grunted. Mifune. Daimyo of Iron Country. My name is Naruto. Leader of Dark Country. Despite Kumina being a Kage and not a daimyo and Naruto referring to himself as a leader, the meeting was still called Conference of the Four Wealth Nation Daimyos because Frost Country did not have a daimyo, and as such Kumina branched out her control out of her hidden village and coordinated, commanded and maintained order in all of Frost Country. In Naruto's case, Darkness was still a whole country, and not a hidden village, and as such he was still technically a daimyo. Lord Naruto, Doton said, making Naruto turn his eyes away from one of Doton's shinobi who had a chainsaw strapped to his hip. It was a strange weapon, but who was he to judge? His strongest attack had once been a kick to the crotch and his best weapon had once been a rock. I hope the journey wasn't too taxing. It was enjoyable, Lord Doton. Naruto answered with an amiable smile. If you're too tired, then I can have one of my servants lead you to your sleeping quarters. I had plenty of rest on my way here, there is no need to break this, motioning to the square of leaders. Up so soon? Kumina introduced herself into the talk. Darkness is on the other side of the continent, Lord Naruto, how is it that you're not tired? Good genes, I guess. The woman narrowed her eyes and smirked attentively, sweeping her eyes over the youngest leader. You were able to battle Hanzo the Salamander and his ninjas for 4 hours and 30 minutes, correct? I was much younger then. Naruto answered with a raised eyebrow. 4 hours of continuous motion, maybe you're not the fastest man. I'm sure we're not here to discuss how fast I am, Naruto said, overlooking the seductive glimmer in her intelligent gray eyes. Doton coughed into his fist. No, we're not. Servants rushed into the bare and very glamorous ballroom, hefting an ornate table carved out of fine oak and decorated with gold, chairs with red cushions and made out of the same wood as the table. They placed the chairs behind the leaders and bowed before taking their leave. Mifune touched the cushion of his own seat tentatively and then sat down regally. Doton seemed offended that the samurai would think he would lay an attack there, less offended when Kumina took no precaution and simply took her seat elegantly. Naruto didn't look at his seat before he sat down, arranging his white and black cloak so as not to rumble and holding his hat to his side, where Commander Bat swept down from the balcony, sealed it into her wrist with a deep bow and then leapt back to the balcony, no waste in motion. Ahem, the Snow Daimyo brought back their focus from the short interaction between leader and Kunoichi. We can talk of the neutrality contract tomorrow. For now, let us get to know each other in our respective countries. They all turned to the masked assassin that had led the Hermit Nation right onto the Wealth Nation listing, and his cerulean eyes looked back at each other, Mifune included. I will go first, Kumina said, keeping her eyes on Naruto for 5 more seconds and then turning to the Snow Daimyo, then to the Iron Daimyo. I believe Hidden Chill is third, and we have reached this acclaimed position because of decades of mid and long-term investments into science and technology, training our shinobi and adapting to any situation they see themselves in and creating our own trading channels and networks all over the continent from scratch. My father saw to it that there were no limitations for our merchants. Naruto's eyes closed with a silent laugh, he knew where this was going. Mifune, glaring hellfire to the blonde man on the other side of the table, spoke next. Iron has been a neutral country since its creation, so as to preserve our samurai way of life and because affiliating with shinobi, whose way of life is deplorable, disgraceful and dishonorable. After saying this, he fixed Naruto with a long stare, one that lasted a full minute before the blue eyes man finally raised a slow, curious eyebrow. I will not reveal what Iron has been investing in for generations now and generations to come, but I will say that even though associating with ninjas is a sin, my predecessors and I have never halted or prevented traders from moving about the continent. He leaned forward on his forearms and his eyes bored into Naruto's own, daring him with his next words. The only limitation is that trading with darkness is forbidden. The hard-faced man smirked sharply. I blacklisted your country, Lord Naruto, as soon as you became leader. Lot of good that did. Naruto replied with an upward twitch of his eyes. I blacklisted 2 major hidden villages and a wealth nation, and darkness was still able to become a wealth nation. Doton rolled his wrist as Mifune ground his teeth. Granted that you ended up opening non-allied trade with Kumo and my country, why did you blacklist us in the first place? For the sake of building a cordial relationship with you 3, I will explain myself, the dark leader shrugged. I just didn't like you 3. Is that it? Kumina wondered aloud. Past run-ins with Iwa, Kumo and Snow has affected my opinion. But is Kumo not neutral with darkness? Why did you blacklist them too? Mifune asked. By association, really. I respect C, rest his soul. But I cannot forget what Kumo did during the war to Ame, when that place used to be my home. You used a past grudge to alter your judgment, Mifune stated with a scoff. Naruto smirked at the man. I can say the same about you. Mifune grit his teeth. Point is, I lifted the ban on Kumo and Snow 2 months ago. Almost too late, Lord Naruto. The chill cage murmured as she tapped her chin. I wonder though, why is the ban on Iwa not removed? Iwa attacked my home and a close ally of mine on 2 separate occasions. I might never lift the ban on Iwa, Naruto said firmly, his eyes hard and his composure unyielding. He turned to Kumina. What I feel like I should apologize for is that blacklisting Kumo made it significantly harder for Chill and Darkness to neutrally associate. Seeing the way to get to the cold village was to pass through Kumo or spend an extra week sojourning the open waters around the continent. Oh? She raised a carved eyebrow. And what are you benefiting from my village? Training. Naruto answered simply and the scientist was taken aback. Training? Naruto nodded. Just, training? Yup. Naruto ninjas have now added cold tolerance to their abilities, not like the winter blizzards in their country didn't already give them this skill. They somewhat had heat tolerance from training in the deserts of Suna, self and team awareness and pitch blackness from training in the dark forest also known as night forest as well as training in the mists of Kiriagakure. The ninjas of Dark Country were doing pretty well off now than ever before and Naruto was proud of this fact. Just training. Are you aware that Chill is among the highest producers of medicinal herbs? I have the best and most skilled medics in the world. She pointed out factedly. I get medicinal herbs from Suna quicker and cheaper. He saw the invisible dip of her shoulders at the mention of her village's competitor in medics and valuable medicinal herbs. Ah yes, your allies, of course. Doton muttered. Naruto's eyes flicked to him from the contemplative woman. I heard you and Torune Uzumaki were close. The snow leader said aloud. The blonde nodded once. We were. Is that why the Kyuubi is no longer in Konoha? He lost faith in the leaf. Pray tell, is it because you used your skills as a shinobi to create this doubt? No, Naruto replied coolly. It is because my and Torune's sister, Mito Uzumaki, was tortured and killed while under the protection of Konoha. The snow daimyo smiled warmly and sat back. Is that so? Naruto tilted his head to the side. What are you implying? The man raised his hands in surrender. I'm not implying anything. I just think anyone would do anything, even murder family, to get what they want. And in your case, you got the Kyuubi. Naruto chuckled lightly. I am not so barbaric, he said, taking a jab at how Doton killed his own blood brother for the throne. The big chin daimyo felt a twitch on his cheek but his smile never wavered. Torune entrusted the health and safety of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki into my hands. He could have very well taken the Kyuubi back to Uzushio-gakure. Mifune supplied with a tight grunt. Brother or not, the Uzumaki clan have centuries of knowledge on how to keep the Kyuubi under control. Need I remind you, not once has the Kyuubi escaped or even slightly leaked out since its holder has lived in Dark Country, Naruto said with a lecturing pointer finger. Not any we are aware of. The samurai continued with his malicious glare, sitting straight in his seat. Not with the secrecy around darkness. Speaking of, Kumina said. Why is it that you refused entry into your country, Lord Naruto? Allies alone are allowed in. The leader of darkness aptly corrected. That's not the answer to my question. My people and I have a general distrust for foreigners. I was only able to build trust between my people and my present allies because of decades of relations. The Uzumaki clan had first stepped onto Dark Shores a few years after the country was fully established. Uzushio being the first and Darkness a close second, the Uzumaki people came with fish, sake and fuinjutsu and built small. River, Suna and Kiri had been living in darkness years before the Civil War but they notably hadn't done much wrong, unlike Iwa, Snow, Kumo, and Konoha. Are you sure it is not because darkness is actually one big, underdeveloped slave camp? Kumina suggested brazenly, watching for a reaction. It would explain why there are no missing ninjas coming from your country. She didn't get what she expected, as Naruto rolled his eyes. Yet Chill and Snow were among the first to recognize Dark Country's wealth status. If my memory serves me well, you three reached the conclusion before even my allies, did you not? The three leaders and the watching guards were surprised by the composure and lack of outrage of the Dark Leader, who was known to not have a problem slaughtering any person that he saw as irksome. The Iron Daimyo only grunted in denial, but the Chill Cage shrugged, nodding once while Doton provided no audible answer. Naruto then furrowed his eyebrows, curious, asking, "I wonder though, even when no one, aside of my allies, has been into my country, why did Chill and Snow identify darkness as a wealth nation?" They knew that Naruto meant that, seeing as none of the three or their ninjas had ever set foot in darkness, he wanted to know how they concluded that Naruto's country was wealthy. Mifune was the one that first spoke, gesturing to Doton, Kamina and himself. "The three of us held a meeting in my country to kick out Wave and immediately fill the void." He began, meshing his fingers together and clearing his face of his enraged emotions and speaking professionally. "We agreed that we had rushed the analysis and induction of Wave into the wealth nations when we found out how easy it was for their borders to be infiltrated from all sides and how such a wealth nation was used as a battleground by three major hidden villages. We did not want to make that mistake again, so we took our time and studied each country on the map for about a month." Kamina added. River and Uzushio had vocally said they did not want to be among the wealth nations, and salt water is lacking in manpower, if not they would have made a great candidate. Doton provided. Naruto patiently waited for them to continue. Doton went on. "I will admit, it was difficult to pinpoint Dark Country as a country worthy to be among our ranks, but we investigated and scrutinized every external factor we were able to get our hands on. Like? Products from merchants from your country, once we were able to identify them, that is." The Snow Daimyo said. "The high quality of the goods and services was very impressive. They are at an approvable level of wisdom and, after days of observation, we saw how much money they returned to Dark Country with. Dark Ryu is frequently exchanged, but it is still considered a precious currency. Your borders are near impenetrable, whether it is your ninjas or Fuinjutsu, or both. We aren't certain how no person without authorization can enter undetected and come out alive." Here, Naruto's eyes twinkled. "Last we looked at your allies Uzushio Gakur, Kiriagakur, Sunagakur and River Country and how your alliance with them has improved or declined life there." First, Kamina said with a raised finger, taking point in the discussion, "was how Darkness has a merchant's guild with River, when no other country but Iron has been able to do that. Knowing full well that River used to be a wealth nation, the second on the list, before they stepped back. Second is your close and frequent relationship with the Uzumaki clan. Now, Uzushio is a difficult place to enter, as they too have a strict border, much like Dark Country, but we were able to see full-blooded Uzumaki men and women wearing the forehead protector and vests of your country outside of Uzushio. This was a closer alliance than anything Uzushio had with Konoha. Little wonder why Torune gave Darkness the 9 tails. Joint missions and joint ownership of stores inside of Uzushio, not to talk of outside. It's almost disturbing to see how close your country is with the Uzumaki people." Last, Mifune finished. "Is how much your alliance with Suna and Kiri has changed those two villages." "What do you mean?" "That secret farming facility you built with Suna," Doton said with an annoyed throb above his left eyebrow. He was irritated by how private the facility was. He had offered Tetsuyo and Raza billions just to have a peek inside, offered many bribes to Dark Sand ninjas to allow a shinobi entry, and even gone to Suna personally to see if he could use his status as the daimyo of the wealthiest nation to force his way onto the farm. All to no avail. The past and present Kazekage were not threatened, and neither did they cave. Ever since Suna began selling crops high quality and high quantity, need I add, there is a noticeable boom in their economy. Better buildings, better living conditions, better sources of water and so on. We also saw the oil boom from when Suna adopted Dark Ryu, more sales, more profit and more reinvestments. Doton knew this cycle very well: invest, gain returns and reinvest more to gain more returns. Suna coal and natural gas are also now a valuable commodity. The big chin man then frowned. And, I do not need to include how Suna has its much acclaimed desert oasis beach resort. The 4 wealth nation daimyos knew the bare basics of how currencies worked and how, when a country outside of their own was to adopt their currency, there would be a regular return, whether it was monthly, bi-yearly or yearly, into the bank of the original owner of the currency. Kiri and Suna had adopted Dark Ryu some 15 years ago or so, and ever since then, predictably, there was money flowing into Naruto's country. A lot of money. It was the same for Iwa and Kumo with Snow Ryu. There really wasn't a way to measure how much was entering Dark Country National Bank. There was even news going around the continent that Uzushio and River wanted to get in on Dark Ryu and that the deal for both countries would be finalized in a few weeks after Naruto's return to his home country. Plus monthly returns from dark traders from selling their highly demanded products. Plus returns from ninjas coming back from missions. In all honesty, Doton Kazahana was threatened by how much he didn't know of Naruto's country. Naruto could have a force brewing in his country, with the aim of taking over the continent. Doton didn't like secrets. Suna has been making efforts for years to reach where it is now. I scratch their back, they scratch ours. That's how this world of ours works, right? Naruto said, defending his friend's village. The three other leaders nodded begrudgingly, agreeing to Naruto's point. The same can be said about Kiri. The cage of those two villages made consecutive accurate decisions when it comes to their relations with darkness. The three older leaders looked at themselves and hesitantly agreed that Naruto was right. Doton silently grit his teeth and his fists clenched into hard fists under the table. The main plan for this meeting was to weasel information out of the youngest leader on the events happening inside his reclusive country. Dark allies were keeping their lips sealed. If he could strong-hand his way into darkness somehow, all the better. Yes, sure, they could all sign for their countries to be neutral so as to prevent the occurrence of a fourth war when the five major nations quarreled, but this, gaining information about darkness, was the main plan. It bothered the Snow Daimyo to no end on how much he didn't know about darkness. He had spent many sleepless nights wondering what was going on inside Naruto's silent country and plotting ways upon ways to at least unravel one layer of the secrecy. Like any decent leader not allied to Dark Country, he felt threatened by the air of secrecy and the steady rise in power of the country that refused to open its borders to anyone by allies. Honestly, it scared him. Darkness had gotten a seat among the wealthiest nations and the older members of the listings hadn't even ventured into the country. That was how powerful Dark Country was presently. What would it look like in another 10 years? Who was to say Dark Country hadn't already surpassed all three of his senior wealth nation counterparts, and Naruto, knowing this, was merely humoring them by coming for this historic event? Who was to say in some years' time, Dark Country would elevate past just being a wealthy nation and become a great shinobi nation? Were they already that powerful? Honestly, yes. Darkness had big names like Red Reaper Kushina, Sea Monster Kisame, the Nakamura siblings, Wicked Witch of the Water Shimara, Epic Mist Ran, and who knows how many more. Darkness had the connections, the network and channels, whether be for trading or for military expeditions. Ones no one could pick out or discern. Darkness had their sources. For all he knew, Naruto could have someone high up in his country already, long before he removed Snow from the blacklist. Outwardly, Dark Country was a fortress. As the meeting progressed, Doton felt like he knew less and less about Naruto's country. He would throw a question, or a jab at Naruto's capabilities as a leader, and the younger man would deflect the attack with a vague answer that somehow managed to convince even him, politely diverting the conversation to another leader. Like now, they had spent 50 long, detailed minutes outlining their reasons of why Dark Country was rightfully meant to among the wealth nations, assessing how external factors contributed to their final decision. The leading question had been why Naruto, for over 27 years, had banned non-allied countries and villages from entering his country. Then Naruto took 10 minutes to speak to Kamina about, now that Kumo was off his blacklist, prospective goods they could trade in. Kamina would convince Naruto to have some of his ninjas look into their science and technology institution. If Naruto invested enough, she could waive for the administrators of the school to allow dark people to school there. Doton coughed and directed a question to Naruto, "Do you believe you are stronger than your allies?" Naruto's answer was a 5-minute speech, unclearly saying that, a man is only as strong as his allies. Whatever the hell that meant. Naruto capitalized on their dazed confusion and tossed a question to the glaring Mifune, asking him how difficult it is for a samurai to navigate the world when said world was predominantly made up of ninjas. The whole hall was enthralled by how Naruto spoke, not even caring that he had only confused and mystified them more on what was happening inside darkness. This back and forth of Doton sniffing for information, even the tiniest morsel, and Naruto giving a useless, cryptic answer and using the split second of agreeable, though confused, silence to change the topic before the other daimyos got their bearings. The Snow leader unconsciously suspected that they were all under a genjutsu but discarded this allegation when he remembered his palace had been specially protected against illusions. After the 10th avoided question, he finally saw it. The glow in Naruto's peaceful blue eyes and the secret smirk directed to him, and only him. The leader of Dark Country knew what Doton was trying to do. He knew exactly what he was trying to do. Doton felt a vein pulse dangerously on his forehead and his kind smile twitched down for just a split second. Coming into this meeting, the Snow Daimyo knew better than to underestimate Naruto's capabilities as a diplomat, and he was smart enough to not look down on Naruto's abilities as a leader. But this whole situation was unexpected. The bare little he would say would captivate the other leaders and the spectating guards, and he would leave them yearning for his words until Doton dutifully fired a question at him again. Doton's self-assigned job had turned from interrogator to admirer. Kumina was definitely intrigued, and Mifune's dark glare had reduced to a slow-boiling rage. The samurai and the scientist had long since caught on to the game Naruto and Doton were playing, and they had been avidly spectating and participating. But one thing they weren't going to deny was that they were impressed with how the youngest leader was handling the invisible pressure the daimyo of the First Wealth Nation was putting on him. The two veteran leaders were not in the dark about what was happening. No doubt, the guards would go about telling others about the eloquence of the dark leader. Doton had been eating out of Naruto's hand the very moment the blonde man had walked into the hall. "You slippery little shit." He swore quietly and to himself, and Naruto, not catching the muted curse, perked up and sent a friendly smile over to Doton. "Is there something wrong, Lord Doton?" "No, nothing wrong, Lord Naruto." His jaw tightened and his fingers cracked. This merely proved that Naruto was much more dangerous than he had anticipated. Not only was the bespectacled blonde a living legend and a war hero to boot, but he was also a persuasive, charismatic speaker. "You sneaky, yellow-headed punk," he muttered, and Kumina turned to him, a questioningly raised eyebrow and a laughing smirk. The scientist had also come to the meeting to weasel information out of Naruto, but more about his background and not concerning darkness, and Naruto had caught on to this as well. "Did you say something, Lord Doton?" Mifune also turned to him with a dry look, inaudibly saying that he had expected more from Doton than to devolve into cowardly silent, petty insults. "We dismiss for lunch." Naruto clapped his hands and rubbed them together. Oh, lunch, finally. Chapter 23. The next morning. Grand Council Room. Crystal Citadel. The Grand Council Room was a place the Snow Daimyo, Doton Kazahana, met with foreign dignitaries in his Crystal Citadel. For this particular meeting, the room had been refashioned and the long, rectangular table had been replaced with a somewhat smaller square table with magnificent chairs placed on each side. The table was by no stretch of then imagination plain, it had the same proud elegance as the rest of Snow Country. It was carved out of expensive wood and given fine, golden details. Naruto joked in his head that the trees the table and chairs were carved out of were most likely watered by the tears of orphan babies. The masked man chuckled mysteriously with a tiny smile on the corner of his eyes, a small humming sound that attracted Kumina's attention as Naruto pulled her seat out for her, pushing it back for her to sit down comfortably. "What's so funny, Lord Naruto?" She adjusted her long skirt and straightened her impeccably ironed white button-up shirt with her black-gloved hands. She nodded her thanks to the gentlemanly action of the masked leader and sat up straight in her chair, the perfect picture of icy confidence and control. The tall blonde took his own seat on the side of the table left of Kumina, right of Doton and in front of Mifune, as the other two men plopped down as well. He waved flippantly. "Don't worry about it." Mifune unclipped his katana and wakizashi from his side, and one of his two guards behind collected it with a deep bow, holding both of his daimyo's important blades with both of his hands and his torso respectfully slightly inclined forward. Doton, not a shinobi that had specialized in a specific weapon but his fists and his ninjutsu, only sat up in his seat while his two assigned guards stood at attention behind him. Kumina unbuttoned her right cufflink and showed a storage seal drawn on her inner wrist. She unsealed a pair of hand grayish-blue fans and gave them to one of her guards behind her. The scientist buttoned her wrist back up. Naruto flicked his left wrist and his blade appeared in his hand, no plume of chakra smoke or a blur of speed. It wasn't there one moment, and then it was there, and it wasn't pouring Naruto's smoke, like rumors said it would. The other leaders looked to the assassin's weapon, scrutinizing it. It was a common ninjato but made out of the much-coveted whirlpool steel solely found on the island of the Uzumaki clan, like how obsidian steel could only be found in darkness. The single cutting edge was bright hot red, even as the ninjato did not have any of Naruto's volatile chakra active inside the chakra metal. The rest of the blade was a dark shade of stainless steel silver. The guard was square and made from a strong tree from Whirlpool Country, and the handle was plain black. He gave his ninjato to Kushina. The redhead tilted her torso forward as she collected the short blade with both hands. "That's a fine blade, Lord Naruto." Doton complimented, eyeing Naruto as he went on and took out a set of kunai and shuriken from a different seal, both ninja weapons made out of the cursed obsidian steel, and a handful of ninja wire. How much would you sell it? Not for sale. The masked man answered simply, giving his wide-brimmed hat to the sea monster standing at attention behind him. Come now. It was a gift from my brother, Torune. The man said firmly and fixed Doton with a blank, emotionless stare. Doton hid his gulp and laughed nervously. Kumina asked Naruto, directing his empty blue eyes from Doton. Was it a ninjato you had trained with first, Lord Naruto? I started with a kunai and shuriken, like you did, Lady Kumina. He replied easily and the woman smirked, impressed at the smart answer. All ninjas first trained with a kunai and shuriken, whether they were medics, hunter ninjas or powerhouses. It was a sort of general rule whichever country was involved, besides Iron Country, for obvious reasons. The agreement before the four daimyos could begin negotiating a neutral deal between their four influential nations was that all the daimyos would be unarmed, even if their guards were not unarmed. This was to show their intentions for peace. Naruto, accepting that he was the primary person in the room that they were more wary of being around, given his global notoriety, had gone past what his counterparts were doing and unarmed himself right down to the basic shinobi weapons on his person. Anyway, if all hell broke loose, he didn't necessarily need a weapon to slaughter them all. As the strongest and fastest person in the room, it was Naruto's unvoiced role to not lose his cool, for he could already see the three country leaders eyeing him cautiously as all their guards sealed their master's weapons away. Any sudden movement, any flare of chakra, or if he lost grip of his emotions for even a split second, the others would react before they hoped he would. It was just something Naruto had long since accepted. No matter how many times they'd tried to get a rise out of him the other day and how many times they would try to rile him up today, as well as for the days to come, he must remain calm. The other day was merely to see if the youngest wealth nation daimyo was mature enough to stand with his counterparts. The four of them could agree that they didn't want another war, but they could just as easily scrap this meeting at the perceived threat to their lives. On a normal day, Naruto would have been pleased with himself seeing the shaded fear and hesitation in their eyes, but now it was annoying. If the ghost in glasses really wanted to kill them, he would have done so already. Take when Doton asked Naruto to sell the blade his late brother had gifted him, something that almost got under Naruto's skin. The ghost would have punctured the Snow Daimyo's jugular with his pointer and middle fingers long before the man could blink twice, way before Mifune could pull out the dagger he had hidden on his torso, under his clothes, and long before Kumina could withdraw the capped syringes filled with what looked like fast-acting poison from the back of her skirt, tucked inside the high waist at the back. Naruto's quick eyes saw all of their concealed weapons, and how their bodies were geared to react at any sudden movements. The blonde smiled slightly and motioned to the center of the table, as the guards walked backwards and stood by the walls, far away from the leaders so that their weapons were also a fair distance from them. At the center of the table were two rolled-up scrolls, a pot of ink and a quill jutting out from the ink pot. There was also a pencil and a rim of paper on the somewhat wide table. As the youngest leader here, I will be the one to write down our proceedings. He looked to Doton, the daimyo of the first wealthiest nation, then to Mifune, the daimyo of the second wealthiest nation, and finally to Kumina, the cage of the third wealthiest nation. Naruto wasn't the youngest because his country had recently joined the elite rank of 4 countries, but because he was quite literally the youngest of the 4 leaders. Mifune and Doton were the oldest, being in their late 50s, Kumina was in her late 40s and Naruto was in his late 30s. His proposal was made to show respect for his seniors and so that his hands were occupied, reducing the tension in the air of them fearing he was going to strike them down. Agreed? Agreed, Kumina said with a thoughtful frown. So be it. The hard-faced samurai answered and crossed his arms. Let's begin, Doton said. Naruto plucked the pencil and slid 2 pieces of paper towards himself. If it meant that the 3 leaders would relax their guard so they could get something done, then he was fine being the secretary for that meeting for that moment. The table was wide enough for the 4 powerful fighters to open their arms wide and only the tips of their fingers could touch, a stipulation Mifune had insisted on, keeping them all a bit away from the other but leaving no one isolated from the conversation. Naruto's condition was that they get a 30-minute break every 2 hours of deliberation. Kumina requested for an air conditioner. The 4 daimyos looked at each other and Naruto got the ball rolling. This neutrality pact doesn't mean that none of our countries can ally, and it also doesn't mean that all existing alliances are cancelled or changed to neutral. I see the pact as a long-standing agreement that our countries, no matter how long into the future and no matter who then leads it, will ensure to keep away from open conflict and resolve any problems we have privately. His serious blue eyes narrowed from under his medicated glasses and he fixed each person on the table with a hard gaze. He outlined to them in a strong voice. The point is to not force our networks, our sources, our investments or our connections to choose a side. And the quarrels of other nations, unless we are directly concerned, is none of our business. As long as there is peace and understanding among the four of us, he slowly pushed his glasses up his nose and said, using the same firm tone of voice. Then for the foreseeable future, there will be no more wars. Much to Naruto's surprise, Mifune spoke up, adding his voice by simply saying as he scratched his bandage-covered temple. The last war must be the last war. Kamina, her face straight and as serious as her male counterparts. Any grievances we four may have will be settled before we sign the pact, after it was written and clearly outlined, of course. So that we all enter a clean slate and start afresh. Dotan's friendly smile lowered contemplatively and he hummed. Here. They, the four wealth nations, might not have the largest land mass or the largest population compared to the 5 great shinobi villages, but they had the money, the connections and they had equal, if not more, loyal soldiers than the major hidden villages. Presently, Naruto could confidently say that the ninjas of his country were far superior to Konoha's. Hell, the Dark Capital alone was much stronger, much more developed and more organized than the Hidden Leaf. Major hidden villages already found it near impossible to infiltrate certified wealth nations, like how Konoha's advance guard had spent 5 years trooping through the snow to find a way past all of Chill's traps and into the hidden village. The first 3 nations weren't exactly war-free at the peak of the war, but the fighting couldn't be compared to that going on in the 5 great hidden villages. Except for Darkness, that had not participated in the war in any way that could be traced back to them, the Iwa incident, the 3 other countries had sent out their forces to fight in the war, or took part of the fighting in one way or the other. Out of them all, Dotan had lost most of his soldiers during the war. Kamina's main concern was forcing Konoha out of her country, losing more than a few able-bodied fighters along the way, and Mifune had dispatched his samurai to spots around the continent where his country was actively invested in, like a rice mill in grass country. The move of the samurai looked like he was sending out fighters to participate in the war and so had attracted unwanted attention from those villages and countries that had long since been gunning for them. Dotan had set up the meeting to investigate Darkness and to gauge the danger level of Naruto's country. Kamina had come to dig into Naruto's past for her own personal reasons and Mifune had come to the meeting biding his time and waiting for the right moment to restore his honor. Naruto had accepted the invitation because he was curious to see how Darkness stacked up against Snow, Chill, and Iron. The 4 of them had come for the historic meeting for differing, personal reasons, but the ultimate goal was to get something done. Lasting peace. It took the 4 daimyos 3 days of careful deliberation and negotiation. 3 days of back and forth and 3 days of barbed insults. A break every 2 hours, and the meeting for the day would end 19 hours after it had started. They would return to their sleeping quarters and resume as early as 8 in the morning. Dotan had his personal secretary copy down the notes Naruto had made onto the scroll that had initially been on the center of the table and each daimyo read the long scroll to ensure not even a letter of their agreed terms was out of place. A few points in the agreement entailed that the pact did not make the 4 countries allies, that any alliances written before it still stood and that any alliance that would be written after it would be valid. The 4 countries would ensure to keep their dealings separate. No joint missions or joint investments, but if they ever reached a point in time that pooling their strength together was unavoidable, then they would hold another meeting to arrange how best it should be done. That if their ninjas ever encounter each other during missions, they would give each other a respectable amount of space and only speak when they thought the other had intel to aid in the mission. One agreement proposed by Naruto was that Snow, Chill and Iron be introduced to the event Darkness, Suna, Kiri, Uzushio and River were already doing, which was the biannual Chunin examination, now called Chunin exams. Naruto would gloss this over with his allies and, seeing as the exams had formerly only been between Darkness and Kiri, it wouldn't be too hard to convince the others to include the other 3 wealth nations. Now that there were 3 more countries added to the Chunin exams and there were plans underway to differentiate each exam as best as they could, then there would be more variety and action going on in the exams. This addition was to foster goodwill among themselves. Naruto also kept in mind that Darkness and Hidden Mist would still have their own private events, so that the 2 closely allied countries had their own thing, like Darkness and Suna had the Suna Farm and Darkness and River had the Merchants Guild. Naruto was sentimental like that. Mifune proposed that if a crime was ever committed by a wealth nation citizen to another wealth nation citizen inside or outside a wealthy nation, then the 2 countries would conduct a combined investigation, though the victim country would be the one to take point while the suspect country would be in an advisory position, To watch the happenings of the investigation to make sure it was fair and unbiased. If the suspect was found to be guilty of the crime after a thorough investigation, then the suspect would be taken back to their home country and punished accordingly, under the supervision of the victim country. If there was no punishment, then there would have to be suitable reimbursement to the victim country, one that would clear the crime. The main point of this point in the pact was that the daimyo of the suspect country took responsibility of the crime, past the point where the suspect was proven guilty and ending at the point of reimbursement. Kumina proposed that their sources and connections be different, if possible, and if it was unavoidable, then if an issue or argument was to arise, then they would help their investment settle the problem. Doton pressed that there be a person from among the four of them that visits each wealth nation, acting as a representative of all of them within their different countries. This was the point in the agreement that took longer to solve, for Naruto blatantly said that he didn't want any of them inside his country or near his borders. Mifune didn't want any shinobi to stay in iron for longer than 2 days, and Kumina greatly disliked the idea, for she just didn't see the purpose of a representative visiting each country, not when they were all going to be neutral to one another. Doton pushed harder and harder, until Naruto's Chunin exam point was considered and included in the neutrality pact. Doton had to swallow his pride and seethe to himself, for a few minutes, that his ploy on entering dark country had been foiled, and by the same person that had been blocking him nonetheless. The neutrality pact simply meant that each of the four countries was going to be neutral to one another, that they were not going to actively or passively seek out trouble, they were going to respect each other's space, and that they would hold a conference of wealth nation daimyos every 5 years. The neutrality pact was finished. All that remained was for the four leaders to sign to make it official. Before that could happen, Doton cleared his throat, dabbing his forehead with a handkerchief. This is a binding contract that would last until the end of time. As such, before we sign and proceed with decades of peaceful neutrality, I insist we clear the air and address any grudge or grievances one may have for each other. Mifune's eyes narrowed and bored into Naruto's own. Kumina and Doton looked at themselves and at the two. It was the tensest 5 minutes of silence they had ever experienced. Naruto raised his hand and sat forward on his seat. If we're going to air out our grievances, I have to say this. His blue orb slowly narrowed back at Mifune. Doton swallowed thickly and prepared for all hell to break loose, until Naruto's head swiveled to Kumina and he said in a nonchalant tone. Lady Kumina has been farting for the past 3 days, and until now I've refused to say anything about it. The scientist's face immediately turned red and she shot up out of her seat. I have never. The blonde cast his face away from the blue-haired woman and closed his eyes casually as she grit her teeth, rearing her fist back, fully intent on breaking all of Naruto's teeth. Strength might not have been her forte, but in that moment she felt righteous fury bubble out of her pores. Naruto sniffed with his arms crossed, fearless. After every break, he shook his head and wiped away a fake tear. Silent but deadly. Women don't fart, she bellowed in rage, her hands now positively shaking, itching to strangle the life out of the assassin. Naruto scoffed. I beg to differ. He had lived with Sueki, Kushina and Konan before. He could recall a prank Kushina had pulled on him when she was younger. The tomboy had outright farted in Naruto's face. He had punished her by grabbing her head and farting right back into her face. The leader fought down the laugh that threatened to leave his lips and came back into the moment. And you're supposed to be a scientist, TCH. Naruto smirked and opened one eye as he heard the guards and the snow daimyo chuckle under their breaths, knowing full well that Naruto was only joking. He turned back to her and raised his hands up, laughing nervously. Sorry. The red-faced, blue-haired ice woman panted angrily, her fingers wiggled and flexed, cracking painfully with each action, almost having a mind of their own as they neared Naruto's neck. The woman then sucked in air, gently closed her eyes and closed her fists and exhaled through her nose, losing some of the red color on her face except for her traitorously embarrassed cheeks as she heavily sat back down. That wasn't funny. Her neck snapped around with her body and she glared death and destruction at her silently chortling guards, whose laughs almost spilled out into full-blown rumbles. Their faces cleared of all emotions and changed into expressionless as quickly as their mistress had glared at them. Doton's own guards were finding it increasingly hard to contain themselves. Kisame was doing breathing exercises, trying to look unruffled, and Kushina was gnawing on her fist. Tears poured out from her eyes. Kumina straightened herself in her chair and steeled her gaze at her cool-eyed darkness counterpart. The flush on her cheeks refused to leave. She jabbed a finger at Naruto and said strongly, "Fart jokes are not funny, they are crude and immature." Naruto then started to feel bad for making Kumina the butt of his joke. "Yes, I'm very sorry. It was just that everyone was so tense, you know. And out of everyone here, you picked me?" The blonde nodded to Mifune. He would have attacked and he. Their eyes trailed to Doton and the three leaders, except the Snow Daimyo, screwed their lips to the side and averted their eyes. It would have been more believable if Naruto had accused the older man of befouling the meeting room. The more unexpected, the better, and unfortunately, Kushina fit that description. Again, I'm sorry. The woman silently grinded her teeth, her frosty blue eyes digging into Naruto's, until she grunted with a wide smirk. You'll have to make it up to me, Lord Naruto. Strangely enough, Naruto didn't sense the usual wave of lust pouring out of her and directed at him, but more curiosity if anything. As long as you're not asking for my blood, tissue samples or my chakra. You have 5 minutes. The other men found his words odd, but a jovial glow shimmered from the scientist's eyes at the approval for her to go ahead and ask him about his past. She whipped out a notepad and opened her mouth, screeching to a halt as Naruto lifted a single finger. After the meeting, Naruto directed his eyes to Mifune and he said, "Don't you have anything to say, Lord Mifune?" The tension gradually seeped into the meeting room once again as the samurai across from Naruto looked at Naruto hatefully. Naruto wasn't intimidated. Mifune then slowly eased himself forward on his chair, pushing his hands into his side of the table and saying in a low, deep voice, "Your student, she murdered 400 of my warriors." Naruto cocked his head to the side and furrowed his eyebrows. "Then why are you angry at me?" "Because she is your student." He growled through his tightened jaw and his fingers grasped the edge of the table, making the wood creak under his grip. "You told her to kill my men, Ghost." A snarl crawled up the Iron Daimyo's face and he gnashed his teeth. "You did." The bespectacled blonde rolled his eyes and sighed. "Is that what this is about?" His reply was Mifune's fingers finally cracking into the edge of his side of the table. "I never ordered Sueki to kill your men, they all saw it coming," as a slight smile slid up the corners of Naruto's eyes. Doton contemplated jumping in, Kushina as well. But honesty and sincerity shone through Naruto's blue eyes, even under the light smile as he continued. "I would have ordered her to kill your men all the same." The samurai smashed his fists onto the table and rose onto his feet, enraged. "You dare? It's just how I trained her." Naruto shrugged, maintaining eye contact with the samurai. 400 fine men and women. Mifune rumbled. 400 fathers and mothers. The blond man rolled his blue eyes again. "Oh, don't give me that." He narrowed his eyes up at the standing man. "Those 400 fathers and mothers were ordered by you to storm Ame, to destroy and dismantle our home. My student was being an exemplary ninja, she protected our home by neutralizing the threat in the quickest and most chakra-efficient way. That imp sullied my country and dishonored me." Naruto's smile froze on his face at how the samurai had referred to his student as wife. The corners of his eyes gradually tipped down from the smile, effectually cleaning his face of all emotion. Kushina pursed her lips in distaste and Kisame frowned. Mifune was usually a calm, disciplined and level-headed man. The outburst had surprised his samurai guards. "Your rat of a student dirtied my image before my people. Slaughtered my soldiers like pigs. Disgraced them. Gave them a coward's death. Disharmonized my home. That whore you call your student shamed me before my own people." Naruto placed his hands flat on the table and Kushina, feeling uneasy for being seated close to him, debated whether or not she should make the first move and sedate either men. The blond man laughed quietly and stood up, tilting his head to the side and looking into Mifune's eyes. "Now silent. Listen to me, Mifune," Naruto said in a level voice, discarding the samurai's honorable title. "My student did what she saw as a deterrent, something to prevent another attack from you and everybody else. It worked, didn't it? Iron couldn't have withdrawn from Ame any quicker. Your pride is the reason you refuse to admit your mistake. She did what she did, and I would have done the same as well. Now and back then, I would have done the same." "Enough," Mifune said harshly. "I demand a duel." "A duel you say," Naruto murmured to himself. "For the honor of my fallen men, I will take your head back to Iron with me. Harmony will be restored." Killing Sueki's teacher would damage the woman more than anything in the world, and that was what Mifune wanted to do. He jabbed a finger at the scroll they were all to sign. "You best get your affairs in order. Your successor will be the one to sign this pact." 10 minutes later. Royal Training Ground. Bat firmly stood before her master, her chin jutted out and speaking to Naruto, not as a black operative. "Naruto-sensei, are you sure you want to do this?" She threw a brief scathing, red-eyed glare over her shoulder to the master samurai waiting on the other side of the training ground. "I can take him." The masked man chuckled and patted Bat's white-haired head. I've been meaning to stretch my legs, Sue, this is the opportunity I've been waiting for. Bat rumbled silently. And calm down, Kisame, Naruto said to the man standing to his right. The hateful bloodlust coming out of the shark man's body was making some of the snow shinobi sitting at the edges of the fighting ground uneasy. I'll get out of this, don't worry about it. Kisame grinded his serrated teeth, directing his eyes to Mifune, as he handed Naruto his basic shinobi weapons, which the blonde strapped to his thigh and hip. Kisame mutely swore under his breath. The balls on this guy. Naruto laughed aloud and slapped the sea monster's back. It was Kushina's turn now. The redhead quietly pulled Naruto's ninjato out from the storage seal on her forearm, handing it to her leader with a glare directed to the center of his chest. Finish this, she mumbled venomously. This duel was the thing keeping her back from using their 4 remaining days in snow to go on a date with her idol. She had been silent and obedient for the first 3 days, content with cuddling with her uncle as he flopped onto the bed and gradually gathering the courage to kiss him. The kiss hadn't happened yet, as she was only able to plant a warm, hesitant kiss on his chin, but she felt her courage building each day. Naruto smiled warmly down at the seething tomboy and collected his ninjato from her. Quickly. I'll try my best, Nana. At the familial name, the angry Uzumaki puffed out her cheeks and flicked her eyes around, hoping no one had heard her uncle call her that embarrassing nickname. Naruto looked to Bat and said, in case I don't win. The black commander grit her teeth and stood up on her toes, jabbing a strong finger into Naruto's chest. Don't even play like that, sensei. A nervous sweat drop slid down Naruto's face and he raised his hands in surrender, trying to stay in place as his wife jabbed his chest harder than the first time. Kill this guy so we can get on with our day. The masked black operative had hotly whispered her order to her husband, so no one outside of their small bubble heard it, and the spectators away from them found it strange that the dark country black ops was threatening her master. The shark man was disrespectfully glaring at the master samurai, just barely reeling in his bloodlust, and the Uzumaki guard Naruto had brought with him clearly looked like she wanted to try something daring to her master but was too shy to do so, maybe because there were so many watchers about. Naruto looked over Bat's head, at his opponent, a fair distance away from him and standing stock still. Don't forget, Mifune, you asked for this. The gray-haired, wrinkled master samurai had taken off his simple purple kimono-like outfit and sandals and was in much more traditional samurai armor. There was a breastplate with 4 plates shielding his legs, matching shoulder pads and similar arm and leg guards. There was a white belt wrapped around his waist, which held a pouch at the back and his sword, Kurosawa, on his left side. Under his armor was simple dark clothing, with gloves and combat sandals, very different from the ones shinobi regularly used. Unlike some of the samurai in his ranks, upper and lower level warriors, he did not wear a mask. The armor was forest green and the edges of the shoulder pads and leg guards were dark red. His long gray mustache and goatee neatly fell down his face and his gray hair almost reached his waist, though the top of his head was wrapped up in white bandages, seemingly covering the place Hanzo the salamander poisoned him on one occasion. Yes, Hanzo ended up being impressed by the tenacity and skill of the samurai back in the Second War, thus giving him the antidote not too long after Mifune was bested, and Mifune now also had an immunity for Hanzo's poison due to consuming the antidote, but if anything, his bandages gave him an air of control and poise. Mifune was widely known to be a master of the iaido, or quick draw technique. Able to speedily dash up to an opponent and separate the person's head from his body long before his opponent could begin hand seals, flick off the enemy's blood from his blade and replace the katana back into the sword before the victim knew of his own demise. The skill emphasized speed of the motion and preciseness of the strike. Mifune was once hailed by Hanzo the salamander when they were much younger to have negated his use of ninjutsu, for Mifune never gave the man space to breathe. The man was also known to be knowledgeable of all kinds of blades, though a master of the katana and wakizashi, so much so that he could discern his opponent's fighting style and act accordingly once he got a glance at the user's weapon. Looking at Naruto's weapon of choice, a ninjato made out of light but strong uzushio steel, which was a rare kind of metal that could conduct strong, potent chakra, his mind concluded that Naruto's upper body was heavy and powerful but he was fleet-footed and swift. Naruto was versatile fighter, roundabout and cunning, which could easily be switched to straightforward and intimidating. Mifune could see that his opponent's fighting style could do with or without his weapon. Night Terror was the name of Naruto's ninjato. The man gave his subordinates parting fist bumps and ushered them to the sidelines. Mifune's eyes narrowed as Naruto placed his right hand flat on the flat side of the blade, holding the handle with his left hand, and he gradually dragged his hand up the smoking weapon, sucking the smoke into his hand and channeling it back into the lethally sharp ninjato. The silver steel and the burning red cutting edge extended with his hand, passing the normal length of the weapon until the blade was exactly the same length as a normal katana, albeit with the same physical features as Naruto's ninjato. Naruto flicked the katana to his side, holding his left arm out with the longer blade pointed upwards. His back was straight, his legs were a little bit apart and bent slightly at the knees. Mifune recognized it as the river stance, a samurai stance. Naruto was wearing his full shinobi gear and he adjusted his black half mask. "You, Mifune, will die by a samurai stance," Naruto said. He bent down a bit more and Naruto's katana pointed at Mifune from over his head, touching the tips of his right hand on the ground. Changing from a lax river stance to a tightened river stance. A wry smirk then lifted up on the corner of the ghost's face, asking, "Do you know fear, Mifune?" "A samurai knows no fear." Naruto breathed out and a small puff of smoke escaped his nose. "Then I will show." The two fighters nodded to the proctor, Doton, and the man brought his hand down. "Begin." Mifune took the initiative and bounded forward towards Naruto, shooting towards the ghost with his hand clenching the handle of his katana and his other hand holding the sheath, ready for the quick draw. He made to draw his blade to cut the blonde from his right wrist to his left shoulder, effectively killing him. His eyes widened and his heart shuddered. The ghost's bespectacled eyes briefly flashed with white energy and the shadows under his eyes darkened. The master samurai's body froze as his blade was half drawn. The ghost came into existence before him in a burst of black smoke and the bright red edge of his katana cut upwards, slicing the front of Mifune's torso open from the base of his stomach, tearing open his sternum and cleanly ripping through his throat. Another small burst of black smoke came from behind him and the ghost in front of Mifune's frozen form gradually phased out of sight as watery afterimages of the ghost flowed behind him. He roared mutely through his unmoving, grit teeth, as the ghost's weapon sliced through the lower part of his spine, directly above his pelvis. A poof of smoke erupted to his left and the ghost's katana cut off his leg as if it was made out of water and the watery afterimages of the ghost rushed to Mifune's left side after the last burst of smoke and sliced the back of Mifune's right knee. Time unfroze and his body flopped forward onto the grass, his wide-open torso bled out unhindered and the searing pain from his spine being severed tore through him like a bonfire. His screams of agony were silenced by a katana blade jammed into his head. Mifune blinked and gnashed his teeth, halting his run and hopping backwards. The ghost chuckled lowly at the hasty retreat of his samurai opponent, still holding his aggressive river stance. "Almost got you there, didn't I?" Mifune bared his teeth and yelled. "Your tricks will not work on me, ghost." The masked man sighed, almost in disappointment, and his terror-inducing killer intent seeped back into his body as he said, "Worth a shot." River stance was the only samurai stance the ghost in glasses knew, and he wasn't too proficient in it. He had learned it during a personal training trip to Iron Country. The ghost choosing to use the fighting style he wasn't even that proficient in was questionable, but, in the mind of the ghost, he hadn't gotten the chance to ever use the fighting style. He found it more convenient to try the style on a master samurai after a few sessions of using the style against his smoke clones. The technique the ghost had used to show Mifune one of the 100 ways he could kill the samurai was directing a stronger concentration of killer intent at his opponent, much stronger than what he had done to Kakuzu all those years ago. The bespectacled assassin had to give it to Mifune. Lesser people had died of cardiac arrest once they were hit with Naruto's murderous intent. Night Terror, the ghost's infamous ninjato now katana began pulsing smoke from the fizzling red cutting edge. The ghost ran forward, the shadows under his darkened more, enveloping his face and leaving his blue eyes to shine brightly from the dark recesses. Mifune's heart had not stopped clamoring at the image of death he had seen and now, watching the ghost come at him at high tuning speed, his feet were forcefully rooted into the ground. The blues of the ghost's eyes now resembled a frothing river, crashing violently against each other with enough power to create vapor. The barren darkness covering the ghost's face, as he took his time to approach, and the beams of cerulean glowing ominously at him. He saw his death again. Over and over again. Night Terror sliced through the base of his skull and out of his forehead. The silver and red katana of the ghost impaled his heart. The blade of his opponent arced upwards and sliced through his chin, cleanly past his nose and the front part of his brain, and past his temple. The ill-reputed weapon of the legend-class assassin swung horizontally and cut open his abdomen, spilling his guts out of his body and charring them black from being in contact with the water and lightning-saturated sword. A straight kick smashed into his chest with enough force for his very heart to shoot out of his body. Mifune clenched his teeth and shook his head, drawing his blade just in time to parry the ghost's stab for his throat. A shower of white sparks fell from the contact and the assassin moved the motion of his opponent, only barely avoiding his strike, and swung around, cracking a backfist into Mifune's forehead, sweeping the dazed samurai off his feet and stabbing his blade down, cutting into Mifune's throat. The samurai shook his head and rolled aside. His eyes bugged out when the illusions of his death lifted from his eyes, making him realize that the ghost had not moved at all since the fight began, standing with Night Terror at his side and pointed to the lush green grass. That all this time, he had been fighting himself, rolling on the ground, like a mad person. This wasn't an illusion. This was the killer intent of the ghost. A dark smirk slid up the ghost's dark face, mostly unseen due to the shadows covering his face but felt by every single onlooker around the training ground. Chills ran through them as cool air swept through the training ground. Is this the true power of the ghost? Nearly all of them exclaimed in their minds. They couldn't even only imagine the things Naruto's murderous intent was showing Mifune. They really couldn't. Mifune had not fought the ghost when he was 17, but the old samurai had watched once as the legendary assassin killed and maimed over 100 Konoha shinobi using only a set of kunai and random explosions of speed. Now, 22 years later, he had not foreseen this much of a power increase. Yes, he had expected the leader of Dark Country to be stronger. Any person with sense in his head and was aware of the world around him would at least know that there was going to be a power difference between when a person was 17 to when a person was 39. But not this much of a difference. No one, not even the assassin's former teacher, could have predicted this much of a change. "Fight me, coward!" The master samurai roared and struck the side of his head with his fist twice, shaking off the fear threatening to overcome his mind. "Fight me!" He swiveled around on his heel, away from a stab to his spine, and sliced his blade upwards, only cutting through a watery afterimage and forced to raise his katana to block an upward cut from Night Terror. He predicted the feint, catching two more feints, a jab to his heart, which he parried aside, and a slice to clip off his fingers, which had his hastily lower his sword a little, but, as their swords clashed from a slice for his head, raining sparks on contact, the ghost pivoted his right leg in a display of dexterity and swiftness, and bashed a wicked right hook kick into the other side of the man's head. The old samurai tried to roll with the kick, but his legs failed him after the first tumble, making him flop onto his face. He rolled to the side as a sword stroke burned the grass, almost cleaving his whole body in half. Mifune flipped back onto his feet, ensuring to not use his hands and holding his blade close to his body as a bolt of lightning was shot at him. The man grit his teeth as the paralyzing shot clanged against his sword, wisely realizing that the jutsu wasn't something he should outright block. He angled his katana downwards for the lightning-based attack to enter the ground. He repeated this tactic as the ghost shot bolt after bolt of paralyzing lightning, until the assassin zigzagged towards him, disappearing in a burst of smoke after the fifth step and re-emerging behind the old samurai, almost as if he had come out of Mifune's shadow. The old man managed to bend his back, sacrificing the armor on his back to be torn open by Night Terror. Mifune turned around with a wide sideways strike, sacrificing his guard for raw strength and speed, hoping to end the man with that one attack, but his heart sunk as the blade harmlessly passed through the ghost's neck. Only a few wisps of smoke followed the blade as it left. The ghost dragged his sword back and thrust his right palm forward, into the unguarded chest of the master samurai. The man's shoulder and shin samurai guards ripped off him as the palm strike threw him back, careening through the air and bouncing like a stone on the grassy ground. The ghost took his time approaching the old man as he staggered back to his feet. Much like how Naruto could turn his whole body into lightning, fully utilizing his lightning release bloodline, he could also turn his body into smoke using his smoke release Kekai Genkai. At the drop of a hat and at the very last second, he could turn his body into smoke. Outwardly, he wouldn't change all that much, unlike when he turned into lightning, but, in all sense of the word, he became a true ghost. It was simply called intangibility. The only thing that had been able to affect the ghost in this immaterial state was chakra or an attack from a tailed beast / Jinchuriki under the influence of a tailed beast. Both forms, lightning and smoke forms, worked seamlessly together for when the ghost wanted to instantaneously move from one place to another, usually choosing to end up behind his victims, which made him look he had teleported to his destination in a burst of smoke, or how it looked like he had emerged from the shadow of his victim. Smoke form was the harder of the two forms the ghost could take up, not including the ghost's soul form, as that form was a part of the white noise technique and the guardian form, which was what made the silent night technique. Smoke form took a lot of concentration to undergo, unlike when he was in his lightning form, but once he was under intangibility he could maintain it for however long he wanted. He could pass through his opponents, force them to inhale the smoke from his body and destroy them from the inside. The ghost did not want the fight to end that way though. Over the years, the ghost had mastered his chakra, learned more and perfected his techniques to a fine point. Lightning form was fast, smoke form was untouchable, soul form was untraceable and guardian form was a combination of all three, though yet still a form on its own. His body became tangible once more and he used the sole of his sandals to deflect a strike to his side, pushing his foot and carrying the sword to the side. The man's firm grip never left the handle of his blade, so he too was carried along with the push, giving the ghost plenty of time to spin on his heel and drive a bone-chilling heel kick into Mifune's head, using the same leg he had used to parry the former strike. A crater formed on the ground as the samurai's head crashed down. Mifune coughed out blood as a kick to his abdomen tossed his limp body away. He was severely outclassed. The ghost came up to Mifune as quickly as he had landed and stabbed his weapon down, cutting close to his left ear. The older man's eyes briefly flicked to the sword, merely a quick look at the silver katana, and he saw it. He saw the fear seated in his eyes. He saw how his face twisted in realization. A hand grabbed him by the front of his armor and lifted him up a little. A savage elbow cracked into his nose, bringing him back down onto the ground with a thud. This cycle repeated itself 5 grisly times, each elbow making Mifune's face bloodier and bloodier as he glanced at his reflection on Night Terror. Doton ran in to halt the fight, intending to call it in the ghost's favor, but the blue-eyed phantom looked over his shoulder with a glowing white-eyed glare. The vengeful spirit continued his onslaught on Mifune's unprotected face, shattering his nose to the point it couldn't even be recognized anymore. The emotionless assassin, whose face was bathed in darkness and whose blue eyes glowed dangerously, whispered down to the bleary samurai he was brutally pummeling. "This is for insulting my student." Bang! "This is for your annoying pride." Crack! "And this is for wasting all our time." Thwack! The ghost released the panting man, who had accidentally swallowed a few of his own teeth. He rubbed his sore elbow, cleaning the blood off and frowned down at the stubbornly still alive samurai. "Better not forget this day, samurai," the ghost said in a deep voice and raised his hand. Doton came up and motioned to the ghost. "Today's your lucky day. Winner." Mifune, through his one open eye, looked up at the man. He thought he would see Hanzo standing over his battered body. Why you," he whispered shakily, his eyes quivering in their sockets. The ghost raised an eyebrow as Doton hastily released his hand, the shadows on his face receded back to under his eyes and his blue eyes dimmed from their murderous glow. "Why you have it, don't you?" The ghost remained silent and the old samurai spoke again, as his guards and 3 snow medics rushed up to him to tend to his wounds. Hanzo gave it to you." He pointed a trembling hand up at the monster that had defeated him. Mifune was certain, absolutely certain, the bandage-covered wound on his forehead and throbbed with familiarity as the ghost was crushing his head into a bloody smear. A bright smile slowly crept up Naruto's face. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Lord Mifune." He collected the neutrality pact from Doton's secretary, the one that had written the pact and the one the 4 daimyos had approved of. He went down on one knee and forced a pen into Mifune's hand. "Sign here before you pass out." Oh. Bat-eyed her teacher suspiciously and Naruto shook his head. "I promise I'll show you once we find somewhere private." The vampire held her tongue and Naruto smiled gently, placing a hand on her shoulder and looking deep into her eyes. He saw the argument burning on the tip of her tongue and how her hidden face shifted from expressionless to sad. "I've been ashamed of this for 22 years, Sue. Give me a bit more time." His black operative wife screwed his lips to the side and nodded once. "Okay." The woman stepped away from him and phased out of sight. Kushina then stood before Naruto and handed him his katana, which Naruto reclaimed and slid his palm down the flat side of the sword, from the tip to the guard, and the weapon turned back into his normal length ninjato. "What was that all about?" she asked. The man exhaled tiredly, blankly watching the other leaders as they signed their names and placed their seals onto the neutrality pact, right there on the training ground. "Something I did when I was younger." He didn't regret doing it. He was ashamed of doing it. "Is this a bad time?" Kushina wondered casually. The man grunted, deep in thought. "Our date?" Naruto was snapped out of his thoughts and he sent a wide grin to the adorable tomboy. "Ah, yes. We'll go out this night." He gave her a teasing, though pointed, look. "Don't wear anything fancy." The Uzumaki bit her bottom lip in sheer excitement but confusion still swam in her eyes. Was that some sort of code to wear something fancy? Did he really mean to dress casually? What about semi-formal pajamas? Naruto chuckled as he saw the cogwheels turning in her head, reflecting from her purple orbs. Seriously. Don't wear anything fancy, wear something casual, comfortable. He paused when he felt the Dark Country Supreme Commander seal on his left shoulder tingle. The seal was directly connected to all members of his council to speak directly to him, but only used for dire emergencies. He quickly deciphered the code and his eyes dimmed fractionally. Let me go and talk to Sueki. The vampire had found a secure location somewhere outside of the Crystal Citadel. It was the house of a dark-born Suna merchant, a citizen of Dark Country and a respected trader in Sunagakur, from what Naruto could catch. The fairly large house was situated in a corner of Light City and was now being patrolled by his black operatives, and the whole place had been swept down from top to bottom of bugs or microphones, despite the Dark Country trader insisting the place was private. Kushina and Kisame followed Naruto as Black Operative Panda came to the Snow Daimyo's palace to direct him to the secured location. Team 12 welcomed him into the house, dropping to their right knees, placing their hands over their hearts and bowing their heads, while Team 11 watched from the roof for any disturbances. The black operatives had also asserted the dark merchant not be present to welcome his master into the house, that he would have time later to speak with Lord Naruto. Panda joined her teammates and motioned up the stairs. Commander Bat is upstairs. Third room on the left. Oh. Bat took off her black mask and placed it on the dresser. Naruto began speaking. He took her mind back 22 years. I had just gotten you back from Hanzo, he said, slowly walking to her and motioning to the only chair in the room. Her red eyes looked at the seat, teetering in place on whether she should accept and sit down or insist her teacher sit down. Naruto silently looked to her, not speaking. The white-haired lady sighed and gently sat down. I didn't know where I was going, and I didn't care, as long as you were far away from that salamander. Naruto was low on chakra. He had spent his last few drops of energy retrieving his student as the old cage dropped her and Konan, keeping his word as soon as Yahiko killed himself. The rain had been in his eyes and he fled with haggard steps, carrying the 15-year-old vampire in his arms. Naruto finally stopped under a tree outside of Ame, but Naruto refused to let go of his friend, falling onto his knees and cradling her in his arms. He finally got a good look at her. Sueki's formerly crimson orbs were now milky white and there were purple veins streaking up her neck and onto her cheeks. The little girl looked around, whispering in a trembling voice. SS-sensei? The boy wiggled an arm around her and grabbed her searching hands. S-sensei, is that you? Naruto looked at her face worriedly. His foggy mind was trying to concentrate, trying to figure out what was wrong with her. I'm here, kid. Sensei's here. I can't see, Sueki whispered tiredly, her hands squeezing Naruto's weakly. Sensei, I can't see. I'll figure this out, Naruto stammered, shaking the girl to keep her eyes open. Don't sleep, okay? You can't go to sleep. He did not know that veins were also creeping up his neck. These ones were toxic green, and his blue eyes were gradually dimming, turning white. His vision became weaker and sweet slumber called to him. He refused to go blind. He scratched for chakra to make a clone, even a weak one, to go and bring help. He found nothing. He was so tired. Out of the two women Hanzo had captured and taken hostage, Sueki was more stubborn. She struggled. She had kicked and scratched and clawed and snapped, raving like wild animal and fighting like a cornered lion until Hanzo forced her to inhale a large dose of poison mist, a stronger dose than his conscience would allow him any other time. Sueki was sure at least her attempt to not get captured by the cage would make her teacher proud. Naruto felt his eyes droop as the poison in his system shut down his internal organs, turning his skin an ugly shade of gray. He jumped and his eyes opened as something scampered out of the bushes before him and stood on its hind legs. It was just about 1.5 feet tall, standing on its legs like that, and its skin was coal black with splotches of red markings here and there, similar to how a painter would splash drops of red on a black painted canvas. The ghost's vision was too dark to clearly see what it was. The thing standing before the two dying friends silently looked on with eyes heavy from centuries of age and wisdom, before he opened his serrated teeth. The thing's saliva dribbled down from its tongue and it seeped onto its tiny, cupped hands. It waddled towards the masked blonde, cradling his gradually cooling best friend. Naruto growled weakly, defensively, though unable to put up any kind of fight as the murky-looking creature clambered up his back, ripped his half-mask off his face, wrenched open his disfigured mouth, and the saliva poured directly down his throat. It tasted disgusting. The effects were immediate. The color returned to Naruto's face and the life-draining signs of the poison the veins in his foggy eyes left him as if they had evaporated from his body. He still didn't have the strength to grab the animal perched on his shoulder, only hugging his dying friend closer to his chest. The small creature skittered down Naruto's back and stood in front of his once again, proudly standing on his hind legs and looking up at the disfigured 17-year-old boy cradling his vampire friend in his arms. His beady black eyes glimmered as he examined the symptoms Sueki was displaying, and the Ame rain mercilessly beating down on them, not hindered much by the tree, slid down the animal's slimy body. Naruto looked back at the creature, a sagely-looking salamander from first glance, and he begged without thinking. "Help her. It is remarkable you are still alive, Ghost," the old salamander said in an even tone. "Hanzo used his best poison on you, sadly it is not the same poison he used on the girl." His eyes dipped down to the girl as she shivered, trembling from a cold only she could feel. Thin blood started seeping out of the corners of her lips. Hanzo had to mix his poison with mine just to put her down. Strong girl. Naruto didn't care what the salamander elder had to say. "Help her. Hanzo, he asked me to bring you this." He shuffled to the boy and turned around, bending down onto his knees. On his back was a large scroll that rolled open on its own. There was only one name on the scroll. Hanzo. "Hanzo is passing our summoning contract to you, Ghost," the elder said in a monotone, keeping his emotions at bay. It was his last order. Even now, the fighting was still going on with Hanzo against Nagato. "The cure can only possibly come if you become our summoner." Naruto bit his thumb without thinking and signed his name onto the salamander summoning contract. The scroll rolled back up on its own, just as the elder whipped around and bit down hard on Naruto's hand, sinking his serrated teeth into Naruto's skin and pouring poison into the new summoner's body. Sueki had stopped moving now. "Quickly, Ghost, your saliva is now the cure," the elder said hurriedly, and Naruto gently pried open the girl's mouth. Naruto, presently, took off his half-mask and showed his wife his mutilated maw once again. His teeth clattered as he said, pointing at the serrated, needle-like rows of teeth. The salamander elder called this the approval of the salamander. "Hanzo only had his venom sacs, I have that in this." Sueki's eyes widened and she gasped in realization. "That's why you're immune to poisons." His teeth were something she had assumed had been caused by his lightning-release bloodline, or from using Silent Night against the former Amikage. Her red eyes then dipped. "Why didn't you ever tell me, sensei?" "I was ashamed to think Hanzo, of all people, was the one that saved our lives." Naruto shrugged limply. "I haven't thought about those salamanders until the old samurai mentioned Hanzo." He remained still as he felt a pair of soft hands touch his cheeks. The vampire sighed heavily. "Sensei, I'm not disappointed in you. I know. I'm happy you did that to save my life." "You are?" The woman scoffed and rolled her crimson eyes genially, breaking her emotionless facade. "Of course I am, I would have done the same in a heartbeat." Naruto's eyes glittered and he looked away shyly, saying in a timid voice, "You, don't care that I'm ugly?" Sueki giggled and pressed herself closer to her husband, very much liking how his arms wrapped around her. She beamed up at him and responded, "Oh Naruto, honey, you were ugly when we first met and you're just as ugly now. Pshhh, you're making me blush, Sue." She tapped the hollow bone that was supposed to be his nose. "I love you all the same." The happy couple exited the room. Sueki only slid her mask back on as they marched down the stairs. Naruto could only hope, like the past 22 years, he would never need to use his salamander summons. Later that evening, as Naruto was rushing about the city and preparing for his date with Kushina, Bat and her team called for his attention and relayed to him a message Umara Kurama, clan head of the Kurama clan, had sent them via walkie-talkie. Minato Namikaze was making suspicious movements around the country, first coming back to Konoha to find that he had no house and no money, then he left the village the next day to the fire capital to meet the daimyo, according to one of Naruto's sources inside the palace, and then route tracked Minato to Hidden Mountain, where he bought a house atop one of the many mountain ranges within the village's border. While his comrades that had returned from Chill had either killed themselves after suffering from the memories of that village, or had taken to drugs and alcohol to make themselves forget, Minato moved about with vacant eyes and unfocused steps. Root knew of a handful of places Minato had gone in his search for the truth, and with each revelation, the blonde lost more and more life in his eyes. Umara was uneasy when her clan mates had sighted Minato scouting the outside of their near-empty clan compound. Naruto knew a ticking time bomb when he sees one or hears one, and Minato was just about to explode. He sent Team 12 to Konoha to personally deliver a message to Umara, and then they would return to Darkness, to the Black headquarters in the Night Forest, to assemble a force of Black operatives for this delicate mission. The Kurama clan was coming back to Dark Country. Chapter 24. 7:29 p.m. Kushina paced back and forth, in front of Naruto's bedroom in the Snow Mansion. The Uzumaki was dressed in a pair of black pants and a dark red shirt with the Uzushio whirlpool plastered on the back. The tomboy also had a fully zipped-up black jacket over her torso to ward off the cold of Snow Country's summer snow. On her feet were a pair of white sneakers, fitted for comfort and strong enough to now fall apart if she was forced to run at full speed. Her date had once again empathized that she would enjoy the night better if she wore something comfortable but yet required for the season in snow. Kushina did not have her shinobi vest or forehead protector on. She stopped in front of the door, for the 100th time that evening, and looked at her digital wristwatch as it counted up the seconds. 55, 56, 57, 58, 50 knee. She nervously rapped her fist on the door and stood back. The door was thrown open and her date was dressed just as causal as her, a plain black short-sleeved shirt, a pair of gray sweatpants and an unzipped gray jacket that had an artistic slash going down the left side. He was in gray shoes and there was a rolled-up scroll in his right hand. His eyes brightened as he saw who was standing outside of his door. "Kushina, you could have come in, you know." The woman blushed and pouted, avoiding the obvious statement. "Where are we going, uncle?" Naruto quietly closed the door to his appointed room and opened the scroll, showing that it was a map of all of Snow Country, though this map had up to 20, maybe 30, red dots marked on seemingly random spots. He looked at the younger ninja and grinned widely. "We're going on a food tour." Words could not even begin to explain the absolute, unfiltered bliss Kushina felt. Her uncle really knew what to do to impress her. The redhead smiled gently, her flushed face turned an even darker shade of red. She had 3 great passions in this world, being a ninja, protecting darkness and Uzushio, and finally food. Wasn't food supposed to be the best way to a man's heart? She felt her heart clamor in her chest and the butterflies in her stomach did nothing to help her situation. Naruto was busy holding the map and turning it about, scratching his head. "We might not be able to finish it all this night, but that's fine, we can always come back and finish it tomorrow, and the day after that." He hummed. "I'm certain that we can get up to half of this map before midnight, then we can go and watch a movie and walk through the park, if you're not tired, whatever you want really. I gave Kisame and the Black Ops a break for the next 3 days or so, until we head back home, so we can be by ourselves." He jutted his chin to a spot on the map, one of the 6 dots located in Light City. "We can start here, Kushina?" he said with a slight smile, looking back at the redhead as she looked up at him adoringly. "Are you okay?" The Uzumaki sighed in content and answered. "Yeah, I'm okay." Naruto smiled, realizing that his food tour plan was spot on, and he rolled up the map, stuffing it into a pocket inside his jacket and holding out his hand to his date. "Shall we?" Kushina grinned up at him. "We shall." The 2 food lovers skipped out of the palace and into Light City. Ooh. Author's note, there is a lemon scene right here that YouTube won't allow. If you want to read it, the link to the story is in the description. Ooh. Next morning. 6:21 a.m. Kushina smiled sweetly and cuddled into Naruto's side, rubbing his stomach in her sleep and nestling her head on his shoulders. Sueki slept on Naruto's other side, her legs curled around her teacher's left leg and her arms desperately hugging his left arm to her chest, as if she was dreaming that she would lose him. The man snored quietly, bringing the 2 beautiful women closer to himself and allowing them to use him as a body pillow. His eyes snapped open and his crystal blue eyes flicked to the door. There was a commotion going on outside. He glanced at the ladies on his arms, sound asleep, and he hummed in thought. He tried to slip his arm out of Kushina's grip but the woman whined petulantly. "Nuu." She wiggled into his side and her lips turned upwards into a small, satisfied smile. "Uncle Rudo, shtai." The man tried to tug his arm out of Sueki's grip but the vampire growled, saying firmly in her dream. "No." A nervous sweat drop slid down the side of the masked man's face at the authoritative tone his wife had taken in her sleep, making him wonder what sort of dream she was having. He counted to 5 in his head, before he hastily rose up off the bed. A smoke clone took his place and solidified before the 2 women could notice. The real Naruto sent a thumb up to his clone and the chakra construct nodded back, his eyes resolute to take its boss's place for that moment. The ninja then stealthily hopped off the bed and walked with clipped steps to his gray sweatpants and black shirt, haplessly thrown on the desk at some point a few hours ago. He mussed up his shaggy yellow hair and rubbed at the dark circles under his eyes, gotten from years of worry and lack of much sleep. Naruto trooped to the door and exited the room, looking around as servants and guards ran up and down before his bedroom door. He followed the direction most of the servants and guards were taking and ended up in a crowd before a bedroom door. The section of the palace was designated to the guards of the daimyos when they were not on duty. Coming through. The man called, but the murmuring and yelling was too loud for them to hear him. Inside the room, Naruto's keen hearing could detect the sound of cursing. He recognized Kisame's voice immediately. Naruto's body dissolved into smoke and he seamlessly passed through the crowd. This was not his smoke form, it was merely how he bypassed closed doors and tight spaces. He slinked his way into the room and materialized as he got to the front. Hoshigaki Kisame, drenched in blood and clad only in a pair of formerly dark blue boxers, was wildly swinging a fully unfurled seimata around, snapping at the snow shinobi that surrounded him, trying to get to him. On his bed was a badly battered and mutilated corpse. The arms had been shredded down to their elbows and the legs were now mere stumps. The stomach was cut open, spilling out the intestine and bladder, and its head had been broken open with some sort of blunt object. Scratches and scrapes littered its naked body. A woman, from what Naruto was able to discern. The masked leader wasted no more than 3 seconds taking all of this in, before his eyes darkened angrily. He barked. "What the hell is going on here?" A hush fell over the crowd as they heard his voice, and those behind Naruto shuffled back respectfully. The chakra armor-wearing snow shinobi stopped their attempts at grabbing the wild swordmaster. Kisame visibly calmed down as he saw his master glare at him, then around the room. "Well?" Naruto's voice was dangerously low and Kisame ground his teeth. His head fell forward in subservience, though his sword-bearing hand was still raised defensively. The crowd at Naruto's back were pushed back by his black operative guards who had urgently left Light City when multiple alarms in a neighboring town had been raised. A brave snow ninja pointed at Kisame, who bared his teeth but keeping his head down before his leader. "Hoshigaki Kisame is resisting arrest," he said this as he motioned to the scene of the crime, Kisame's bed. The Kiri-born dark shinobi looked to his leader, urgency in his eyes, and Naruto's own narrowed as they looked at him. The snow ninja stepped back once as the dark leader walked up to Kisame with clipped steps. He glared harder at the swordmaster and Kisame's sword-holding hand flopped down. Seimata's scales fell back and its body smoothened, realizing that now was not the time to act wildly. Its holder bowed his torso forward, his heaving chest rising and falling from keeping the snow ninja's back for the past 10 minutes. Now, his mind was panicking on what his leader was thinking. "Look at me," Naruto ordered, and Kisame, fearing for his life and afraid of what his master would think, did not lift his head, keeping his trunk bowed forward and closing his eyes tightly. Naruto frowned hard, and he said, this time in a stronger voice, "I said, look at me." Kisame hesitantly raised his head and stood straight. He looked into his leader's eyes. "Sir." The bespectacled leader pointed at the gruesome crime scene and said, "Did you do this?" The other daimyos, besides Mifune, entered the room, walking through the space Naruto's guards created, and silently watched the youngest daimyo speak to his subordinate. Kisame shook his head. "I didn't do this, Lord Naruto." The ghost in glasses stared deep into Kisame's black with blue sclera eyes for one long, tense minute. He frowned deeper as he saw the look in his subordinate's eyes. "He didn't do it," Naruto said firmly, honestly. Yes, there was a feral look in Kisame's eyes, but, with his answer, he didn't detect any lie. "But sir," the same ninja that had spoken said. "Her blood is all over him." Naruto turned around, defensively standing in front of Kisame and crossing his arms. "He said he didn't do it. That means, he didn't do it." Words could not begin to describe the relief Kisame felt when his master believed him. There was doubt in his mind at some point, that his master would cast him away and deny him at the sight of his gory scene, but now there wasn't a flicker, or a shadow of a doubt, that his master had his back. Kisame, standing behind his leader, slightly bowed, humbled. Doton tore his eyes away from the carnage on the infamously savage dark ninja's bed and said, "That isn't how the law works here in Snow Country, Lord Naruto." He wasn't smiling warmly now. Now, he looked irritated. The suspect of a murder will immediately be detained unless he has been proven innocent. And in this case, his seething eyes looked to the dead body, then back to Naruto and the man he was defending. There is no way your ninja wasn't the one that killed this poor woman. Has he not already done far worse? Let's investigate this then, Naruto said, not budging. Kisame's bloody reputation preceded him but, briefly looking at the scene on the bed once again. Set up an investigation team, check for prints, check for clues and trace back Kisame's night. Somebody else did this, I'm sure of it. It would be a waste of our time and a gross waste of resources, Doton yelled. Deservedly so, the woman on the bed was from his country. Someone has to take responsibility for this. Then I'll take responsibility, Naruto said, and Doton was taken aback by the quick answer. Throw me in jail until you find the real culprit. That, Doton stammered, shell-shocked. There is no need for that. No innocent shinobi of mine will spend a day in jail. Not on my watch, Naruto finished in his head. The blonde man suddenly smiled brightly, looking around at the shocked faces of the people in the room. Now, how are we doing this? Side story, unnamed. Hiya. 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 Kushina thrust her palm forward, grunting as it was slapped upwards and adjusting her footing so that she could deliver a kick, which was knocked aside by a swat to her ankle. She ran back into her opponent and sent over a liver jab to his side, focusing all of her power and speed into that one blow, but was thrown off when the person stepped aside and tripped her as she passed him. The 13-year-old girl hastily rolled aside from the patiently waiting man standing above her and ran into him again, aiming for a body tackle to, somehow, take him down. All the man did was lift his knee and she ran straight into it, face first. She saw nothing for a split second, her mind slowly beginning to reel after running into the sturdy knee, and grunted in pain as a Spartan kick to her chest pushed her back, plopping her onto the ground. You're telegraphing your attacks, Kushina. A stern voice said to her, watching as his student shook her head to clear the stars from her vision. The knee to her face had hit her square on the forehead, between her eyes, thankfully not crushing her nose, but it hurt like hell. She rubbed the spot and winced. Naruto's eyes narrowed and he said, "Stand up." The girl got up as quickly as her frazzled body allowed her. Is this what you'll be doing during the Chunin exams? Rush in and overpower them? The masked teacher said harshly. He had his hands behind his back and his back straight. His student copied his posture as best as she could and she raised her chin to meet his eyes, being as respectful to her teacher as possible during this sort of infield training. What if your opponent is a trap expert? What if your opponent is a poison expert? I can find a way around the traps with my clones. Shadow clones aren't everything, Kushina. The teacher said in a strong voice and the girl's head dipped down, lowering her eyes to the ground. The man looked at the obedient, yet fiercely stubborn, Uzumaki and he frowned. Some of the things I do is that I move with the moment, and follow through with the momentum. One attack leads into another and another and another, a chain of attacks, fluid counters and dodges. He tapped her forehead. Don't think, do. But, Naruto-sensei, how do I do that? There are two things you can do, he said and stepped back. She took this as her cue to get into her fighting style of choice, and in her case it was the vortex fist of Uzushio-Gakuer. Naruto didn't take any noticeable stance, but his hands were at his sides, speaking to her on how she could use her fighting style that used brute force, ease of flexibility and stamina, though also cluing to her how he sometimes fought. First is the straightforward approach but no projection of your attacks. Here he punched forward, a simple attack to her face, and she stumbled back, unknowing that he had stopped barely an inch from her head. He waited for her to get back onto her feet and back into her stance, continuing. The other is you project the hell out of your attacks. This time he dragged his right arm back, making sure to adjust to her height and moving at a somewhat fast speed, fast enough for her to see and expect his blow. He went through all the motions, his torso and hip twisted to his right a little, his right elbow bent and his hand closed into a fist. She raised her guard, ready for the fist, but instead her teacher's left foot shot up as his right fist was readily notched, moving at the very same speed as the fist would have if it had shot forward. His foot lightly tapped her at the side of the head, indicating that he had tagged her. She did not realize that his leg had been moving up as his fist was moving back. Her uncle had made sure to attract her attention to his fist, taking her notice from his foot. Kushina's eyes widened in wonder and her blonde teacher cracked a smile at her mystified expression. The first kind of attack can be used on people you think are not as strong as you, but make sure you don't get cocky. You need to be faster to pull it off on the first few tries against your opponents. She bobbed her head excitedly, still thinking of the last kind of attack, which he explained next. The other kind of attack is for people you consider stronger than you, who you think you should use roundabout, evasive tactics to go about taking them down. He scratched his chin and said, "Personally, I used both kinds of attacks for everyone, depending on how I feel that day, but," he emphasized the last word, "I mainly use the second kind against more physically imposing people and against Dujutsu holders, including but not limited to the Sharingan and the Byakugan. People like Kisame, who was just as tall as Naruto but was more muscular and buffer, were who Naruto used evasive, distracting fighting tactics against. It was also this kind of fighting, using it in tandem with one of the fighting styles he knew, that he was able to defeat Nagato in a fight, as long as the Rinnegan holder kept using hand-to-hand, otherwise Naruto would have to use a wider array of tactics to win the fight. Someone with a Sharingan can already see probability and attack with relative accuracy, but now, if you use evasive strikes, you bombard them with many more probabilities." He demonstrated again using the same example. He pulled his arm back, but this time Kushina anticipated the kick, though that foot didn't leave the ground but instead Naruto's left fingers tapped her forehead. He looked like he was about to give a simple, routine straight punch but instead thrust the fingers of his hand forward. The glasses-wearing man tapped her forehead once more. "Watch again." He flicked his pointer and middle fingers to his eyes and said sternly, "Concentrate, Kushina." This time, he led with his left fist and the girl parried correctly by swiping it aside, though she didn't see him fractionally step closer and his left elbow coming to her face as she moved his fist away, lightly tapping the side of her face. There were a number of ways he could have gone about that very same evasive attack, Kushina thought in realization. He could have struck her face with his elbow, used the cover of his left fist to jab her stomach once she parried the blow, stepped on her feet, lodge a knee in her abdomen, a headbutt. Her teacher smirked as he saw it click in her mind. You can use your clones for the second kind of attacks, once you get inventive. And he knew the young redhead was plenty inventive. But, she stammered, coming out of her mind, which was flooded with ways she could use the knowledge her teacher was passing on to her. "Didn't you say I shouldn't use my clones?" "I didn't say not to use them, I said not to depend on them for everything." He clarified smoothly, showing her another misdirecting attack, which she almost got correctly, a right knee to the stomach, but it turned out to be a stomp on her right foot, though not as brutal as he would use on the battlefield. "You have an unbelievable amount of chakra, Kushina. If you can summon clones without using hand signs, then there are endless possibilities for you when it comes to hand-to-hand." She nodded her head, her purple eyes now swimming with ideas. Naruto smiled gently as he saw her contemplative face, as she tried to see under the layers of attacks from her uncle, attempting to find the true attack. Kushina was a very creative and adaptable girl. She hadn't yet mastered the ability of summoning clones without hand seals, but he was certain she would find a way. The Uzumaki clan's Vortex Fist was a rigid fighting style that emphasized strength and persistence. Naruto was teaching Kushina how to loosen up her stance and become more flexible. Kushina was lucky enough to be born with an outstanding sensory ability that gave her full knowledge of her environment at all times. This full sensory ability, not touch sensor or taste sensor, coupled with her chakra chain's bloodline, were the two reasons Naruto was leaking a little bit of his own fighting style into the Vortex Fist, seeing as the girl could leave her back completely open but was fully capable of sensing and neutralizing threats using those two rare Uzumaki skills. Naruto wasn't lucky enough to be a sensor, but he was very much aware of his environments most of the time, from training his mind and body to detect minute signs and tells around him. The masked man's smoke release was similar to Kushina's chakra chains in the sense that they couldn't just be used to poison targets but also to physically grab, drag, entangle, pierce, or simply fashion temporary weapons. Like many years ago that Onion had captured Danzo and brought the War Hawk to Dark Country, Naruto had grabbed Danzo and slammed him back into the chair once the old man had tried to escape using a tendril of smoke that had come out of the big toe on his right foot. Sueki was like Kushina in the sense that she was also a sensor, albeit not in the normal sense, seeing as the vampire could sense the presence of any being, living or not, as long as the creature had blood in their system, or some sort of bodily fluid that sustained their lives. Her only known limitation were corpses that had been dead for longer than a year. The blonde sensei was teaching his only two students to surpass him. He took 3 steps back and motioned for her to come. Try it. Some weeks later, Kushina would use the very same lessons her uncle taught her to win the Chunin exam's final tournament. Chapter 25. A shrill harmonica echoed through the dark and desolate dungeons of the Light City prison. Naruto closed his eyes and blew into the harmonica, masterfully making music with the metallic wind instrument and swaying ever so slightly to the rhythm. The guards patrolling up and down the prison complex briefly wondered how the newest prisoner had been able to sneak a harmonica in. They had searched him, seized all of his weapons and slapped a chakra limiter on him, limiting his chakra to only the bare minimum for survival. They had been stopped from stripping Naruto of his black mask by a strong shake of the head from one snow shinobi that had accompanied him inside. The black operatives, as ordered by their leader, were to focus on the investigation, serving as the supervisory and consulting investigators just in case the snow investigators tried to pull a fast one on them. Taking his weapons and sealing off his chakra was enough. The black mask the blonde man wore didn't distort as he blew into the harmonica. Some other prisoners joined in, idly tapping their hands on the bars of their jail cells, following the lazy rhythm the new prisoner was making. Some others whispered lowly and the more energetic ones hummed. The guards were utterly confused. It wasn't against the rules to sing, and it wasn't that the music was even that bad, it was that this sort of thing had never happened before. It seemed as if a great majority of the prison were listening or participating in the impromptu concert the person in Block K, Cell 52 was leading. "Shut up!" A voice across his cell block bellowed, and the blonde man sitting with his legs crossed on the top bunk of his cell turned his head and roared right back. "Fuck off!" Naruto stubbornly played the harmonica, adding a few elaborate and enticingly shrill tones. The prisoners, the ones brave enough to defy the apparently infamous prisoner that had yelled for silence, kept up their lazy additions to the song. The masked man hid his smirk and closed his eyes again, falling back into the music. The irate criminal yelled, "Keep quiet, or else." Naruto halted his music and turned to the bars of his cells, looking directly at the hulking mass of humanity that was glaring death at him from his cell. The man was covered in tattoos and his bright orange pants were clearly a larger size than what was normally worn in the prison. The man was much bigger than Naruto, with a glisteningly bald head and a black handlebar mustache above his lip. Still sitting on his bed at the top bunk, the masked man called back. "Or else what?" The man spat hatefully, answering, "Or else'll beat the fucking shit out of ya, dumb fuck." Naruto scoffed and rolled his eyes. "I bet that's what you tell your dick." A round of laughter rolled through the prison. Naruto lifted the harmonica to his lips and prepared to blow, but the heavy-set, muscular man jutted out an arm from his cell and pointed across to Naruto's cell, his finger shaking with rage. "Better not play that, new guy." The blonde man flipped the bigger man off and continued his mini-concert, even though those that joined in had lessened in number and were more out of the line of sight for the supposed biggest man in there. Naruto could feel how heavy his body was from having his chakra sealed off. It was like there was 100-pound weight on each of his limbs, and when it walked it was like he was trudging through sludge. It wasn't a new sensation or unwelcome sensation. For a maximum security prison, Light City Prison was better than Naruto had anticipated. There were at least 40 stories and hundreds of cells. There was a gym, 2 basketball courts, a laundry, carpentry and metalwork room where the prisoners tried to earn a little bit of money, much lower than any minimum wage outside the prison. The place could use some rebuilding and refurnishing, like the pillows were dingy, the beds were thin, the bunks were rickety and old, and the bathrooms were only being cleaned twice a week. The Dark Country Penitentiary back home, located on a small, man-made island in the middle of a large lake in the eastern region, was being overlooked by both heads of the Defense Corporation. The complex was newer and still somewhat being constructed at the moment. Crime was rarer in Dark Country, the major one being pickpocketing, reckless driving on carriage or on horseback, and public intoxication, and it was mainly done by delinquents or kids that didn't know any better. Naruto was keeping a keen eye on the prison of his home country, seeing whether or not he and his council should just scrap the building and reuse it for something more useful. Those crimes previously stated could just as easily be curbed and have already been curbed so far, by giving past, present and future culprits something better to do than run amok, wasting away their lives. Club activities, after-school activities and the option of internship with proper wages reduced crime rate in darkness to as low as 1%. The crime rate during the first 5 years after the Civil War was much higher, as ninjas returning from Fire Country and teenagers that were too thick-headed to accept that the war was over primarily dominated the crime scene. Naruto took swift measures during those crucial 5 years after the Civil War, and with the cooperation of his council, the clans and the clanless, crime rate had dropped from 41% to the measly 1% it was presently. The man's train of thought was interrupted by a voice under him. "It's not a good idea to get King angry, new guy. I hear he eats his victims." Naruto answered with a flippant wave. "I've killed worse guys in my sleep." His answer seemed to jar the person on the bottom bunk. "KK killed?" "Yup, killed." Naruto stopped the concert and looked under the bed at his cellmate. His eyebrows were raised in question. "Haven't killed anyone?" The person lying on his back on the bottom bunk was rail thin and had a deep tan, dark eyes, dark brown hair, a pointed chin but no other distinguishing features. He was fully wearing his bright orange prison jumpsuit, though the front was unzipped to show the white vest he had on underneath. The man shook his head. No, never killed anyone. The man on the top bunk tucked away his harmonica somewhere on the inside of his own orange jumpsuit. The tanned man underneath wasn't sure where, seeing as their uniforms didn't have pockets, for a reason too. What are you in for? Bank robbery. My getaway driver took the wrong turn. His eyes strayed and Naruto frowned. Likely the getaway driver was his friend and he was killed while they were trying to escape on foot once their horse carriage was taken out. I guess we got greedy. Naruto lay on his stomach and folded his arms under his chin, peering slightly off the side of his bunk to the man lying on his side on the bottom bunk. What do you mean? The plain-faced man was silent for a short moment before he murmured. We used to rob stores. He shrugged. Bills started piling up and I got into a bad gambling debt. That's unfortunate. The man snorted, as if to lift the mood. Yeah, you can say that. He didn't look up, not making eye contact with the heavily built man staring daggers at their cell. The man on his side suddenly shifted onto his back and pulled out a small book from under his beat-up pillow. I'm Hiro. Naruto. What are you in for, Naruto? I'm taking the fall for a friend of mine. Hiro closed his book and looked at the blond man curiously, who rolled back onto his bed and folded his arms behind his head, staring up at the dreary gray ceiling. Someone framed him for murder. I'm having a team look into it. Wait, how were you able to convince them to bring you here instead of your friend? Hiro asked shakily, afraid that the masked man above him was part of the Snow Country Yakuza. Maybe having a team look into it meant his friends were cleaning the crime scene and clearing their names, declaring their innocence for a crime they really did commit. I'm taking the blame, but only for a little while. Hiro gulped, blocking his sweaty face with his small book. King, ha, Naruto muttered aloud. What has he done? Ha, what hasn't he done? Hiro snorted. Murder, rape, burglary, bribery, extortion, armed robbery, home invasion, he's what we call a veteran jailbird. King's the boss of Chi no Kaze, the gang that runs this whole place. I heard he's got friends among the guards and connections on the outside too. He's been here longer than most people here and with what he's doing around here, he'll probably never leave here either. For your own safety, I advise you to stay clear of him and don't get on his bad side. Naruto whistled, impressed. Then he asked, changing the subject. How long are you in here for? Lord Doton's High Council gave me 5 years, I've got 1 year left, 6 months for good behavior. He sent a stern look to the bunk bed above his. And I'd like to get out of here in one piece. He suddenly recalled the possibility of Naruto being a member of the notorious Winter Hacksaw Gang, a yakuza that was among the top 3 most feared on the continent. What else could explain the man's confidence at flipping off the humongous veteran jailbird? If you don't mind. Naruto chuckled loudly and exhaled, wiping a stray tear from his left eye. You know, Hiro, I don't know why you're scared of me, but it's hilarious. Why you've killed people, Hiro said in a hushed whisper, afraid the others in their cells would hear him. Of course I'm scared. Naruto hummed to himself, saying. Well, how are you so sure I've even killed anyone? For all you know, I haven't even killed a rat. I know a shinobi when I see one. Hiro bit back, withdrawing again as he remembered the man above him had killed before. Good eye, Naruto murmured in acknowledgement. Counter-argument, they've sealed away my chakra, your chakra, all of our chakra, how am I still a threat? It's a gut feeling. He patted his stomach familiarly. My guts never led me off before. Well. He trailed off. The bespectacled blond man tapped his chin at Hiro's answer. He had thought once he entered prison, his glasses would make him look like weakling. Well, yes it did to some people, but for more cautious people like the thief below him, he was still suspicious. Maybe it was his leanly muscular build or his pale skin or probably his mysterious blue eyes. Naruto laughed to himself at his self-descriptions. All from Kushina, mind you, during the date the other night, while they were pigging out in a backyard cookout, she had told him how she would describe him to those that didn't know him. Thinking about Kushina, his mind lingered on the tomboyish redhead, then Sueki wandered along and the corners of his eyes crinkled softly. Hey, Hiro, he called, after 10 minutes of partial silence. The outside of the cell was filled with warbled conversations going on inside the cells and being thrown outside to other cell blocks. It wasn't yet time to open the cells and allow the prisoners out to do their morning work. The pointy-chinned bank robber grunted in reply. Did you have anyone waiting for you outside? No. Hiro wondered where Naruto was taking the conversation. Wasn't it just 30 minutes ago that the blonde had been led into the cell by the warden? I assume you do? Naruto's fingers dipped into his orange jumpsuit and he pulled out a picture he had taken of him, Sueki and Kushina from a few days ago. He was half asleep, coming out from another long meeting with the daimyos, and Kushina had come at him with a camera, egging Sueki out of the shadows to take a picture with them. He rolled onto his side and showed Hiro, hanging his left arm off the edge of the bunk. Hiro squinted at the picture, taken some weeks ago before the conference of Wealth Nation daimyos. My wife and my girlfriend. Hiro looked up at Naruto incredulously. Wife and girlfriend? The glasses-wearing ninja pulled his arm back and stared at the picture. Yup. Damn, Hiro mumbled in admiration. Then he looked up and asked. And do they know? Yup. He left out how he, his wife and his girlfriend had a threesome just a handful of hours ago. How time flies. Damn, Hiro mumbled again, gradually becoming less scared of Naruto and more impressed. And they're fine too, you're a lucky man, Naruto. The masked man chuckled. Yes, I am, Hiro. The man placed the picture back into his jumpsuit and asked. Any family? I have a younger brother. He's shoemaker. He looked back into his small book. I haven't heard from him in years. How do you know he's a shoemaker? His last postcard years ago said he was setting up shop in Suna, to make comfortable footwear for frequent travelers, he quoted out loud. I don't even know if he's still alive. Naruto was about to say something but his sky blue eyes flicked to the cell door as it was buzzed open. 3 prison guards stepped inside and looked directly at him. The leader of the group said. Prisoner 547,127, get down, face the wall and put your hands behind your head. What's this about? Naruto asked. Hiro sat up, surprised. I will not repeat myself again. The leader and his 2 subordinates brandished batons and clicked a small button. Light blue electricity coursed over their batons and they glared at Naruto. The masked man stared at the 3 stoically, then he hopped off his bed and held up his hand, facing the wall and putting his hands behind his head. A violent hand yanked his hands down and cuffed them with chakra suppressors at his lower back, chaining his legs as well. A firm hand pulled him out of the cell and another guard closed the door. The leader of the group marched before them, tapping his now unelectrified baton in his hand. You have a visitor. Oh, Naruto said. You should have led with that. The hand on his shoulder tightened. Quiet. Naruto ignored him. For a second there, I thought you were taking me to the bathroom. King's gunning for my ass, I just know it. If you don't watch your mouth, it'll happen sooner than you think. Naruto brazenly looked across from his cell block to King's and rolled his eyes, an action that made the veteran jailbird smirk evilly right back at him. The hulking man signed subtly, the receivers were out of Naruto's field of vision, so he didn't catch who he was talking to, though he was very sure that the people King was communicating with were on his cell block. The bespectacled blonde hobbled along at his own pace, various scenarios churning around in his head. They led him into a white-walled room with a single metal table and 2 metal chairs inside. The table was bolted to the ground and the chair scrapped back as they shoved Naruto onto it, connecting his handcuffs to a loop on the steel table and doing the same for his shackled feet. This was so that he didn't make any sudden, violent movements towards whoever visited him and so that there was no exchange they couldn't see. No normal man that had his chakra sealed away could hope to rip the bolted down table out of the ground. 2 of them stood on both sides of the room behind him and there was a pitch black, one-way glass facing him. He counted 4 security cameras, 1 for each corner. Naruto settled onto the cold, metal table, lacing his fingers together and resting on his forearms, waiting. The man coolly glanced up as the same door he entered from buzzed open. Sueki, not in her mask but wearing her full ninja uniform, trooped into the room emotionlessly. She sat down on the chair across from him and mirrored his posture, placing her forearms on the table and looking her husband deep in the eyes. How's it going? She asked out of the blue and Naruto mulled the question over in his head. I haven't been stabbed yet, so I think that's good. The vampire sighed and rubbed her forehead tiredly, feeling a throbbing headache coming. Can you take anything serious, sensei? Food, Naruto said seriously. I take food very seriously. He then cracked a smile at her exasperated groan. The listening guard shared bewildered looks at the bizarre shift in the conversation. Have you found anything yet? The woman quickly flicked her crimson-red eyes to the guards watching them like hawks, ensuring that there was no prohibited exchange, and she nodded. Naruto, catching the flicker of an action, bobbed his head slightly at her answer. Yes. She couldn't reveal the whole situation right there, with the cameras and the guards in the room, but she could tell him about general knowledge in the investigation. She began speaking in code, starting by saying through shaded language and body gestures that the message underneath was not meant to be told before unconcerned ears. Meaning, in simple terms, not to air their dirty laundry before others. It was the way back operatives in darkness began their shaded language and subtle gestures, their way of hiding their past or their leaders' past from unauthorized people. The ghost in glasses gave his student all due credit for the coded speak of the Dark Country Black Ops, seeing as she was the one that created it. The Black Commander laid out what they had discovered in the 30 minutes Naruto had been shipped off to Light City Maximum Security Prison, slipping in casual messages under. We found foreign chakra in Kisame's system, and eyewitnesses at the bar he was drinking in say that he was too drunk to even know where he was. She blinked, looking down for a split second, and then screwing her lips to the side. This meant that the surface information was indeed true, but also that the sensors in Team 11 and 12 Bat and Komodo Dragon, respectfully, had been able to get a few drops of blood from Kisame, away from the main investigating team, and had identified the strain of chakra in the Chakra Man's system as being that of an Uchiha's. Naruto team, according to the Neutrality Pact, was not allowed to do that, but, seeing as they were trained experts in subterfuge and misdirection, they could easily do it without getting caught. Then, how did she end up in his bed? He tapped his ring finger on the table twice and fractionally tilted his head to the right. Was the Uchiha chakra in Kisame's system because of an illusion? Seeing as Kisame had been inebriated beyond belief, it would have been easier to set an illusion over him. The bartender says she came up to him halfway through the night and started talking to him, says they were acting like they had known each other for years now. She nodded subtly. The woman also had Uchiha chakra in her system. She was a civilian from what they could notably see from her body structure, her physique and the compactness of her muscles. She was a civilian as they came. Sueki then went on to say that while Kushina was personally supervising the snow investigation team to make sure they didn't plant any incriminating item anywhere, Sueki and the two specialized teams under her command were undergoing shadow campaigns, digging deeper and breaking laws without much regard. As long as they weren't caught, Naruto thought with a shrug, before he scoffed to himself, briefly breaking the coded speak he and his wife were making. His ninjas weren't going to get caught. They were just that good. Black Team 12, comprising of operatives Koala, Pony, Komodo Dragon, and Polar Bear, were making plans to go to the capital of Snow Country and break into the Citizenship Registration Center to sift through records to confirm if the woman was indeed a citizen of Snow, or whether or not she had taken any trips out of the country recently. This angle in the illegal investigation Naruto's ninjas were taking was to confirm whether or not she could have been placed on an illusion several weeks before the Conference of Wealth Nation Daimyos. Sharingan Genjutsu weren't only known for their potency or their effectiveness but also for how long it lasted on the victim. Black Team 11, comprising of operatives Bat, Wasp, Panda, and Phoenix, were going to stay back in Light City and make a full sweep of the crime scene to pick out infinitesimally small details or clues that could have been missed, like fiber from clothes or strands of hair, or even areas where there had recently been bursts of chakra. They were also going to the bar Kisame had gone to so as to look around the general vicinity, spreading outwards from the bar for any sign of Uchiha presence. Branching a little bit off their present situation, Naruto asked Sueki how moving the clan out of Konoha was coming along. She said that she had delegated the mission to Onion, Carrot, and Umara, who had said that there was a secret route tunnel leading directly through to a remote area in Suna. The thing Naruto's side of the mission had to worry about was masking the Kurama migration so that Konoha didn't notice them leave until the last second. Dark Country's side would help transport young and old as best and as comfortably as they can. Naruto then leaned forward a little. Were there any strange people in the bar? When he had looked into Kisame's eyes, he not only saw that the sea monster of Dark Country had not committed the gruesome murder, but also that he suspected he knew who it was. Sueki tried not to look surprised at the revelation her husband gave her as he conveyed the message to her. "It's a bar, sensei," she said with obvious-looking, half-lidded eyes. "Everyone there's sketchy." Naruto sat back with a laugh, shrugging. "Worth a shot, huh?" The woman smirked invisibly at his amusement. She was going to make Kisame talk, if he knew what was good for him. His white-haired wife then looked over at her husband, her eyes sad but her face professionally emotionless. "I'll get you out of here tonight." The guards looked at themselves, worried that this was a blatant admission that she wanted to break him out of prison. The man's eyes smiled and he leaned forward. "Let's hope I'll come out in one piece, huh, Sue?" She leaned forward as well and whispered, her eyes gradually closing. You'll manage somehow. She placed a soft kiss on his mask and physically smiled at him, a little upward twitch of the corner of her lips and a rejuvenated glow in her burning red eyes. You always do. Hey, no touching the prisoner. One of the guards barked. Sueki exhaled in mild frustration and stood up, Naruto's head craned back as he looked at her rise of her seat. He squinted a little behind his glasses. He reassured her that he was going to be fine. Chakra or no chakra, the masked specter wasn't someone to be trifled with. The woman gave him a lopsided smile, forming the kurano with her left hand and holding it to her chest. I'll wait for you, Naruto-sensei. He smiled warmly back at her, not minding the hilarity of the surface statement. She had promised to get him and by proxy Kisame free of all charges by that evening. The understated message was that she was vowing on Kurano to get him out of prison by that evening. He flicked his left hand into the forked hand sign of the country, holding it up as best as he could from the inconvenient way his hands had been chained down to the table. Thanks, Sue. Tell Kushina, I'll see you and her when I get out. Naruto could always count on his Sueki to deliver. She didn't need to promise on Kurano to get him out of jail. He already knew she would get the job done. Ooh. Suradachi coal mine. Sunagakur. Raza grunted deeply and frowned underneath his turban as he looked at the siblings kneeling before him, alongside a team of who he realized were from Black. Onion and Carrot had come with Team 13 to request something from their long-time, close ally, Suna. The difference being the 4 Black Ops were wearing masks while the 2 Root Ninjas weren't, exposing their faces and showing Raza identifiable Kurama traits. We will like to conduct an operation on your home soil, Lord Raza, Captain Frog of Black Team 13 said respectfully. This operation will happen in 30 hours' time after preparations have been finalized, and it will not cause damage to Suna or its people. Raza crossed his arms. Where is this operation taking place? Frog faltered in his answer. I am not at liberty to tell you where this operation will take place, for deniability reasons if we are discovered. What I am cleared to tell you is that the location of this operation is approximately 1,000 or so miles from Suna village, somewhere in the desert. This operation will not make use of explosions and, as per protocol, there will be no flashlights, flares or strobe lights involved. The operation will take place in pitch darkness, so Suna wouldn't notice their presence and no person from Fire Country will detect the light from their sentry post on their side of the Suna Fire Country border. The tunnel route used to infiltrate Suna was only a few miles away from the main base inside Konoha, and it was understandable why Danzo did not bring the tunnel any closer, as that would no doubt arouse the suspicion of Suna ninjas. Just about 20 black teams were assigned to the mission, making the total number of hand-selected black operatives to be a little over 80 shinobi and kunoichi, seeing as there were 4 people in one team. Less than half of those ninjas would stay back to impersonate the Kurama clan in their compound, heavily covered by paint illusions. They were picked out due to their similarity in physical features and their similarity in their chakra nature to the Kurama people, although they were either not affiliated with the painting clan or were related to them in some way, like outside marriages. The rest, a good 60 of them, would help the Kurama people seal their things away and escort them out of the escape hole in the desert floor to a minor road, where horse carriages would be waiting for them to transport them back to Dark Country. When Konoha finds out that the Kurama were no longer in the village, and they will eventually, Naruto wanted to ensure that his friends, Raza included, could deny knowing about the operation. Dark Country was prepared to defend its borders in case Konoha got hostile in its demand for the return of the clan, and the blonde leader was less than afraid if the fire daimyo was involved, as his source in her palace had said that she did not like Konoha all that much. Naruto's confidence in his police, his defense corps, his black and his normal ninjas couldn't be emphasized enough. Just because there hadn't been any person that had managed to forcefully break into darkness didn't mean there weren't any who tried. Many have tried. All had failed. When Naruto said that Dark Country had long since surpassed Konoha when it came to military and economic power, he wasn't lying. The economic power and outreach of darkness had passed Konoha after the first 7 years. The only thing Konoha really had over them was the collective respect of a majority of the continent, though they were slowly inching past the hidden leaf in that aspect. Evident with how the first 3 wealth nations feared darkness due to its silent, secretive nature. Allies spoke only praises and identified dark merchants locked their lips. Yes, darkness could handle Konoha just fine. The difficult part in the operation was handling the holder of mania. The present holder was 22 years old, within the same age bracket as the present generation occupying most of Naruto's ninja forces and the same generation that were making innovative moves in Dark Country. Those in the generation included Kushina, Kisame, Shimara, epic mist, onion, carrot, polar bear, Asura Kamuri clan head, and more than a few others. The holder of mania, as a measure to prevent the demon inside of her from gaining strength, was not trained in basic ninja knowledge but was tutored in subjects taught in her home country, darkness. People from the Kurama clan could not touch her, else the demon would awaken, and most of the Kurama people could not be further than 10 miles from her. This meant that she was to be led out of Suna first by black ninjas, far in front of the rest of the Kurama clan, while still keeping her within 5 miles of the rest, and she would have her own personal carriage. Naruto's special operatives were keeping 4 things their leader had outlined in mind. Naruto didn't want the holder of mania to accidentally or tap a person from the Kurama clan. Naruto didn't want the holder of the deadly demon to feel isolated from her clan, and Naruto, giving these last orders strictly and to be obeyed to the letter, wanted the Kurama clan's movement out of Konoha to be as comfortable as humanly possible, and also wanted their transition into the society of their home country to be smooth and without preventable problems. Naruto wanted to take part in this operation, and it was on receiving news that he had been incarcerated for false charges leveled on Kisame that they extended the day of the operation by a day. The Kurama weren't very happy at the extension, but they had been waiting to leave Konoha for 30 years, they could patiently wait another day. The plans for the mission had been rigorously created by a dual council of Naruto's half and the Kurama half. All angles and situations were considered, including if Minato got involved or if a spotlight from the Konoha half flashed on the evacuating clan. There was no space for mistakes, and Naruto, in a strongly worded letter the other day, had said that there would be grave consequences to the 80 selected ninjas if so much as a hair on a Kurama clan head was out of place. Naruto was remorseful for not bringing them out of Konoha sooner and, ensuring their safety with 8 ninjas specialized in assassination techniques and ninja arts in general, was a small way for him to apologize for his inefficiency. Being there and helping how he could during the mission was another way of expressing regret. The captain of the 3rd most specialized black squad continued, his head tilted down. The operation will not take any Suna time, and we will not be in your borders longer than 40 minutes. Can I ask why I'm not allowed to know more about this operation? Leader Naruto, out of respect for your past alliances, wants you to have deniability and non-involvement in case of any future accusation. Raza could know about the operation, but he could easily deny where it had taken place, what was involved and why it happened. Raza filled in inside his head that past alliances meant one thing. Konoha. Leader Naruto is willing to have Suna's dead in return for you granting permission for this operation. Raza hummed in thought and said, "No, that won't be necessary, Suna always pays back its debts. Tell Naruto, we'll talk later." There was a highly risky venture Suna intended to undergo, but it needed human support from a capable, knowledgeable ally, and Naruto's country immediately sprang into mind. The venture wasn't illegal, but it was dangerous. Raza's ninjas had discovered oil under the sea, west of Wind Country, and he wanted to extend his reach over there, set up a pipeline to pump the oil into Suna, where it would be taken to Dark Country to be distilled. Half would be sent back to Raza's village and half would remain with Naruto's country, where the 2 nations would sell the oil to their connections, pool the profits back together and split it. This was all in 2.5-decade-long Dark Sand Alliance, penned down by Naruto and Tetsuyo during Raza's father's time as Kage. It had been working to both of their benefit, so Raza didn't see any need to change it. One other thing Darkness needed help with concerning that undersea venture for oil was of convincing the Wind Daimyo to sell the land to Suna without said Daimyo finding out about the billions in ryu of oil flowing in underwater. The Wind Daimyo held Suna in contempt, even till that day, and the man scarcely, if ever, helped the hidden village with anything. Naruto's couldn't have the influence to sway the Wind Daimyo in his favor, and if it came to buying the general region the oil was found, Suna didn't mind increasing its debt to Dark Country if it meant Naruto's country could buy the area. Raza considered what the small delegation were asking him of, while he had been going round his coal caves, doing the same rounds his father once did to supervise the growth of the 3 precious goods Suna produced: coal, oil and gas. As long as Suna wasn't being placed in danger and as long as Naruto could handle the consequences, if it came up, then the Kazekage didn't mind. Sabaku no Raza shrugged. All right. The glasses-wearing Kurama woman, Carrot, sighed in relief, almost collapsing under the weight of the 5-minute silence, and a small look of appreciation bloomed over Onion's face. "Thank you, Lord Kazekage. You'll barely even know what's going on." Oh. The interrogation wasn't going so well. The 2 detectives were trying to pin Kisame to the crime, saying that it was possible he had taken her to his room and killed her in his drunken state. There were no signs of rape, and as such no semen in or on the victim, and there were reports of the woman struggling on their way to the palace. Instead, it looked like he was the one struggling with her, like he was resisting something. The investigators then changed their accusation to Kisame becoming more violent as the woman carried him to his lodgings in the palace, accidentally killing her. The ominous presence in the corner of the room darkened and the pair of burning purple eyes narrowed angrily. Kushina's had enough of this. Then explain the chakra in his chakra network, she snapped, taking a step forward and crossing her arms tightly. Explain how the maid that witnessed Kisame and the woman enter the room, said that Kisame fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. The shark man turned back to the interrogators, silently glaring at them, unyielding. One of the detectives said. The maid could have been lying. She stayed in the room for 10 minutes, helping the victim properly undress Kisame and arranging his room before she left. Kushina bit angrily, veins throbbed on her neck and her fingers cracked dangerously. There wasn't much keeping her from committing a murder right there and then. These dirty detectives were forcing a crime on her friend's head, a crime he didn't even do. That wasn't even the worst part. Naruto, her idol, her childhood crush and her boyfriend, had been forced to take Kisame's place in prison because he believed in the innocence of his subordinate, when all the snow shinobi concerned were pushing for Kisame's execution. Kisame was smarter than this. He may be a bloodthirsty monster and he may be a ruthless swordsman, but Kushina was confident that Kisame would never jeopardize the mission he was on, and he definitely would never rub mud on his leader's face. Kisame may have a bad reputation, and deservedly so, but he was smarter than this. Kisame might not have grown up hearing ghost stories, but he respected Naruto all the same for his dedication and his work ethic, two things Kisame could relate with. It was why Kisame, after the mandatory first year of serving Dark Country after graduation, as a requirement for being a transfer student from Kiri, stayed in darkness as a proud Jounin shinobi. 15 years of faithful service to his country and to his leader. No regrets. Kushina wasn't going to stand around and allow them disrespect her friend. No one is going to ask how the victim was given citizenship a month before the conference? The Uzumaki tomboy prodded harder. Are you implying that the victim cut off her arms and legs and was still able to slice her stomach open and slit her throat? The second detective said incredulously. The woman pointed at the silent sea monster. He is known to kill his victims with such barbaric techniques. The blue-skinned man shook his head and mumbled. Not true. The redhead turned to him and the other two detectives looked at him as he spoke. I shave off the arms to the elbows and legs to their knees, while they're still alive, there's more pain that way. I stab the throat, he pointed to two places on his throat, where major arteries carrying blood to the brain were located. But only on 2 occasions, both for quick kills and not for torture. And, I've never sliced open any human being's stomach, too sloppy. He added the last part at the end, remorselessly. The two snow investigators were forced to recall how the victim didn't look to be in pain and that forensics had confirmed that the arms and legs, sawed off not shaved off, and not to the bloody stumps Kisame had described but a little bit past the elbow and knees, had been done to the victim a little while after her death. First was the throat, then the stomach, then her arms and legs. For good measure, they bashed open the back of her head with a blunt object. Snow Country autopsy found tiny splinters of wood in the opening behind her head, so it could have been smashed either with the fist or a part of a puppet. Though the snow detectives were creating a story that from the blood spattered on one of the bedposts, Kisame had hit her head there. They ignored how the bedpost wasn't chipped and how the wood of the bed differed from the wood in the head wound. Splinters of redwood littered the head wound, while the bedpost was oak. These terrible things had been numbed out by the chakra in the system, leading them to think that she was dead long before she sat next to Kisame in the bar. This was confusing. Because, obviously, a normal person had to be alive to do all of that. The forensic team had been forced to not alter the truth by the tomboyish woman's mere presence. Kisame was now more subdued, Kushina noticed. His leader taking the fall for the crime had changed him. Last piece of evidence that frees Kisame of this crime, Kushina said firmly after nodding appreciatively to her blue-skinned friend. Is that there are no signs of blood on Seimata, no fingerprints on its handle other than Kisame's and no tissue samples on its scales. It was hard dusting off the sentient sword for evidence, as touching the handle would still make spikes jut out, but they had gotten what they needed. Kushina wasn't new when it came to framing someone for a crime or planting evidence. A few missions with her former team when she was Chunin centered primarily on incriminating people and stealing valuable artifacts. So she made full use of her knowledge to defend her former bully. Then tell me, genius, a detective said with a roll of his eyes. Who killed the victim? Who else but the obvious suspect? I don't care who killed her. The woman said lowly, directing her eyes from the two detectives into Kisame. What I care about is clearing his name and taking my lord out of prison. It wasn't unheard of in Snow for a suspect to be absolved for a crime he or she didn't commit, the problem being that there needed to be undeniable proof the person was innocent. While Kisame was allowed to leave the interrogation room, the two detectives and Kushina left look over the scene of the crime again. Black Operative Phoenix grabbed Kisame by the back of his shirt and both ninjas disappeared in a small burst of fire. Oh. A dark-skinned black operative came out of the pop of fire at the back of the bar he had spent most of last night in. The kunoichi pointed to a booth and Kisame went to it without hesitation, sliding open the door and looking at the single person seated inside. Bat jerked her head to the seat on the other side of the table and the man sat down heavily. He noticed how Phoenix had taken off her mask as they entered the bar, though he didn't get to see her face, and he also noticed how Bat was also not in her mask, wearing civilian clothing, a pair of blue jeans, a white turtleneck sweater, red gloves and red sneakers. Her white hair was tied up into a bun and her burning red eyes bored into his own. What Kisame didn't notice, was that outside of the booth, and in the bar, Sueki had 10 small bloodhounds of killer intent sniffing around. She had not channeled killer intent into the blood creations but instead sacrificed 90% of her sense of smell and shared it among them. The bloodhounds had been able to pick up the faint scent of redwood and mahogany, two kinds of wood popularly used by puppet masters, discernible from the oak tree used to build the bar. Her team had found a small piece of clothing that had been caught on a loose nail on a seat inside a booth, a piece of black clothing, and the last thing their illegal investigating team found was a strand of black hair in the same booth as the piece of clothing. Wasp's eyes and the bloodhound's nose had confirmed that the strand of hair came from the same person that had slightly ripped his or her clothes. Those three things were very important in the investigation because all three things had been found in Kisame's room, flying right under Snow's investigating team. In Kisame's bedroom, Sueki had managed to detect another foreign chakra spot, one different from the Uchiha chakra in Kisame's system and more refined than the ones from the servants of the palace. This meant that there were two culprits. Sueki leaned forward and placed her forearms on the table, closing her hands into loose fists. Don't make me ask again. She began and Kisame sat up straight, knowing better than to make light of his superior in both rank and skill. What are you not telling us? The shark man didn't even bother deflecting the question. I was in Kiri 2 weeks ago, he began somberly, his blue and black sclera eyes looking down to the table. Visiting my mother. It was her birthday. He wasn't sure how long he had spent staring at his mother's tombstone. An hour? 2 hours, maybe? There under the ground, his last family was buried. His father had killed his younger brother with a blow to the face. The little kid couldn't have survived that kinds of attack. His mother had been injured while she and Kisame were held hostage by their father, confining her to a bed for several years. His alcoholic father had died in a mental institution. The Hozuki clan, the clan he was from, seemed to be strangers to him. He wasn't close to anyone in the clan. Every step of the way, Kisame took his mother for granted. Every time she shielded him from his abusive father. Every time she spent juggling 3 jobs just to put food on the table. Every time she woke him up at night so he could escape before her alcoholic husband became violent. He called himself a coward, for every time he wouldn't stand his ground but flee at the sight of his father. The poor woman didn't even blame him for the state she was in after the whole ordeal with Kisame's father had passed. She only smiled and told him to make something of himself. So he did. For her birthday, and his dead brother's birthday, he would return to Kiri and spend hours telling her all the things he had done with his life. The grisly retelling of missions didn't make the smile waver from her pale blue face and even the boring details had her intrigued. He continued this tradition well past when she was dead and buried. Kisame's shame was not telling his mother that he appreciated all the sacrifices she made for him and his dead brother. Sueki rolled her wrist, urging Kisame to continue. Someone came up to me and started talking. One day the ghost will have no use for you, Kisame. The grieving shark man didn't respond to the taunt. When you become too much of a threat, he will find a way to dispose of you without hesitation. This time, Kisame scoffed. You don't know Lord Naruto. Spoken like a true puppet. The stranger applauded. The Kiri-born dark ninja grounded his teeth and turned to the person talking. Describe him to me. The vampire said and pulled out a notepad from a seal on her wrist, clicking the end of a pen and waiting for Kisame to recall the person's features and clothing. He was shorter than him, by maybe a foot, but then again not that many people were as tall as Kisame. He had black hair and he wore an orange, spiral mask over his face. The mask looked strange because it only had one eye hole and the spiral of the mask turned into the eye hole. Close. The white-haired woman stated curtly. Kisame closed his eyes and hummed. The stranger was in a black cloak with red clouds on it. The sleeves reached his palms, but the sea monster saw the gloves on the person's hands. At the mention of the black cloak with red clouds, Sueki paused. Are you sure that was what he was wearing? Positive. Kisame nodded surely. Was there anyone with him? I couldn't see anyone but Seimata. He motioned to the unmoving bundle of bandages leaning on his side of the table. Said someone else was there. How is it so sure? Seimata has a wide sensory range. The swordmaster answered immediately, continuing his report. You are wasting your potential in darkness. The ghost is purposely keeping you back so that you don't become a threat to him in the future. Shows what you know. Kisame scoffed. I've learnt a lot from Lord Naruto. Then think about the more you can learn if you join us. The orange-masked stranger said, fully facing Kisame. My organization is looking for strong people, like you. Our goal is to bring peace to this world through might, taking down cruel masters like the ghost down. Do you want to take the chance and wait for the ghost to dispose of you once he has squeezed you dry? The swordmaster didn't answer, turning back to his mother's grave. Take your time and think about it, Kisame. I'll be back to take your answer. And then? Sueki pushed. He just disappeared. Kisame shrugged weakly. Shunshin no jutsu? The woman proposed, but the man shook his head. He just sorta, he made a motion with his hands of a spiral turning inwards. Turned into himself, and he was gone. The civilian-clothed black commander tapped the pen on her chin and murmured. Some sort of non-chakra utilizing teleportation technique, probably. Inside her head, all the clues and evidence came together. Kisame, drunk out of his mind, was being helped out of the bar into the Snow Daimyo's palace by a woman he had never met before, who was under compulsion by a Sharingan genjutsu. Kisame too was placed under the illusion, and his large chakra reserves had not been of much help because of his inebriated state. Large reserves larger like Kushina's and Kisame's equaled harder to control, was the known logic behind genjutsus. He did not complain or stop the woman because he was controlled not to. The Uchiha that had thrown the genjutsu over Kisame, likely the one that had met him in the graveyard, used the same teleportation back then to take him and his partner from the bar, where they observed Kisame for a while, placing the illusion on him, and into Kisame's room once the servant was done cleaning the swordsman's room. Kisame was too large and too limp to do anything but sleep immediately. The puppet master with the Uchiha, from where the smell of wood in the booth from the bar and in the bedroom came from, controlled the woman to do all those heinous things to her, except for severing her arms and legs, where it was an actual puppet that did the deed, passably mirroring what Seimata would do. The puppet master could not use Kisame because, again, the sea monster's massive reserves could prevent control of his body or his limbs. Though, with enough skill and experience, puppeteers were known to be able to have limited control of humans as well. Chio was proof of that. When chakra was used, no matter how hard it was suppressed, there was always an infinitesimally small expulsion of said chakra from the body. The expulsion of chakra from the body while performing ninjutsu could be reduced to a size that most sensors couldn't detect, with enough practice, but there was a chakra footprint left in the location the chakra had been expelled from a living being. Puppetry was a branch of ninja arts, and manifesting chakra strings left behind a chakra footprint. Sueki gave the puppet master credit. She wouldn't have detected the footprint if not for her hypersensitive hounds and Komodo dragon's sensory tongue. The latter ninja was able to smell and track chakra in the air and on surfaces using his long, reptilian tongue. The two culprits covered Kisame in the victim's blood, and once a maid shuffled into his room to open the windows, the alarm had been raised. Then the question of how the Dark Country Black Ops were not the first to arrive on the scene and clean up the crime, whether or not Kisame really did it, but then, coincidentally, those high-ranking ninjas had been called away when dozens of alarms were raised by dark citizens in Snow Country who were being attacked by mechanical moving bandits. Sueki slowly tapped her middle finger on the table, her mind turning. Akatsuki, she said in her head. They're trying to recruit Kisame. The masked person had tried to use the same logic Naruto had used on Minato, create doubt. It had worked, until it didn't. Unlike Konoha, Naruto had no ulterior motive for his ninjas or his country. Today was proof of that, Kisame thought morosely. His lord, his master, had done the equivalent of taking a bullet for him. Kisame swore to himself that he would never doubt his leader ever again. The vampire woman sat back in her chair and sealed up her notebook. They could be trying to fill in the position of the plant man Naruto-sensei killed, or they could just be looking for strong shinobi to fill their ranks. She recalled how the orang mask-wearing man had tried to create doubt in Kisame, which in other situations would later result in Kisame defecting. Missing ninjas, people who have severed ties from their villages and from their families. Kisame could have vital information that could help Akatsuki if they ever want to retrieve the Kyuubi and the Gobi from Dark Country. The woman nodded to herself and exhaled. He fits exactly what Nagato wants. She acknowledged that the plan of the masked man to recruit Kisame had failed. The quiet shark man was stewing in his regret. The genius of the masked man's plan was that the murder in Kisame's bedroom would be difficult, if not impossible, to be framed on someone else. Kisame was the obvious suspect and as such would and should be blamed for the crime. Katsueki turned her mind away from that thought process, murmuring to the man across from her. "We'll find a way to make it look like you didn't kill her." Her red eyes flicked up to the blue-skinned man, glowing ominously as she smirked a little. "Without a doubt." Kisame breathed out through his nose and his lips twitched up ever so slightly. "Thank you, Lady Katsueki." Ooh. Prison courtyard. The bespectacled blonde coughed into his fist as he casually walked into the prison courtyard, his hands tucked into his pockets and the torso of his bright orange jumpsuit unzipped to show sleeveless white vest. He moved towards a solitary bench overlooking a basketball court and he plopped down on it, sighing appreciatively as he sat back, propped his legs up on the unoccupied bench before him and folded his arms behind his head. He spied the other inmates keeping their distance from him. Two reasons behind this. First was that some, now that they could fully see who the newcomer was, found that he looked strikingly like the ghost. Though this point conflicted with the fact that the ghost was too skilled of a ninja to be caught and thrown in jail, and second that the ghost was the leader of a wealth nation, no person in their right mind would force him into prison. He had all the telltale signs of the ghost: blonde hair, blue eyes, black half mask, black rimmed, rectangular glasses and pale skin. The second reason they were flicking their eyes at him and muttering under their breaths was that King, the boss of Chi no Kaze, had his sights set on him and underlings of the biggest man in prison had warned others not to interact with the newcomer or else they would face the king's wrath. Naruto didn't care much about that last one. For the first one, he could already see the disbelief at him being the real ghost dissipate from their eyes. When he was being arrested and he was escorted to the prison, he told the person that had taken him in to not give him any special treatment. That means, he shouldn't be referred to as a lord and he shouldn't be referred to as his moniker. Initially, the warden and a fair chunk of the guards that had processed him recognized him immediately. Though they then had a second thought. The ghost, the phantom that had defeated the Raikage, slaughtered hundreds of shinobi at a time and had pushed Hanzo the salamander to the limit couldn't be this man that had been brought in with chains. Naruto bearing the same birth name as the ghost even seemed offensive to them. The glasses-wearing war veteran looked on at the game of basketball, trying to figure out how the game was played and what was the end point of it all. His confusion at the rules of basketball allowed his mind to wonder. He could feel how much weaker he was without his chakra. His limbs felt weighed down and his movements took more effort than normal. Surrounded by dozens of the continent's most feared and most notorious criminals, it felt exhilarating. As part of his training when he was young, Orochimaru sealed up the chakra in his arms and forced him to do a few push-ups at a time, starting with 10, moving up to 30, then to 80, then to 100, then to 500 push-ups with no chakra in his arms. The sadistic teacher then ordered his student at that time to do those same push-ups, without chakra in his arms, with only one hand. The exercises became crueler: 2-finger, to 1-finger, to handstand push-ups, to 1-handstand push-ups. On bad days, Orochimaru would add weighted seals on his body and make him run around a field on his arms. If he fell or stumbled, he would do not less than 50 handstand push-ups and continue the hand jog around the field. Looking back on it now, Naruto was man enough to admit that Orochimaru's sadistic training had done him a world of good. As his arms were devoid of usable chakra, the physical exercises accumulated more chakra in his reserves, increasing the size of his chakra coils. Once the seals on his arms had been deactivated, the chakra that was supposed to be in his arms flooded back with a vengeance, adding in the store of chakra gotten from the training. Orochimaru would repeat those exercises, except now with his legs, seal away chakra from his legs and make him run around a field, do squats, one-leg squats, jumping jacks, running in place, burpees. It was hell. When a training session was over, Naruto barely had any strength left to teach his own student anything. Flexibility training, muscle toning so he didn't bulk up like a gorilla, something Orochimaru didn't like, and endurance. The snake summoner taught Naruto basic ninjutsu, tasking him to learn or create jutsu on his own, and he gave Naruto better coordination over his hand-to-hand, though this was at the end point of his training and when Orochimaru was gradually losing interest. Naruto didn't learn any fighting style from Orochimaru. At the end of the first month, Naruto felt a significant difference in himself. He was stronger, faster, smarter, and best of all, he was more confident in himself. So, Naruto wasn't unfamiliar with having no chakra. It was that he hadn't felt like this in years. Excitement. Pure, unbridled excitement. That was the emotion the trained assassin felt at that moment as he saw a few of King's underlings eye him from the other side of the courtyard. Naruto could barely keep a straight face, only smiling genially back at them from behind his glasses. The corners of his eyes crinkled in anticipation. The prison guards patrolled the extreme edges of the courtyard, smart enough to keep their distance from the dangerous prisoners, and the guard towers, manned around the clock and fitted with the latest computers and surveillance cameras, watched each and every prisoner in the facility, whether they were in the courtyard, in their cells, in the workshops, doing the laundry, or simply moping the mess hall. They focused especially hard on the newcomer, a tall, black half-mask wearing blonde and glasses that was watching the basketball game with a curious eyebrow ever so slightly raised. He was a strange one. The warden unintentionally placed him in a cell directly opposite from the one King was in, and not 30 minutes later, the blonde had angered the person even the fully armed and chakra unsealed guards preferred to not get in the way of. Naruto was his name. This might be his last night in Light City maximum security prison. 2:32 p.m. Naruto looked down at his thin, soupy broth with disdain, turning his spoon in the vomit-colored liquid that the prison apparently called miso soup. It was more like they had made a gallon of miso soup and watered it down with 10 gallons of tap water, running from a mosquito egg-infested pond. The masked man squinted behind his glasses and contemplated whether or not his poison resistance still applied to him not having his chakra. There were a few strands of noodles here and there, sure, but they were far from done. He found 2 strands in his thin soup too, and both of them snapped as he pressed the back of his spoon on them. The man cleared his throat and shrugged carelessly, dipping his spoon in the soup and bringing his head down, ready to take a taste of whatever it was that the cooks called food, but he paused as the empty bench to his right creaked as a person hopped to his side. He put down the spoon, not tasting the soup, and sat up, turning to the person. It was a man much younger than him, a kid really, and he had black hair styled into a low mohawk, a silver nose ring and babyish looking features. Though there was a fresh looking prison tattoo of a spider on his neck. The boy was in the same orange jumpsuit as the other inmates, though he wore his fully, not like how Naruto had the upper torso of his shrugged off and hanging from his waist, showing that he wore a sleeveless white vest. Naruto noticed 5 others sit at his formerly empty table, all bearing intimidating tattoos, some bare-chested and having the torso of their orange jumpsuits hanging off from their waists or also in white vests. They had spider tattoos in different places, on their faces, on their arms, on their chests, on their stomachs, among others, and they also had terrifying prison drawings on their bodies, like on person had his whole body inked to show tally marks crossed out. The blonde, glasses-wearing man had his own fair share of tattoos, though most of them were natural, the black line tattoo going down his arms from the center of his back, branching off into his fingers and leaking blackness into his fingernails, had appeared on his body when he unlocked his smoke release. He had a special seal tattoo on his right upper arm which symbolized him as the supreme leader of Dark Country and supreme commander of Black. That one hadn't hurt, though it had been placed in such a way that it didn't disrupt his smoke release markings but also incorporated it. He had 2 storage seal permanent ink arts that Amara Chue Inku, clan head, had done herself on the back of his hands. The last one he had was the one the Salamander Elder had drawn on him, positioned on his inner lower left arm. If not for his glasses, Naruto would have cast a very scary image. It wasn't that Naruto was unaccustomed to people bearing massive body art, seeing as he had some as well. A few people in his ninja force bore body art as well. Kisame first sprang to mind. The blue-skinned man had an illustration of a congregation of sharks spread out on his whole back, one he proudly boasted of from time to time to his teammates when they were still a team and to his friends. Some Jounin Chue Inku clan members also had ink art, albeit they were small and unnoticeable. This was to show how proficient they were in Fuinjutsu, using a seal as small as a coin to unleash a whole waterfall of water. Sueki had tattoos too, though hers had purposely been drawn with invisible sealing ink by an experienced artist from the Chue Inku clan. The vampire's clan took pride in their prominent pale skin and red eyes. Anything that outshined them was disgraceful. Just like how Chue Inku were proud of their horns, Pansa Senshi were proud of their shape-shifting abilities, Gato were proud to be part clay, Hogo were proud to be nearly blind due to being descended from moles, Kurama were proud of the Kurama curse as Kami herself had acknowledged their might, Suzumabachi were proud of their wasp eyes and teeth, and the Kamuri were proud of their heavy bone density, something that made chakra control and swimming very difficult for them. Clanless were proud of their place in Dark Country. Everyone was proud to be part of Dark Country. There wasn't a better place to live, work and serve. So, no matter how much doubt others wanted to create in the minds of the people of darkness, how much disturbance they wanted to make among their longtime allies, and how much they wanted to paint Naruto as a bloodthirsty monster, no person, not even allies inside or outside of Naruto's country, wanted to exchange the lives they have now for anything else because of darkness. A ghost of a smile floated over the glasses-wearing leader's face. Naruto blue eyes flicked to each person on the table. Then he saw a guard far behind those seated before him turn and whisper to his comrade, jerking his head to the door of the eating hall and troop there. Some prisoners left as well, leaving only about 30 people with spider tattoos. King was nowhere to be seen. Naruto hid his grin under the shade of his shaggy blonde hair. Darkness covered the upper part of his face as he kept his head lowered, teetering silently. He sat up straight and gently pushed his bowl away from him, indicating his disinterest in eating. The shadows vanished, replaced by a genial smile, a close-eyed expression that had those seated at his table frowning. Before we get started, he placed his hands flat on the table and stood up, doing so slowly. Does anyone want to get out? The others hurriedly got up, as if they anticipated Naruto fleeing, and the grinning youth next to Naruto chuckled. We just gonna carve you up a bit, Gramps. He pulled out a crudely crafted knife, fashioned out of what looked like rusted metal, and the grip was swaddled in a dirty white piece of cloth. Two others pulled out shanks. The first speaker savagely kicked away the bench he and Naruto had been sitting on. No hard feelings. Is that so? The blonde bobbed his head and chuckled as well, shuffling back a few steps. The doors to the eating hall slammed shut, manned by a 7-foot-tall man with a spider tattoo. The masked man looked over his shoulder, caged in the eating hall full of Chi no Kaze gang members, and moved back so that he was exactly 10 feet from the first speaker, right in the middle of the gang surrounding him in the eating area. He counted 35 of them. The legendary ninja lifted his fists up to his chin. Naruto inhaled. The ghost exhaled. The youngster that had spoken to him took this as his cue to attack, and the rest followed accordingly. There wasn't any particular style Naruto was using. This was brawling. He wasn't facing failed ninjas or bandits. These people were hardened criminals, gangbangers, serial killers, rapists, arsonists, captured missing ninjas, renegade samurai and the like. They had spent years in this prison, ruthless and merciless, and the ghost fought as such. The ghost bent under a stab to his chest and punched his aggressor's stomach, making the boy stumble back and grit his teeth as Naruto rose up with an uppercut to his jaw, jarring his victim and dislocating his jaw. The masked assassin, as he dove head first into those after the young, shank-wielding Chi no Kaze member, shook his sore fist and used the back of his other fist to bat aside a kick, cracking his elbow into the person's cheek and ducking a wild shank swing, catching the man's arm and judo flipping him over his body. The ninja immobilized the downed prisoner with a sharp punch to the temple, forcing him into the realms of painful unconsciousness. There was a noticeable difference in speed and strength, the ghost realized as he snap-kicked a man's shoulder with as much power and dexterity he could muster, an action that would have normally shattered bone and torn muscle, but now it merely dislocated the elbow and tossed the man into his enraged peers. Sluggish, the war veteran thought with a disdainful hiss. His face was eternally devoid of feeling and compassion, but inside he was berating himself. A straight punch dug into a man's face and a right hook finished him off, allowing the ghost to turn on his heel before another opponent could smash the back of his head with a bench, sliding beneath the swing, tripping the man onto his face and bringing down a savage axe kick to crack into his lower back, dislodging his spine. Org. His eyes widened and he crossed his forearms at a particularly accurate flying kick made to take his head off, skipping back a few steps when 4 others threw blows to his torso. He didn't have the luxury of having his smoke-release bloodline to watch out for his back. The ghost kicked a man square in the middle of his chest and pursued the person. He had to skid on his knees from a wild slash, picking up an empty bowl from the ground and smashing it into his target's chin as he rose up, catching the bleary-eyed man by his nose and shoving him in the path of an 8-foot-tall man lumbering towards him. The mountain of muscle briefly stumbled in his step, walking all over the poor person that had been pushed in his path, and he deftly picked up a table, throwing it to the ghost. The blonde wisely didn't catch it, sliding around it and sending a clean heel kick to one man, stretching his body to deliver a hard right hook at the same time. The ghost picked up a loose shank on the ground and, with a flick of his wrist, let it sail all the way into the 8-foot-tall behemoth's eye, hilting it. Still the man came running at him, like a runaway train, fully intending on flattening the shorter man in his path. The masked man sent 2 straight punches into the chest of a particularly stubborn man, turning around and cracking his foot on the same man's jaw while at the same time dodging a simultaneous punch to the head from 3 others. The blonde grunted as he blocked with his forearm, jabbing the man's liver with a firm punch but grunting again as a blow met the back of his head. The assassin rolled with the punch, blinking rapidly to clear away the blackness. He had heard the blow coming, he heard it coming, but he had been too preoccupied with taking down his former opponent and avoiding the person next to his former opponent. Yarg. The ghost's blue eyes darkened at the bellow from the 8-foot-tall man, shuffling back as 10 more Chi no Kaze goons sped up to him, holding up their fists. The ninja lowered his center of gravity, flattened his feet on the ground and strengthened his shoulder muscles, his chest and his abdomen. He ignored the dull throb of pain from the back of his head and the pulsing soreness from his knuckles. Come on. They saw the madness in his blue eyes, and yet they still charged. He ducked under a kick, wrapping his arm around the leg and smashing the man into the ground, holding the person's heel and swinging him around like a mace. In a feat of strength that amazed the few Chi no Kaze that remained, the ghost hefted up the person he was swinging around into the air, never once moving his feet and keeping his knees bent at a 90-degree angle, thus his center of gravity being low. The unfortunate man landed messily on his feet and the ghost slammed his awaiting fist into the center of his chest. The man's feet lifted clear off the ground and he traveled through the air, clattering lifelessly into the 8-foot-tall monster and making the massive man stumble again. Meanwhile, the ghost caught a fist with his left hand, caught another with his right and crossed his arms, smashing both prisoners' heads together and giving them both a parting blow to the skull for good measure as they crumpled before him. The ghost in glasses exchanged blows with 3 skilled inmates, having to move about in a circle in the middle of the 3 to better defend and attack them. He blocked a punch to his forehead, smacking the attack aside and a burning fist, swiveling on his heel to backhand a kick to his stomach, ducking a punch to his nose and cracking an elbow upwards to shatter the forearm, spinning around across his elbow across the man behind him, ducking a kick from another man and liver jabbing the man he was tussling with, sending him to the ground. The masked man got tired of facing the man to his back, so he found a space in the person's defense, while still defending and countering blows from the one in front of him, and stepped down hard on his foot, cracking the back of his fist into his face, smack dab on the bridge of his nose. The unfortunate man never saw it coming, only feeling an explosion of pain burst on his nose, bright lights popping around him, encroaching even the darkness of his closed eyes and heat spouting out from his nose. He stumbled back and fell onto his back, his eyes rolling into the back of his head. The ghost wasn't paying attention to him anymore, now dividing his attention between one taijutsu expert that had doggedly refused to be felled and an apparent kenjutsu expert, wielding a short shank instead of a longer blade. The blonde assassin used his elbow to drive up a stab towards his chest, shooting a straight fist into his other opponent's sturdy guard, shifted his head aside from a downward slash, flicked a kick aside with the back of his hand, shifted his head to the other side from another poke of the shank and his forearm deflected a knee strike aimed to his chin. His eyes vigilantly stayed on them, but a pained roar brought his attention back to the giant of Chi no Kaze he had blinded in one eye from throwing the shank. The 8-foot-tall creature was still coming for his target, albeit at a slower pace, and Naruto's priority was stay as far away from the 8-foot-tall man's reach as much as possible. A right hook tore across his face and the crafted knife stabbed into his right forearm as he lifted it to block a stab for his neck. The feral blonde ground his teeth, not too jarred from the blow but his vision blurred as his glasses had been carried off his face after the punch. He swiftly turned his stabbed forearm, wrenching the short blade out of the weapon user's hand, holding his other fist out to bang sickeningly against the fist of the taijutsu user. The kenjutsu user saw the blonde's right leg tense and he made to backtrack, though he already found himself careening across the eating hall and his head slammed into the wall by an accurate roundhouse kick. The ghost ignored the pain in his fist after blocking the blow with another blow, dragged his arm back, slid around the man, who was hissing and frantically shaking his bright red fist, likely a few fingers were broken. The masked man cracked his foot inside of both his opponent's knees, forcing him to fall down onto his knees, and he ended his sequence by driving his knee into the back of the howling man's head. The ghost never stopped for rest, ripping the rusted blade sticking out of his forearm and throwing it straight and true to the giant coming for him. The half-blind man only managed to turn his head in time, though the short blade hilted itself in his left ear. That was enough. The giant groaned deeply and fell forward, crushing few inmates that had not been fortunate enough to die from their wounds. His animal-like rumbles of agony lasted a few more seconds before silence. Naruto blinked, his sky-blue eyes fogged up and his head starting to thump from the bad vision. He searched for a glint and picked up his glasses, frowning at how one lens was cracked and the frame slightly bent. He flexed his fingers and shook them, blocking the former punch with a punch that hurt only a little. His Kimura bone density prevented any such fractures or dislocations. Though he now felt a limp in his right knee from how hard he had struck the back of the taijutsu user's head. He glanced at the man lying face down and winced at the pool of blood around him, originating from the lazy pulse of blood coming from the back of his head, flowing down his head. Naruto rubbed the stab wound, wincing again. The man limped towards the dead giant, cradling his bleeding forearm and trying his best to navigate through the eating hall of mangled bodies and unconscious forms. He stepped over a pitifully moaning Chi no Kaze gang member, not caring much that the man had his arm dislocated in such a way that what looked like muscle tissue hung from the wound. The blond man grabbed onto the short blade sticking out from the dead giant's ear and yanked it out. Ow, ow, ow. The open wound in his forearm throbbed once again. His headache was somewhat gone and his vision was clear, but, seeing as he didn't have the luxury of having his chakra, his natural body regeneration couldn't help him heal his knee or his blade-wounded forearm. The man hobbled towards the door of the eating hall, throwing it open and flicking his eyes to the non-Chi no Kaze gaping at him. "Oh, don't mind me," he said casually, limping ahead. He held the shank in a reverse grip in his left hand. His right arm hung to his side. He turned to a random inmate and asked, "By any chance, is King in his cell?" "I'll take that as a yes," the man in the mangled glasses said with a genial smile. "Is there anyone with him?" A braver, though still surprised, prisoner replied him. "Yes." "How many?" "I don't know." Naruto hummed to himself and lightly scratched his chin with his newly acquired short blade. "That many, huh?" He shrugged and limped on. "Good." The same person then stepped forward, blocking Naruto. "They're gonna kill you, Blondie." "Bah, I'll be fine." He shoved the man aside and ambled on. The man then paused and he scoffed, saying to himself, "I guess Kushina and Kisame won the bet." 8:32 p.m. Hours later, as Doton, the other daimyos and Naruto's guards came to retrieve the leader of darkness from the ill-reputed prison, the warden told them that the blonde was in solitary confinement. The snow daimyo asked why. The warden, knowing that his head was now officially on the chopping block, showed his daimyo the video footage of 6 hours ago. Starting from the eating hall and leading into the cell blocks. Naruto was less of a man and more of a beast. He tore, he slashed, he stabbed, he poked, he rend, he dislocated, he snapped, he battered, he wounded, he maimed and he killed. He tossed people over the railing to their untimely demise, he poked out eyes and he slashed jugulars. When Naruto got to King, and he got to King, amid the walkway of battered humanity he had left in his wake, those watching lost hope in the leader of darkness. King was so tall that the 6-foot, some inches tall blonde had to crane his head all the way back, and King was muscular, built like a war machine with veins and throbbing muscles. Naruto was visibly tired, the fashioned short blade was chipped and broken, his stabbed forearm bled freely, and the man had long since abandoned his glasses, choosing low visibility and a headache than risking the chance of getting a shard of glass in his eyes. The malevolent ghost entered King's cell. King held nothing back, ripping his soul bunk apart and using a long piece of rusted metal as a weapon, though the tired blonde threw his blunt shank towards the massive man as King prepared to use the long metal to crush Naruto's head. The chipped blade cut past King's throat, but it also tore open a vital artery. King dropped the metal in his hand in favor of holding the blood spouting from his neck, and Naruto capitalized on this by snagging the rusted metal King had dropped and swung it hard and true, smashing into the side of the Chi no Kaze boss's head. That was when guards stormed the cell. Not during the brawl in the eating hall, not when Naruto was carving a path through Chi no Kaze on King's cell block, and certainly not during the short fight with King. When it was all said and done, that was when the guards came. The video hadn't even finished before Doton fired the warden, assigning some of the guards with him to sack a sizable number of the prison guards and make hasty preparation to replace the multitude that had lost their jobs. The guards ordered Naruto to get down onto the ground, and the blonde didn't resist, only barking for them to take it easy on his bleeding arm. The thing that saved the prison warden from an immediate execution was when a medic had healed Naruto of his injuries before taking him to solitary confinement, though Doton did throw the corrupt warden into prison. They took Naruto out of solitary, processed him out of prison by unlocking the restraints over his chakra. The seal master from Snow gaped at how the seals looked like they would fall apart in the next few minutes, testament to the volatility of Naruto's chakra. Doton admitted that Kisame was not the one that killed the woman. The evidence was overwhelming. The man had insisted that the leader of darkness, who was now out of the orange prison jumpsuit and in his normal shinobi gear, plus his leader's robe and hat as well as a fully bandaged right forearm, stay longer in Snow so he could properly apologize, for both the corruption in his prison system as well as for jumping the gun and assuming the worst in one of Naruto's ninjas. Naruto declined without much thought. He had other matters to attend to. The leader of darkness and his people left Snow, but they set course for Suna. Somewhere outside of Snow, Sueki drew her master, Kushina and Kisame's attention. The vampire's subordinates were nowhere to be seen, this being because they were spread out and protecting their leader in the darkness of the night. They swiftly dealt with bandits or troubling animals long before their master could notice, giving them privacy. The procession was speeding hastily towards Sunagakur. The Black Commander laid out all she and her subordinates had discovered from their covert investigation. Hopping from tree to tree, Naruto scratched his chin. I purposely chose to ignore Akatsuki after I killed that plant man. Hi, sensei. Sueki nodded. Nagato is smart enough not to test my patience. He fixed each person in his confidence a dark, hard look, one that they returned back to their master with grim expressions. We move now. Hi, Lord Naruto. The three ninjas echoed mutely. 3 hours of steady running later, they reached Sunagakur, specifically the manhole Danzo formerly used to infiltrate Suna when he was still alive. Those standing before the hole in the sandy ground went down onto their knees before Naruto. Onion, Carrot and the captain of Black Team 13 inclined their heads forward and placed their hands over their hearts, welcoming their leader. The 80 black operatives hand-picked for the special mission were already now in Konoha, some in the vacated Kurama clan compound and some in the root base the majority of the painting clan occupied, helping them pack. Kushina leapt into the hole at Naruto's command, and went ahead to help however she could. The goal was to make the migration out of Konoha and transition into darkness as smooth and as comfortable as possible. Onion, Carrot and the captain of Team 13 went in after the eager redhead, leaving behind Naruto, Sueki, and Kisame. Teacher and student shared a look. Sueki shook her head. There was no other living being watching or listening for at least 50 miles of them, except for the Konoha sentry posts, her bloodline accurately informed her. The black teams had swept through the dark desert multiple times, clearing the path towards dark country so that not even an errant beetle would get in their way. The Kazekage, Sabaku no Raza, was only vaguely aware of their presence though he didn't know their exact location in his deserts, and the sentry posts looking out into the dark desert couldn't spot them, seeing as no person used any light among them. There was no moon to illuminate the night and no stars in the sky. Kisame stood at attention as Naruto faced him. Kisame's leader sighed quietly and the corners of his eyes dipped. Kisame, I have a mission for you. By morning, news of Kisame defecting from dark country spread like wildfire. Suna, Kiri and Uzushio bingo books promptly entered him into the S-rank section, but as the zero-tailed beast, Kisame Hoshigaki. Alright guys, that's it for the video. If you enjoyed it, please feel free to leave a like and subscribe. As always, the rest of the story is already out over on Patreon, link to that will be in the description. Anyways, until next time, peace.